The story is about the protagonist's Duan Van. After returning to Huaxia alive, then he encountered an unpleasant situation. A girl was bullied by gangsters. Then he went out to help. And you are the heroine, Lai Tuk. Duan Van has unparalleled strength but sometimes asks stupid questions. After that, he asked to be her employee because she provided food and accommodation. When gangsters come to cause trouble, he easily beat the gangsters over and over again, in one go, dealing with gangsters. Then he was arrested by a tough police officer. She and a few police officers used every trick to get him to confess. But luckily, you supported me and helped me escape. With the power of heroin, it was impossible to do so, so it was certainly no longer a secret that he returned alive. Lai Tuk's side was very worried about him when he was arrested. Duan Van was touched because they had just met and she cared for him so much. An island in the little mainland. There was a guy who turned around and said, "The enemy is against you and wants to kill me. You guys should be buried below, you deserve it." Having finished speaking, he ran like flying over the sea. In Hoa Man commercial area, the streets are filled with beautiful girls. He stood on the rooftop looking down and said, "Hoa Man, I'm back." Then he jumped directly onto the street, his stomach making noises. He said, "It took a week to return to Hoa Ha, but you didn't even have a little money." Then he thought, if it weren't for his internal resistance, he would have starved to death soon. Now he had to think of a new way to make a living. Then he noticed a notice. He said, "Yes, I can accept the new job as a chef again, my skills are not bad." Then he noticed a place, wondering if this was it. When he got there, he was stopped by two guys. They said, "Get out quickly. There is no business here today. Don't you know?" Hearing that, he picked his nose and thought that this battle must be fought. Wouldn't these scoundrels be here committing crimes? His teacher still stood still. The red-haired man rushed forward and shouted, "Are you deaf, kid?" But then the red-haired guy was thrown into the wall. He said, "Hey, I really don't want to manage this matter." Then he walked over and looked at the blue hair and said, "I hate it the most when another person hits me like that." Blue hair was scared. Inside, Truan Luong smiled cunningly and said, "Haha, the easier you seduce me, the more excited I become." He walked in and shouted, "Hey fat guy, are you an agent or someone?" He called out, "Where are the other two, Bantu?" Hearing that, he asked, "Are you talking about them?" He deserves to be surprised. His two juniors lay scattered. He asked, "Who are you?" His face was filled with anger as he asked him, "Why don't you want compensation?" He said in panic, "Compensation." Then he turned to ask her, "You're beautiful, how long have they been bothering you at this restaurant?" Hearing that, she said, Last month I just opened a restaurant." Then he turned to him and said, "Then let's calculate 2 months, this restaurant is good, business is normal, 1 day is 1,000, 60 days is 60,000, there are also beauties in my mental damage, medical expenses. Please compensate me 150,000. After hearing that, he angrily thought, "Why don't you just rob him?" And he happily said, "Give me the money quickly, 160,000, hurry up." "I don't want to look at them," he asked, sweating. "Isn't it 15,000? He smiled cunningly and asked, "But if he didn't give it, he would increase it by 1,000. He looked at me and immediately knelt down to beg. I immediately gave him 160,000, then turned around and shouted loudly to my juniors. Old Nga went out to the car to get money and brought him a piggy bank. Lap Catn, seeing that, you punched him and asked him, "Are you playing tricks on me?" Then he screamed, lay down, and broke the piggy bank. Inside there is a card. He smiled happily and said, "The money is here." Seeing that, I thought, it's a disadvantage for you to have to withdraw the money yourself. Then he happily said, "Yes, you can go away now, I don't want to see you again in the future. You can also come to me to retaliate, as long as you have more money." Hearing that, they were happy and left. He said, "Go away now." Then the girl said, for thanking him earlier, he immediately said, "There's no need to thank him. Then he turned and pointed at his belly while making a cute face and said, "Can you make me some food?" She smiled in surprise and said, "No problem." He continued to eat and drink at the dining table. Then she said, "Here comes the grilled fish." Looking at his eating speed, she thought that he was eating too fast. Then she told him to eat slowly so as not to choke. After eating, he should stay for 1 hour. Then she said, "Thank you for the hospitality." Hearing that, she said, "It should be me who should thank you." Next she said, "Thank you for saving me, I don't know how to repay you." But he said, she had already repaid me. Her face was surprised. Then he continued, "For her to be safe and sound to me is the best return." She blushed thinking he was so handsome, but always felt like there was something wrong. Then she said, "My name is Lai Tuk. I would like to ask," seeing that he happily said, "My name is Don Van, please pay more attention." When a guy is happily walking on the street, suddenly he hears "Tu dying, your chest muscles have grown again." Suddenly there was a loud noise, there were footsteps of many people, everyone's faces were fierce. The two of them shouted in panic, "Quickly call the police, they are gangsters." He angrily asked, "Aren't you guys police?" Then one person turned around and said, "Yes, we are the police, what are we afraid of?" The rest of you said with sweat, "It was Tu dying who didn't follow the rules." He thought to himself, the hidden thing he admires is you. He also wants to wipe out the gangsters and give him real money, in a different setting. There was a cry, "Ah, no need." Then Don Van said, "Miss Tuk, at first it was a little difficult but you will get used to it." Lai Tuk sweated and said, "No, this is too big." The protagonists breathlessly begged, "Miss Tuk, please accept it." But she refused. "Oh no, the two of you argued for 15 minutes. She said, "Oh, I can't accept it." His hand was shaking because he held it for so long. He said, "I told you, this is your compensation. You've opened the restaurant for so long, and you've suffered a lot of losses. Let's consider this as compensation for you." Lai Tuk was still confused. However, he quickly stepped on the table to interrupt her and said, "Miss Tuk, I am also an employee now. You still have to pay me later, right? Waiters also need you too, my salary is not low." He happily asked her to accept it, she was still confused. But then she said, "That's okay," and then she took the money. Next he asked, "That's right, isn't it about food and shelter? Where is my place to stay?" Hearing that, she immediately thought, this is a problem. Although when recruiting you, you said you would pay for food and accommodation, but that was a previous story. While thinking, she hesitantly said, "Where to live?" Then she thought again, Dang Nan and Truong Luong were still in the dark causing trouble, they had taken the original rented house for their juniors to live in. Seeing her concern, he asked Ms. Tuk. She immediately replied, "From now on, you will stay with us." Seeing that, he blushed and thought, could it be that this time I, shamelessly saving the beauty, will really be rewarded with my own body? Then she shyly continued, "Don't have inappropriate thoughts. I live with my sister, just in time there is an empty room, you can come in." His expression was speechless, he thought to himself, I know. Outside, a group of gangsters entered aggressively. After they finished the door, the leader shouted, "Who has no eyes, that even our Lam Bang people dare to fight," with a scary face said, "Get over here for me." Seeing them, she thought with fear. It's Lam Bang, they came back to defend, what should we do? And he leisurely stood in front of them and spoke. "Welcome to our restaurant." Witnessing that scene, she widened her eyes in surprise and thought, Don Van, and he continued to ask, "Are you guys coming to eat?" She thought to herself, this gesture doesn't look like she's coming to eat. The leader's face darkened and told him, "You say," then the protagonist said while handing over the menu. "Honestly, when I saw you guys coming to the restaurant, you definitely came to eat. This is the restaurant's menu." She leaned over the table, revealing her plump buttocks, thinking sadly, it's time, Don Van thinks they are customers. Seeing him like that, the leader wondered, isn't this brat afraid of us? Then there was a scream, Uncle Ca, the purple-shirted man pointed at him and said, "It was that guy, just saw him." She immediately thought, Truong Luong said happily, "Last time there were few friends, this time it was necessary," he didn't have time to finish speaking. Then he happily put his hand on his shoulder and said, "Ah, isn't this Tu Chuang? I know you have completely changed to become a good person. But there's no need to follow so many brothers and visit our restaurant." When he patted his shoulder, he stood up and said seriously, "That's right, a cry, hey." The leader angrily asked, "Kid, can't you see that we are Lam Bang?" He cried out in panic, "Lam Bang." Seeing that, they immediately said, not thinking that just saying that we were Lam Bang would scare him like that. That's really cowardly, she's worried about him. But he turned back and asked, "What is Lam Bang?" making them speechless. Seeing that, Tuk asked in a low voice to explain to him. After listening, he said, "So that's it." Then he spoke like a living bodhisattva. "If it were a gangster, I wouldn't discriminate against everyone." A golden light shined out, they thought. Naturally born with an aversion to evil, what happened in the end? What the hell, it's so dazzling. Next he said, "Come here." He happily gave the menu and said, "Guys, please choose a dish." One guy shouted, "This and what he said earlier are not the same." They angrily thought, "This is obviously teasing us." Then Truong Luong pointed at him and Daisy said meaningfully, "You must die. If you dare to go against us Lam Bang, we will cut you down and feed you to the dogs." He looked at her and said, "There's also this woman, then let us brothers take turns raping you." Seeing that, she was scared, then he smiled evilly and continued, "And you, little sister, ha 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 ha." But he said, to his detriment, "I still hope he can repent and become a new person." Then he was thrown out of the door, breaking the glass. Everyone stared in surprise, then he quickly stepped forward, strangled him, picked him up. He said, "It really made me think of my previous bad things." At the police station, the two policemen from before rushed in, panting and said, "Ms. Din, it's not possible." The girl calmly sat on the chair and asked, "Why are you calling at this hour? Do you two want to die?" Then those two guys faltered, Is that you?" Seeing that, she got angry and slapped each of them. Then those two guys said, "Ms. Din is like that." She angrily slammed her hand on the table and shouted, "What, Lam Bang is gathering to cause trouble again?" She said with a dark face, "They dare not see what we are," then gave the order to go arrest them. Right now, next to me, everyone is crowded to watch. The leader thought, who exactly is this guy's background? But whatever, then he shouted, "Dare to look down on us Lam Bang, order our juniors, come to me, kill." They rushed forward, but he still calmly looked at Truong Luong's neck. Suddenly there was a police siren, everyone was surprised. The police officer just got out of the car and shouted, "All of you sit down and hold your head for me, whoever isn't afraid will freeze to death." Everyone immediately listened to Theo. But he was still calmly standing there. She immediately said, "What about that guy? What are you doing? Can't you understand what I'm saying? Are you deaf?" Seeing that he didn't react, she came closer and pointed at his face and shouted, "Can't you hear what I'm talking about? I'm warning you." But when she saw his face, she held her. He turned back and asked what was wrong. After that, she held a gun, pointed it straight at him and said, "Raise your hand." He was speechless and did not understand, then said, "My beauty, you are not polite like that." But she shouted, "You shut your mouth for me, raise your hands, or I will shoot. You guys are doing illegal things, I just arrived and saw it." Suddenly she put away her gun. I was surprised to see that. Then she threw a kick at his neck. But he quickly blocked it. She thought, "What?" But she didn't give up and continued kicking one more time. She still did not succeed. He caught her leg and said, "Hey, this beauty is so violent." Then he bent her legs at a 180-degree angle. He used his hand to support her back and said, "Her breasts will become smaller." Her whole body trembled. Seeing this scene, everyone blushed, some even had nosebleeds, secretly thinking, "How wonderful." This made her blush. She quickly pulled out her gun, pointed it at him and shouted, "I want to kill you. But you just say, don't know good or bad." As she prepared to shoot, she thought in surprise, there were no bullets. And he calmly released her, then he said, "In my hands." It's not something that anyone can do casually. He dropped the bullet and turned to look at her and said, "I hope there won't be a next time." Everyone was surprised. After that, he patted the leader's shoulder and said, "Whether we fought with them or not, you can ask them." He said, "Uncle brother, please explain the situation here to this policeman." Uncle CA quickly replied, no problem. Then he said, hey police comrade, I am Bong back. Today I will find your school station to explain. The thing is that this gentleman and I have nothing to do with each other. Now you guys want to take me back to the station. Her expression darkened. He laughed loudly and said, let's go. Then he thought, after all, this year, my gift is not free. In short, at most. But she kicked him directly there and said, don't suggest those corrupt things in front of me. It's not even your turn to talk here. She called him, now you must go follow me. Then she thought, today I need to take this person away. It's easy to clean up once. Suddenly someone shouted, I can testify about this police comrade, it's Lai Tuk. She said, what happened today is that they came to cause trouble, it has nothing to do with Don Van, please arrange it a bit. Seeing that, he looked at Miss Tuk in surprise. But she pointed at him and said, whatever the situation is, we will investigate clearly. As for him, he is a scoundrel, this young lady. As for him, you should stay a little away from him. And he thought to himself, we've only known each other for less than 2 hours, and Miss Tuk is worried about me. Then he happily comforted her, and Miss Tuk could rest assured. Just cooperate with the police, I'll be back soon, Lai Tuk said hesitantly, but he reassured her, don't worry, nothing's going on. Then he looked at the police officer and said, let's go to the police station. She pointed to the sky and ordered. Bring everything back to me, the subordinates replied, it's clear, Lai Tuk is still worried about Don Van. At the police station, in a cell, a scream was heard, are you there? It turned out to be the protagonists, Don Van shouted. Are you there? I've been detained here for 2 hours. Suddenly the door opened, a policeman said, hey, follow us. He obediently followed Theo, asking as he walked, where do you two big brothers want to take me? The two policemen replied, you will know when you get there. You're surprised when you get there, huh? The person waiting for me is the police officer from earlier. Seeing that, he said with a sad expression. It's you again, she asked angrily, what did that mean with a bored expression? The two policemen turned around and said, Din Tai has already locked the door, the three of you have a cunning look on your face. Then she asked, name, he replied, Don Van, she continued to ask where he lived. He answered, Kim Ban City, then she asked for his ID card number, he replied no. Then she said, without ID card, she dared to fight in the city center. Your courage is also very big, I just checked, there are a total of 17 people named Don Van in Kim Ban City. But among these 17 people, there is no one like you. Hearing that, his face looked puzzled. Next she asked, who are you? The protagonists humorously replied, I am a good-hearted person and will not ignore any grievances. The three of them ignored his words, Don Van shouted, the veto came too quickly. Next she said, I don't care what kind of person you are, today you start a fight and fall into my hands, you just wait and go to jail. Don Van Leen said, they attacked, I defended myself, maybe this is not okay. According to the law, my case is self-defense, not illegal, he thought to himself. This girl is so annoying. But she banged on the table and shouted loudly, I don't care if you break the law or not, what I say is right, she cunningly said. If you don't admit it, that's fine, I'll let you say it. Two policemen had weapons in hand. Seeing that, he immediately advised me not to attack, but they did not listen. A policeman came up behind him and said, oh boy, you're so aggressive. The other policeman said, threw a bag at him, and used force to lock him. If something happens, it won't be discovered if you check, hurry up, that guy shouted, don't rush me. The man holding the stick quickly rushed forward and shouted, how dare you offend Din Tai? See how I teach you. But before the stick hit him, it turned around and hit him straight in the face. The one holding the stick is the policeman, he asked angrily. Are you locking him or locking me? That guy replied, lock him. He stopped speaking in front of the two policemen in front of him. Then he stood up and said, that's why I told you not to attack. The policeman asked in surprise, when did you escape, then shouted, dare to look down on us. But the stick swung around and hit the person behind him. The guy behind couldn't scream, Tu Dien, the guy behind fell down. He and she looked at them bewilderedly, she said, well, intending to sneak attack the police is a higher crime, this time let's see how you run. Hearing that, he asked bewilderedly, which of her eyes as I see it was me who did it. She proudly replied, 2 children. There was a cry outside. Thursday opened the door quickly. She immediately opened the door and greeted the chief. She thought to herself, what is the chief doing here at this time? Then looked at the girl next to him in surprise, wondering who this girl was. He immediately said that Mr. Duan Van had been sponsored by this lady to bail him out. She coldly asked who she was. But that girl didn't answer but walked past her. Then that girl stood in front of him and asked, are you okay? Mr. Duan, she was angry behind her, rushing up and shouting, daring not to look at me, you came here for me, but the chief had already held her back. He asked in surprise, it's okay, I don't know how to confess to this lady. The girl immediately said, sorry Mr. Duan, this matter is not convenient to reveal for the time being. Then continued, I have seen the date of the guarantee procedure, Mr. Duan can leave now. Hearing that, he immediately opened his handcuffs and said, thank you. She looked surprised and thought of something, walked to the door and he turned around and said, Comrade police, if we have fate, we can meet again. Then quickly happily ran away. While she was mad. Walking down the street, he thought as he walked, he had just set foot in Kim Van City, but someone already knew and said so. The fact that I survived on the small island is no longer a secret, but who in Kim Van City has such accurate news? Could it be Lam Jia? Suddenly there was a cry, Duan Van. Lai Tuk came running, she asked, are you okay? Duan Van asked in surprise, why are you here? She breathed heavily and said, I'm sorry, if it wasn't my fault. But he quickly ignored her words. He said, you are a good person, from now on I will have to work for you, Lai Tuklin said. That's great, it's really good that nothing happened to you. Then she wiped her sweat and said, I'm still worried about how they treat you, seeing that there's nothing wrong with you. I am finally at peace. Then he said, Tuk Tai, we should first fix the restaurant a bit, business still has to be done. They laughed happily. The next day, Duan Van stood on the street shouting loudly, recruiting, Kim Van Restaurant is famous for delicious American dishes, come to feel the best values in our restaurant. Employees' wages, benefits, and accommodation are guaranteed. Priority is first come, first look. I'm happy to call you all. He gave it to a man and said, look to see if this is interesting or not, the man will answer. Then used the paper to wipe his nose. He thought angrily, didn't I ask him to wipe his nose? Absolutely no one came to recruit. He and she sat sadly. Then Duan Van asked her, how is Tuk Tai with you? She immediately replied that there was still no progress, and what about you? He said, the leaflets were thrown around, I had nothing more to say. Then she put her head down on the table and said, I see no one will come here today. Suddenly someone walked in and said, please ask. The brown-haired guy asked, do you guys still hire me? Both of you replied with bright eyes, yes. Then I said, come here and sit down first. Let's talk about wages and holidays. The brown-haired guy told me, but I haven't been hired yet. And she brought out the tea and said, please drink tea. Then Duan Van cunningly said, no, you passed the interview, congratulations. This made the brown-haired man think, I seem to have come to a place where something is not right. Then the brown-haired guy said it was actually me, before he could finish his sentence. Lai Tuk said, please drink tea. If it's not enough, I'll go get more for you. In front of the brown-haired guy was a full cup of tea, surprising him. Seeing that, the protagonist said, Tuk Tai, this time not so much. She replied, unintentionally. The brown-haired guy thought to himself, I didn't think their love rhythm would be so different. Then Lai Tuk said, oh look at my memory, I forgot everything because I was so happy. Then she introduced herself, hello, I'm Lai Tuk, the owner of this restaurant. The protagonists happily said, I'm Duan Van. Makes the brown-haired guy secretly think of you guys. Then happily said, my name is Qian Shu, I'm very happy to come to this restaurant, please help me more in the future. Qian Shu secretly thought, unlike the bosses I often interact with, I want to become their employee, I will definitely strive to succeed. Then he said, I must cherish this opportunity, do my job well, and not disappoint you. Seeing that, she happily replied, I am very happy with this heart of yours. And he commented, then he asked, why are you not in the restaurant? Is it temporarily closed? Duan Van happily replied. After all, it's a gangster who often comes here, she immediately said. What about a gangster? He immediately said, a gangster, huh? Then quickly run away. But Duan Van caught him. Duan Van criticized him, didn't your guy just say he would try to work? Why did he run away? Qian Shu shouted. Don't scare others, okay? This is a gangster, and it also goes against my 3 big principles. Hearing that, she wondered, what are the 3 big principles? He replied, yes, there are 3 big principles. First, don't cause trouble. Second, never cause big trouble. Third, as long as it's trouble, I will never touch it. Forgive my bluntness. After listening, Lai Tuk and Duan Van thought to themselves, why do I feel like he is talking about only one issue, and what is the point of just talking and gesticulating? Then she stepped forward and said, please think a little more, but Qian Shu turned away and said, please don't say any more, I absolutely will not violate the rules. Maybe we're not destined to be, then she said, it's still not possible, although it's very unfortunate, but I respect your opinion. I also pray that your life will be trouble-free. Seeing her like that, Qian Shu lost all his energy. Turned around, knelt down and said, please let me stay and help, even without salary. Before this scene, the protagonist was surprised and said, I heard that you rely on principles to live and I want to cry. But then Qian Shu said, I can work now, please advise. Lai Tuk praised him enthusiastically, but he thought he was guilty. A moment later, Qian Shu was bewildered. She stood next to him and thanked him. Qian Shu thanked him for his support. He was carrying the bag of rice with trembling legs and said, this is what I have to do, after all this is my job. But then asked again, but why didn't Duan Van come with us? Isn't there no customer in the restaurant? Lai Tuk replied, Duan Van said she wanted to stay to decorate the restaurant. She couldn't help. Before you two left, Duan Van said, I won't come, there are many other busy things in the restaurant, she happily said. However, I am looking forward to the shape of the restaurant after redecorating. Then she said, it's so embarrassing I have a phone call. On the phone, the other person said, your sister is in our hands. At the restaurant, the protagonist said, the dining room was finally finished, and when Miss Tuk and the others returned, they would definitely be very surprised. He happily sat on the chair and said, how will Miss Tuk praise me? Really looking forward to it. Looking at the clock he wondered, how come they haven't come back for so long? Then Duan Van thought, how about going to the game room and looking for fighting games? In the game city, billiards entertainment area. Qian Shu is scared, there are many people arguing loudly around him. He thought to himself, isn't this a good situation? He didn't think things would turn out like this. Thinking back to just now, seeing her quickly run away, he asked, what happened, boss lady? She hurriedly ran and replied, they kidnapped my sister, I must come. Hearing that, he also ran. Back to the present, he thought, he didn't expect to encounter such a thing on his first day at work. Suddenly, behind Lai Tuk, a cry for sister was heard. Her sister screamed, I'm here, she's trying to escape from the man. The girl said, the emotionless soul quickly let me go. She turned around and shouted, no yet na. But as she approached, she was stopped by the tattooed man. He asked, are you that little big sister? No yet na shouted loudly. Hearing that, she immediately replied, it's me. What do you want? He stared at her breasts, then thought, very electric. He said, your sister's classmate lost at soccer. Use this little girl to replace us, this girl is now ours, what do you say we want? Then he continued to say, he can take you away if he wants, either as a reward or. With a cunning look on his face, he said, stay with us. Hearing that, Qian Shu shouted angrily, you guys are breaking the law, losing you as a bet is too unreasonable, ho ho, it was those 3 of you who lost the bet. Why do you want to keep No Yet Na here? What right do you have? He immediately turned off Qian Shu, causing him to fall to the ground. She shouted loudly, Qian Shu, he said, you are really sick, we are talking, when will you interrupt, trash? Then he said, I suddenly thought of a good idea. Let's make a bet. If you win against me, I will let you leave. And if you lose, he continued with a cunning smile, you should dance naked in front of us. Everyone around cheered. Ken Shu tried to be embarrassed. Definitely not. Hearing that, No Yet Na shouted. Don't even dream, I definitely won't meet your conditions. No Yet Na's friends heard that and said, forget it, you yourself are hard to keep, give up. This made her angry. She shouted loudly, you three are scum, I and you are incompatible. That guy got angry when he heard that. What did you say? Like No Yet Na wouldn't give up, she shouted. I said you're scum. The two of you quarreled loudly. Meanwhile, Lai Tuk was thinking, what should I do now? What should I do correctly? Next he asked her, how? Have you thought carefully? Lai Tuk immediately said, let them go, whatever debt they owe, I will pay. Hearing that, he immediately called his junior, Bin Tu, to calculate how much money those three people owed us. The junior said, yes now, including the last one, the total is 1,000. Her face darkened at that number. No Yet Na also Qian Shu shouted, what, you guys? Qian Shu thought, how is that possible? You can normally bet up to 1 million, not to mention they are still students, is it possible? Next, she knelt down and said, let them go, I will stay, but that guy changed his mind. He said, I'm sorry Lai Tu Thursday, right now you only have one way, which is to bet. Besides, I and my mysterious brothers have wanted to see your body for a long time. His mysterious brothers are all cunning and cruel. She looked at them helplessly, when suddenly a voice spoke. I found it, so you guys are here, really making it easy for me to find you. And she was shaking with tears in her eyes. The protagonists walked in and said, leaving me alone again. When I came to the city, I played the game too much without thinking. After seeing you enter, Qian Shu thought, Don Van. Don Van happily asked, what are you joking about? Let me join. The tattooed guy angrily asked, who are you kid? Lai Tuk stood up and asked, Don Van, how did you get here? He said, I saw you didn't come back, so I went out to find you. Then Qian Shu asked again, Kim Van City is so big, how did you find us? Then he explained, just starting, I kept running back and forth, looking around for you guys, but couldn't find any clues. Suddenly, Qian Shu interrupted him and asked, wait, you're looking everywhere but what are you looking for around you? You're not blind, are you? Then he continued, then things appeared to have the potential to change for the better. We heard Qian Shu calling for help, and he ran in, hearing that. Qian Shu asked, so are you really looking for us? What are you doing in front of the store? The tattooed guy tried to attract attention, he said, hey, but no one cared. Then he continued, actually, I came to you. But Qian Shu still angrily said, this explanation is too forced, no one believes it. Lai Tuklin said, I believe Don Van, but the tattooed guy is angry. Hearing that, Qian Shu asked the manager in bewilderment. But she just happily replied, Don Van will not meet us. After hearing that, he was surprised. Qian Shu was still angry. He asked, what are you surprised about? Next, the ghost guy came down and said, I'm sorry, I won't go to the game room to play anymore. Lai Tuk smiled happily, while Qian Shu still angrily criticized, when we were in danger, you just looked away and went to play games. He replied, please forgive me. No Yet now looked at him and thought, who is that person? At that time, the tattooed guy shouted angrily. Hey, you guys are chatting at the right time, dare to appreciate us. Then he ordered his juniors and brothers to go and throw that gossipy little guy out. The juniors immediately rushed forward, which made Lai Tuk and Qian Shu worry about him. They shouted in unison, Don Van, but he still calmly stood in front of the two of them. Lai Tuk closed his eyes in fear. Then she opened her eyes and saw that he had defeated them all. That made Qian Shu think. Of course, in the blink of an eye, all those names were filled. And No Yet Na shouted, how powerful. The tattooed guy saw that and asked, you are their friend. Then he said, talk carefully, there is no need to suffer pain. He said, okay, her sister lost 1 million, you should pay. No Yet Na immediately said, no, they said it themselves, I don't agree. Next he said, that's it, she doesn't agree. If you want, go ask for those 3 little guys. If they lose, you can cut off one of their arms or one of their legs, that's your business. The other 3 guys trembled when they heard that, but he said, a loss is a loss, and he even beat my friend, so let's go. Where do you think this is? This is Lam Bang's territory. Hearing that, he immediately thought, it was Lam Bang again, he came to negotiate. In general, if you want to end this matter quickly, please tell me. Then he said, okay, I'll see if you brought 2 toothbrushes, let's make a bet, then he asked. Just winning will let us go, right? He said, okay. Hearing that, Ken Shu was in a hurry, don't rush to agree with I. Then he said, if you lose, your debt will double, you all have to stay here for me to play with. And the cunning brother smiled and said, if you are very confident, I will play with you. The remaining 2 people looked at him blankly, then he turned to ask them, yes, how to play billiards. This made them faint. Ken Shu said, leave it to me, and she turned their heads to look at him in surprise, then he happily said, leave it to you. He walked to the billiards table, he looked sarcastically and asked, are you okay? He immediately said, I was once at the soccer field working, suddenly excited to learn a few tricks, then quickly hit the ball into the hole. Then he said, reluctantly, he could use it. When the match started, Ken Shu put the ball in the hole, and he and she cheered together. Ken Shu, try harder, he said admiringly. Unbelievable, Ken Shu thought, I have to take revenge for the punch just now, then admit defeat. Seeing his playing style, he thought, this kid can enter 2 boxes at once, but in the end he is still too young. And he and she excitedly cheered, they were about to win. Ken Shu is so good, try his best, and Ken Shu happily thought, just this last son, if he just makes a hole, he will win. But suddenly something flew into his face, causing him to lose concentration and make a mistake. Seeing that, he smiled and said, what a pity, he was just a little closer to winning. The cunning accomplice was holding a ball gun standing behind. Seeing this scene, he thought, trash playing dirty, then he laughed loudly and said, the kid is still too young. I will let you see what a gun is to the end, crushing victory. After saying that, he continuously shot the ball into the hole. Seeing that, she was afraid and said, the score is about to surpass Ken Shu. He just stood there angrily, while Ken Shu turned pale, then he said, are you scared, kid? Just go in one last time, it's me who wins. The kid is playing with me, he's still far behind, he's already won, which makes Lai Tuk worried and asked, what should I do now? Ken Shu will lose. When he was hitting the ball in the hole, suddenly the ball changed direction, he shouted angrily, what a bastard. How could this be possible? I was wrong, and you just happily said, what a pity, obviously we almost could have won, right? Next, he angrily said, even if it's like that, you guys can't win against me. That kid goes. Ken Shu's side was thinking in despair. Just once, you hit yourself, how can you not hit again? What should you do if you don't hit? What they say is right. Don't get your hopes up, if you don't want to lose, but you can, he trembled, seeing that he said sarcastically. That kid, why don't you react? Where did you go just now, looking like this now? It's really embarrassing. Otherwise, give up. But the protagonist walked over and put his arm around Ken Shu and said, you don't need to carry all this on your shoulders, just turn around and see. Hey, aren't we still here? He then stretched his arms and continued, you've worked very hard, then leave it to me, but Ken Shu wondered. Can you? He immediately said, don't worry, I've seen you guys fight before. Seeing that, he smiled sarcastically. Replace you again, you guys really don't have you, then he asked. So what, you hurt my friend once again, I won't forgive you. After that, Duan Van shot the ball into the hole without missing a single shot. Seeing that, he was surprised, this guy didn't have enough time to come in. How could you? Then he stood up and said, let you go. Noyet Na said in shock, she won, then she quickly ran towards her sister, shouting, sister, Lai Tuk also shouted. Noyet Na, then the little girl happily ran to hug her, she happily said, she can go home, he and Ken Shu were happy to see that. But he angrily said, well said, then ordered his juniors to scream, kill the other 2 guys, keep the 2 girls. Hearing that, Duan Van happily said, okay, I'm free now. Outside, there was a loud noise, making an old man curious, what was going on over there? In the room, all of his subordinates fell down. Noyet Na's 3 friends trembled and hugged each other. He quickly knelt down and begged for forgiveness. I'm sorry. I won't dare next time. Please spare this dog's life. I beg you. His face was bruised. He just coldly responded, then he shouted, Hey, you three come here for me. They were quietly running away, then turned back and knelt down to say, Our big brother is wrong, this is because of Tanhao's orders, he likes sister Noyet Na, he used us to do this has nothing to do with us, the 1 million debt is fake. Please be merciful and let us go. Hearing that, Ken Chu said, Sure enough, and Noyet Na happily teased them. Then he said, You three come and slap him, then act like nothing happened, or I'll call the police. You and these guys are a group, tricking you into selling and imprisoning female students. This is called seduction, 18 years or so, you choose yourself, he said, pointing his finger at him. Then he continued to make rules, each of you slapped 30 times, no stopping was allowed, they were bewildered, and he thought to himself, if you guys don't do it, you'll be eliminated. Next he said, it's okay if you don't do anything, in exchange you can beat the three of them, can you slap each of them 50 times? You guys choose, he said happily when he heard that, Big Brother is really quick and smart, this way there is no need to choose, but the other three guys are scared. Then he turned around and said, You three, come here for me, but among the three of you, one of you slapped him. Then they rushed into the fight, ignoring his screams, while he was happy. Next she called, Don Van, he immediately turned around and said, It's okay, let's go home, she responded, Okay. When I got home, Qian Chu said goodbye, so I'll go home first. Tuk Van, Noyet Na and Don Van told me to pay attention to safety, see you tomorrow. Then Lai Tuk suddenly remembered, she said, Don Van I will go first to help you clean the room, Noyet Na immediately agreed. Then the little girl came up and hugged his arm and said, So I'm taking Theo brother-in-law shopping, he asked him in surprise. Hearing that, Lai Tuk turned around with a red face and said, Brother-in-law. Then he quickly ran away. Seeing her like that, he thought, if I don't object, does this count as silently agreeing? An hour later, when he got home, he happily opened the door and said, We're home. Lai Tuk was inside the house, wearing only a towel, with a sexy look on his face, witnessing this scene. Blood sprayed from Don Van's nose, and she stammered and shouted, Don Van, why did you come back so quickly, then turned around and ran to change clothes first, Noyet Na said. What's the shame, sooner or later I'll marry you, then the girl pointed out to me, we have 3 bedrooms and a dining room, that's my brother-in-law's room. Then she said, I'm going to bed first, I'll see you tomorrow. I dreamed that I was happily playing with a pink-haired girl. In the dark night, a person was fishing. He suddenly sneezed and said it was cold. The next morning, he happily walked out and said, it was another beautiful day. Seeing the door next door was open, he immediately raised his hand to say hello. Ah Tuk Tai, waking up so early, the girl in a bodysuit, not fully awake, replied, early then suddenly realized it was Don Van. His nose was bleeding, she thought, forgetting that Don Van was with her. Next, another room opened, Noyet Na came out and asked, what are you doing so noisy so early in the morning? Happily greeted me, good morning brother-in-law, he hesitated, good morning little girl. And Lai Tuk shouted a reminder, Noyet Na dressed. At Van Tuk not how, he, she and Qian Chu were stunned. He said suspiciously, clearly it had just opened. Why were there no guests, she guessed, it was probably due to Lam Bang's influence. Seeing that, Qian Chu quickly comforted her, don't be so discouraged, he said. If she couldn't open a restaurant, she could switch to selling bread, the finished product would make a lot of profit. She was speechless, and he said, to untie the knot, you still need to tie it. If you want to eliminate the negative influence, you still need to find that Vang Bak guy. At the bar, Vang Bak was having fun and suddenly said, he had a bad feeling. Now, he was angrily asking his subordinates, have you contacted the doctor yet? That guy quickly replied, Uncle CA has already contacted us, we can go in the afternoon. He thought to himself, he didn't expect that Vang Bak would have this day, recalling the scene where his hot sister accepted him was so useless. He thought like an ancient turtle, if this story spreads out, how can I meet another person and pass it down through the generations? Suddenly his juniors were kicked away, he got angry and stood up and shouted, daring to cause trouble in my area to see what I would do. Then Don Van walked in and said, don't be angry, uncle, I said I was coming to find you, but this group didn't let me see you. Therefore, he had to use strong measures. Seeing his brother trembling, he greeted him. "Hello Van Ca," then happily went up to ask, "So clever, why are you here?" He immediately told him to come find him for help. Hearing that, he happily patted his chest, assuring him, "Whatever Van Ca tells me, my little brother will definitely do his best." Then he said, "You can definitely do this, move on to the street scene." Lai Tuk asked, "Don Van, why did you suddenly cover my eyes?" He just happily replied, "Wanting to show you something," she said curiously. One thing, Qian Shu next commented, "Was it a surprise, back to just now?" Qian Shu asked if that guy back Ca could be trusted, but he just said, currently only he can eliminate the bad influence. Don't worry, he won't dare to cause trouble. At that time, Uncle Ca also assured me that you should leave this matter to me and make sure you are satisfied. Qian Shu thought that was good. Back to reality, he said. Here it is, she asked curiously. In the end, what was the surprise? There were 2 rows of people standing all excited, welcoming. Seeing that, she said in panic. It's my store. Qian Shu pointed at them and asked, so you're coming later? Uncle Ca approached from afar and asked, are you doing well? Everything is excellent up and down. Customers are very satisfied. Qian Shu and Don Van's faces turned black, then there was a cry, the brother on the other side, isn't he going to come in and take a look, those are beautiful girls calling. The customer happily approached A. Seeing that, Uncle Ca immediately asked, is this okay with you, Van Ca? Don Van happily said that it was not bad, maybe it was still possible, and Qian Shu said that the room was full of guests. Suddenly someone touched the protagonist's shoulder, making him stunned. It was Lai Tuk. She said, she didn't expect Don Van to do this. He hesitantly explained that this was a misunderstanding. Me, Qian Shu suddenly noticed on the other side. Noyet now was angry and said, I told you my sister has a boyfriend. But that guy smiled and said, so at least introduce yourself a bit. After all, I'm your homeroom teacher, can you give me some face? Hearing that, the girl immediately responded, and pointed to Lai Tuk and said, it was you. Seeing her, Qian Shu happily greeted her. Noyet Na's homeroom teacher walked up to Qian Shu and asked, are you Noyet's brother-in-law, causing Qian Shu to freeze, then he continued to introduce, hello. My name is Lu Van Hock, I am Tu Noyet's homeroom teacher, please stay away from Lai Tuk for a bit. Seeing that, Qian Shu thought, what is that? Then you explained to him that I think you were looking for the wrong person. He calmly told you what to say. Qian Shu then turned to Don Van and called someone to find him. On Don Van's side, he was explaining to Tuk Tai, but she got angry and left without even looking at him. Then the name Lu Van Hock walked up to him and said proudly, hey, you kid is Tu Noyet's brother-in-law. Don Van angrily turned down, his face tilted and distorted, didn't see that I was busy. The scene changed to Don Van's house. He welcomed Lu Van Hock and smiled and said, oh my, I didn't expect Tu Noyet's homeroom teacher to visit the family, he had offended her earlier. It's so embarrassing. He sat with his feet up drinking water and said hey, it seemed like he was awake, his attitude was still boastful and said there was no need to waste words. As far as I know, Tu Noyet's sister still doesn't have a boyfriend. Then he used his face and pointed at Don Van and said you guys aren't married yet, right? Seeing that, you just replied that this has something to do with the teacher? He was just so mad, his face was as red as a chili pepper and he screamed, of course. Then he showed a sinister face and threatened me, telling him to quickly leave Lai Tuk. Because she must be my girlfriend, do you understand? Don Van didn't care what he said and continued to eat noodles. Seeing that, his face turned a little red and shouted, listen seriously to what I have to say, and don't even invite us to eat noodles together. My family's Don Van put down the box of noodles and calmly replied, I told you, teacher, I want to see how different you are. Isn't it something that a teacher should do to arbitrarily decide another person's life? He put his hand on the sofa and loudly told him what to say. Then Lai Tuk went out to declare the country. She asked Master Lu why he had free time to come to our house. It seemed that Tu Noyet always followed the rules. When he saw her, he blushed and replied Tu Tuk, long time no see. I was sent to visit the students' families. By the way, I came to visit Miss Tu Tuk. I would like to ask if you are free tomorrow? Lai Tuk calmly put the paper down on the table. She replied that it was too embarrassing. Teacher Lu is very busy and doesn't have time. As for Tu Noyet, I believe she is very understanding. If there's nothing else to do, you can go. After hearing that, he was angry and shaking. He pointed at Duan Van Steel Tu Tuk. Is he really your boyfriend? Don Van sitting across from him, seeing his behavior like that, do you think this guy hasn't given up hope yet? Then Lai Tuk walked up to Don Van and hugged her brother's hand, saying yes, he is my man. Hearing that, he was humiliated and left. Walking on the road, he was so bitter that he accepted Lai Tuk, this rotten woman. Lu Van learned that I value you as your destiny. One day I will make you kneel down and beg me. Don Van ran out of the house and told teacher Lu not to leave so quickly so I could see him off. When he saw him, he raised his face and asked him what he was doing here. The protagonists came and replied that he was not doing anything, just wanted to advise the teacher. Then he darkened his face and threatened him, no need to pay attention to my girlfriend. If you do that, I absolutely guarantee you will regret it. When he saw his brother's scary face, he was surprised and said stupidly, are you trying to threaten me? So I also advise you. As he spoke, he patted his shoulder and boastfully told you that if you don't leave Lai Tuk, I can't guarantee Tu Noyet's high school graduation exam. Can she make it or not? Then he smiled complacently and thought that if he wants to fight with me, you are still far behind. Suddenly Don Van strangled him, he lifted him up and replied, what do you want to play? I can play with you. But if you make a move on Tu Noyet, I will let you die without seeing your body, do you understand? After being strangled, he was walking home. He coughed while banging on the wall saying he was obnoxious. Before that, Don Van let him down, he waved his hand and said this was just to give you a warning, but now get the hell out of here. Don't let Don Van see you anymore. He fell to the ground and could only cough and grit his teeth, hating him. Wait there Don Van, the scene changes to Don Van's house. Tu Noyet asks Don Van what did his brother-in-law and Master Lu say just now? Why so long? He immediately replied that the security at the border gate wouldn't let old Master Lu go, so let's just help. Then he asked why he couldn't see Tuk Tai. Tu Noyet replied that just now her face was red and she ran back to her room. In Lai Tuk's room, she put her face down on the pillow, thinking awkwardly. What did I just say? She remembered the moment when she hugged Don Van's hand and she blushed and felt embarrassed. The name Lu Van Hock arrogantly thought he could bring everyone in his group. He shouted loudly in front of Mr. Don Van's apartment, get out of here. Don Van heard him lift the curtain to look outside and said, why are you shouting so loudly outside? The guy below proudly looked to the side and told how CA, when he comes down later, please greet him properly for me. Then the guy stroking his hair and face with two indistinct ribbons replied, don't worry, if I've received your money. Then everything seems to be over. Lu Van Hock made a mischievous face, he thought, after collecting Don Van and then making things difficult for Lai Noyet. When that time comes, Lai Tuk will definitely go and beg him. At that time, I could do whatever I wanted. Then he saw Don Van open the window from above and said he showed his face out that window. Don Van looked down at them from above. When they saw him, they shouted in surprise at Van Ca. That leader immediately slapped Lu Van Hock and said that if you look at it, you will kill him. The rest of the group jumped around like crazy and said that the weather was beautiful today. Don Van stood there, not understanding what was going on. He guessed the vaudeville group, and the scene changed to the police station. Everyone is watching on the screen, the image of a muscular, tattooed guy standing over everyone and strangling him, saying that even if you bunch of trash dare to block me. You guys think too highly of yourselves, am I an ancient martial artist? Then the sheriff stopped the video and slammed his hand on the table and said, as you can see, this murderer calls himself ancient martial artist. Within 3 days, a series of crimes occurred due to him. In my opinion, we need to pay attention to handling this case. Tomorrow a group will gather at 330, maybe they will attack. All the police officers mixed in with your group. The documents on the table are documents about your suspect. The suspect's nickname is Scarface Pain. Then everyone looked at his scar and judged that it was long and not as beautiful as mine. Din Tuen looked at him and thought about ancient martial artist. Then the police chief said that unfortunately, in addition, there were still missing young girls in the city. The police chief suspects that the culprit is also him. In an abandoned house, from inside the room, a blue-haired girl was crying bitterly, begging to leave her. The muscular guy heard that and smiled sinisterly. After hearing the order from the police chief, Din Tuen pulled Theo and two of his subordinates to run. "The two of you just asked Din Tai so urgently, where do you want to go? She just said shut up and follow me." While running, she thought about Don Van. If my guesses were correct, he and the ancient martial artist must be related. But where to find him? That's right, that restaurant. At Lai Tuk's restaurant, three girls wearing sexy bunny ears welcome guests. Don Van and Kyo Nin looked at the girls with their disheveled faces and commented that, to be honest, no matter how you look at it, this is an extremely beautiful landscape. Kyo Nin said she really wanted to stay here forever. Lai Tuk noticed her, so she knocked on your head and told you two to quickly go to work. You both heard clearly and ran away. Lai Tuk looked at the two of them running and said that it wasn't long before Din Tuen walked into the restaurant and shouted, "Don Van. Is Don Van here?" Lai Tuk looked at Din Tuen in fear and told the police to collect. Don Van heard someone calling his name and quickly ran out to ask Tuk Tai to find me, then he was handcuffed by two of Din Tuen's subordinates. He stood there in bewilderment as he heard Din Tuen show off a photo of the martial artist's name and say that he was now a suspect. "Follow me to take over the investigation." Don Van calmly told her to make some sense. "What are you basing that on?" "Based on what?" Then she pushed the picture right in his face and told him to lean on him. He saw something and realized something. Lai Tuk came out and said there must have been a misunderstanding. Don Van, before he could finish speaking, Don Van interrupted and said it was okay. Lai Tuk looked down bewilderedly and Don Van continued. "I can help you catch him, prove my innocence, and change the scene to a very luxurious restaurant." Din Tuen put on a short blue dress and said that tonight, the commander of Group 20 will be here, the murderer may attack, we will disguise ourselves to protect this place. Don Van interrupted him and told him to prepare for every situation, in case he didn't show up. She replied that if he didn't come, she would go to the prison instead of him. Then Don Van turned to the man next to him and looked at her expressionless face. "I couldn't say anything." After a while, the party started and Mr. Duong T Group's general manager spoke up. He said, "Thank you for coming to Duong Mo's party today. I would like to thank you for signing. Long-term cooperation with Duong T Group is why I am here today." While he was talking, Don Van went out again, to go to the bathroom because he accidentally drank too much soft drink. Din Tuen glanced sideways and up and down but didn't see him. Duong T continued to speak in hope that everyone here could help develop our group. Suddenly, the ancient martial artist was on the roof. He smiled sinisterly when he found Duong T. After the ancient martial artist had identified his target, the electricity was suddenly cut off, causing the crowd to panic. They were scared and asked why the power suddenly went out. Who touched my butt? Din Tuen was blocked by the crowd. She guessed that that guy had appeared, when suddenly a light flashed from a man. "What the hell are you guys saying about the light?" Suddenly there was a scream. Din Tuen came over and asked what happened. She just saw the ancient martial artist aggressively punching the Dong commander. She immediately ordered him to arrest him. He knew the intention and laughed loudly and jumped out the glass window. Din Tuen ran Theo and ordered the two of you to handle the scene and call an ambulance. In my opinion, Don Van had just come out of the bathroom and was wiping his hands. When he saw her running, he accidentally called her crazy. Din Tuen didn't care about anything, she only had one thought, she had to catch him. This was her only chance, going to the rooftop, there was no way back. She and the police officers behind her raised their guns and told them to raise their hands. He was caught, he chuckled, and said he had achieved his goal. The best way to kill a group of rats is to let them gather into a group. Then she was confused and asked what, then everyone saw him coming and said his target was us. Then he threw a powerful punch at each person. Everyone was punched out, but Din Tuen promptly appeared behind him, saying he was obnoxious. Before she could pull the trigger, a hidden weapon suddenly flew at her, causing her to lose the gun. Before she could recover from that, he rushed towards her. Luckily she was in time. Then she also went to where he kicked. But he grabbed her leg and said to you pests, some of you are not yours to poke. As soon as he said that he abused her body, she blushed and screamed to get away. He smiled happily and said if you look carefully, you're not bad, then he tore her dress off. Din Tuan was grabbed by the ancient martial artist. He was tearing her dress apart when Don Van grabbed his wrist and said, hey, this is not okay. He saw me, he jumped back in surprise, he thought about it, but silently approached me. Then he asked him if he was also an ancient martial artist. He took off his blazer and said, are all ancient martial artists that thick-skinned? Take my shirt and wear it, don't be influenced here. As he said, he threw his shirt to Din Tuan. She blushed and told him, that bastard. The ancient martial artist continued to say, are you from the Thai Quiet Hoi? Don Van calmly told the Thai Quiet Hoi. So that's it, it seems you're not the person I was looking for. Then he turned you around and waved goodbye. He then got angry and rushed towards me, throwing a punch and saying that you dare to play with me, whoever you are, you can beat me and say, surrender your life. He reacted very quickly, seeing that he was in the air, he immediately turned around and threw a hook punch straight at his face. His powerful punch caused the entire rooftop floor to crack. His face looked pale after being punched by him. He stood there saying he was a third-class martial artist. Din Tuan stood there, surprised and thinking, then used one blow to defeat him. The young man was truly extraordinary. Then everyone rushed to the rooftop and told the captain, is it okay? I told everyone, then the director. The criminal was caught, the police chief praised and said, well, this time the mission was completed excellently, I will definitely report it to everyone and give you a reward. Then she glanced towards him to look at Don Van. The police chief saw him and asked her what she was looking for. She immediately replied to the chief that today she caught the suspect thanks to a young man. He asked again, oh, who? She replied that he had left and would thank him another day. As for Don Veen, he calmly walked away and said the misunderstanding had been resolved. Let's go home. Din Tuan still said that this credit should still be his. The old man was punched by the ancient martial artist, his sinister eyes kept looking at Din Tuan. After finishing the work about the fake martial artist, Don Van stretched and said everything was over so he could go home. Suddenly he saw the back of a pink-haired woman walking into the bar. He followed Theo in. Sitting in a position where he could easily see her, he saw her order several glasses of wine. She quickly gulped down the wine and became drunk, her face turned red, her hands leaning on the table. Suddenly a few hoodlum men came out and asked, you're beautiful, what's wrong with you so sad, let us have a drink with you. How is it? She immediately put on a cold face and said, get lost. He continued to tease and say, oh, that's also cold, I like you already. She cursed, I told you to go away, your ears are just used to show off your appearance, what are you thinking, that guy, she said while throwing wine from the cup at him. He was so angry that he grabbed her wrist and said, seeing you here is already your blessing, but staying there doesn't know good or bad. Suddenly, Don Van punched him in the face, causing him to be thrown far away. The pink-haired girl looked at him bewildered. Don Van was angry and told him to take your pig's hoof away. Then he left. She chased after Don Van. He stood there, I came back, why didn't you come find me? You clearly know how hard I've spent these 3 years looking for you. I don't know where you've gone, and you and the family haven't told me what happened. They just directly decided to give me another marriage. Don't you think it's very strange? As soon as your front leg fell off, their back leg forced me to marry someone else. What they want is an in-law relationship, but your cousin only sees you as a sacrifice. I believe you will not be unaware of these things. Could Don Van really be so heartless, watching his fiancée become someone else's wife? Then in his thoughts all his most beautiful memories of her appeared. He replied to Van Tien, the previous Don Van was already dead. Van Tien replied that if he was so cruel, then why did he still act? Suddenly, a group of people from outside told the young lady that the old man and his wife were looking for her. She heard the voice and immediately turned to look. He continued to invite us, Miss Theo, to come back. He came forward and held out his hand to say that, besides, the young lady walking with a stranger on the street like this would lead to some unnecessary rumors. I still hope Miss come back with us. Van Tien angrily told you to go away, go back and tell my father that I will not marry that scum named Duong. Regardless of what she said, he came forward, grabbed her wrist, pulled her away and told Miss Lam, "Please respect our young master a little." Van Tien saw this and immediately shouted, "Don't touch me." Don Van turned you to their car and said, "It looks like your car's plastic core is a bit loose." As he said that, he slapped his hand on the front of the car, causing 4 wheels to fly in all directions. They saw that and were surprised and said, "What?" then looked at him and said, "That's the name." Don Veen walked up to Van Tien and pulled her away and told me that I was her friend, or that it would be better for me to take her home. They came forward and shouted, stopping. Don Van turned around and threatened, "Closing your dog mouths, even if I killed all of you, Duong then wouldn't dare say a word." Then he pulled her and told her to leave. After hearing the protagonist's threat, the subordinates turned pale in fear and told them to quickly call and inform the young master. At Lai Tuk's restaurant, she was saying goodbye to the staff when she suddenly saw a white car. On Don Van's side, Van Tien asked him if he wasn't going to invite me in and sit down. He immediately replied that I was too late. "Aren't you afraid that my parents will worry?" She quickly said that even Duong Van's friend had already beaten him, so why worry about this? Right now, you should still worry that Duong Van will come to you to find trouble. Lai Tuk went to Don Van and told him to go home. Seeing Lai Tuk, he happily replied to Ms. Tuk. Lai Tuk said it was a pity they didn't make things difficult for him. The protagonists heard that and quickly replied that it was no big deal, it was resolved. Then Lai Tuk noticed Van Tien, the two looked at each other for a moment, and the scene changed to a certain forest. Suddenly there were jumps from one tree to another, the hunters followed and told Sir Tien Dien Ho Tun. Giving up on being tied, he glanced up with his amber eyes and said, just relying on little fairies like you to want to capture me." After Lai Tuk and Van Tien met, the 3 of them went into the house. Tu Noyet came out of the house to ask Don Van, her brother-in-law, "Where have you gone?" Suddenly she saw Van Tien, so she asked who she was. When Van Tien heard her brother-in-law, Lai Tuk immediately pinched Tu Noyet's cheek and told her not to pay attention. "My sister didn't understand," Van Tien replied that it's okay, "I'm Don Van's friend." Lai Tuk continued, "You two haven't had dinner yet, right? Let me go make some dishes for you two to eat." Van Tien turned to Don Van and told her parents to find her for work. "I have to go home." Don Van heard that and told me to be more careful. Then he and Lai Tuk went out to see Van Tien off. Lai Tuk looked at the car falling away and told her that she was the current general director of Lam TD Group. "She's just as beautiful in person as she is on TV. I never thought she could be his friend." Don Van replied, "Well, it was all many years ago, a new day." At Lai Tuk's restaurant, Don Van was busy cooking. Kyo Nin was walking by, holding dishes and humming, when she suddenly saw our protagonists working so hard, and was surprised to think that she thought that guy would do odd jobs like me. It's surprising that he actually knows how to cook. Even now, I'm still satisfied because I was able to eat the food cooked by the store manager. Then Kyo Nin carried the trash out. Lai Tuk saw that he didn't look okay, so he asked him what was wrong. Kyo Nin immediately replied that she just felt a little hurt. "Manager, I'm going to take out the trash." Hearing that, she immediately replied, "It's been hard for him." After he went out to take out the trash, he was brushing his hands. He glanced down and saw a man falling to the ground. Kyo Nin panicked, so the man got up and went into the restaurant and told the manager. This guy was lying outside, it seemed like he was about to die. Seeing that, she told him to quickly help him lie down. She told him he was very weak and needed extra nutrition. There was emergency medicine in the cabinet over there. He quickly got it over here. Don Van came out of the kitchen and asked what was wrong, then he saw what happened. A while later that man woke up, everyone came down and told him he was awake, he said he was here. "You are," then he suddenly stood you up and quickly grabbed a rag and awkwardly said he was sorry. "I wasn't careful and made your store's table dirty. I'll clean it up right away, but please don't worry about this, I'll leave here immediately." Then Don Van told his brother Luke, he raised his eyes to look at Don Van. Seeing the image of him smiling endearingly, he awkwardly said you are. After he woke up, he saw Don Van, his face gradually regained vitality and he excitedly ran down to his uncle to tell Tu Van. It was so good that nothing happened to him. After a while, something suddenly made him fall to the ground. Seeing this, Don Van ran over and shouted at senior brother Luke, "How did you become like this?" Then he told me that 3 years ago, in order to kill a member of the Judiciary Association, the Judiciary Association played a prank and took me away. The master brought an entire sect to the Finance Association to demand you. After that, the Judiciary Association found a group of mysterious people with great strength, an entire sect, and countless people were killed. As for me, I lost all my cultivation and became a waste person. For the past 3 years, I have lived like a mouse, hiding and hiding to avoid the eyes and ears of the Judiciary Association. Don Van heard the story and asked where did that mysterious group of people come from. He shook his head and said that until now he still had no clue. Master risked his life to help me escape from that place, and repeatedly told me that my strength was not enough, so he did not let me go find them to retaliate. After hearing the story, Don Van immediately became angry and told Monk Huynh, "Don't worry, I will definitely find that group of you and take revenge on your behalf." Moving branches to a certain residential area, the newspaper seller threw up stacks of newspapers and said, "Here's the newspaper, here's the newspaper. This is a special issue, everyone takes each other to read it and ask if there really is such a thing like this, in the mayor's office." There was a certain man who came in and told the mayor, "It's not good, today the press all reported on last night's story. People out there are all talking about it." The mayor was still calm. He turned around and told me I knew. The other guy continued to say the election campaign was coming. Yet something like this happened. This is very unfavorable for the mayor. I will immediately go deal with those reporters and let them hold their peace. Scene changes to Duan T's office. When I first got punched, I read the article while enjoying tea and giggling. One step closer to the target, and towards Don Veen. Don Veen told Master Huynh, "Will we ever see each other again? Why don't Huynh stay here for a few more days before leaving?" His brother then replied that I still had work to do and could not stay any longer, on the contrary. "Tu Van, you've become more trustworthy, I'm very happy," as he said. He raised his hand and placed it on Don Van's shoulder and smiled proudly in front of the protagonists. He continued speaking clearly at that time to only bring trouble to me. However, keeping one eye on each other has become much more mature. Now able to shoulder his own responsibilities, Don Van looked at his brother. Then he turned around and waved goodbye to Don Van, saying, "Okay, see you later." Don Van's memories appeared one by one, when he was being taught by Monk Huynh. He shouted and looked at him practicing and said that his posture was not correct. Once again, stand still with your legs and don't move. Then when he rested at the tree, his sister came out and patted his head and told him to rest a bit. He immediately pointed at Monk Huynh and petulantly told his sister, "That Monk Huynh is too much. He's still the best sister to me." He stood next to me and heard that before screaming, "Boy, you're there and you still dare to blame me." Returning to reality, Don Van was sitting on a chair. He clasped his hands tightly. His eyes were filled with hatred as he told the Taiju Promotion Association, "Sooner or later, Don Van, I will destroy your Judiciary Association." However, even a master like Master cannot deal with them, definitely not a group, relying on his current strength. Then he mixed up the meaning he continued to think was still too weak at the 4th level of invincibility. Suddenly 3 dark shadows appeared from the sky moving very quickly, surprised at the speed he had just thought. I didn't expect that Kim Van City would have so many experts. Turning to the shadows, it was the girl wearing the fox mask who was chased away. She was cornered by them and turned towards them. "They just told Lord Tien Face Ho Venerable that you won't be able to escape." She descended to the ground and pulled out her weapon, saying she could only rely on you guys, then she threw small blades at them. While making the move, she said less about the illusion of power. They quickly escaped, but at that moment, the leader said that you had already invaded Lord Maikaitan's 9 in Maikaitan. Right now, even if your strength is still a fraction of your strength, you still won't be able to escape. After saying that, they rushed towards her and screamed, thinking that we would be afraid of you. She kicked one guy, but there was another guy when she was lowering him to the ground. He immediately kicked her back, but she was able to defend herself in time. His kick sent her flying away. Breaking her mask to pieces, she had to lean against a tree. Then they walked towards her. The leader looked at her beautiful, charming face. He said that this was the true appearance of Lord Tian Face Ho Tun in the rumors. Can no one see this face? Seen today. We brothers also consider our eyes to be opened. It's just a pity that the organization ordered to kill you. She commanded, her eyes like blades looking at him, and said, "You guys work for that damn organization, sooner or later you will be just like me." Suddenly the red-haired subordinate quickly responded, "I'm very sorry, but we won't be as stupid as you. Furthermore, there is still the Judiciary Association to back us up." The leader heard him say many things before saying, "Enough, shut your mouth." The red-haired guy said it was okay, I wouldn't be able to live much longer anyway. He still calmly replied, "Even so, it is better to be calm." Suddenly Don Van came from behind them. He said, "Hey." They were all very surprised when they heard the call. He spoke harshly, his eyes like bullets, saying, "You guys just mentioned the cheerleading association, right? Answer me now." Some shadowy group went after Lord Tian Face Ho Tun. After cornering her, someone suddenly mentioned the Ancient Martial Arts Association, making Don Veen angry. He immediately asked them and forced them to answer him. On their side, they passed messages to each other through their thoughts. They say that this person can be quiet without a sound and is a master. Don Van saw that they were quiet and asked if they didn't speak up. It seemed like they had a relationship with the Thai Quiet Hoi. Just when he had something to ask you, suddenly from behind him was an assassin from their side. He suddenly punched them, so he was pleased and laughed, but no, before he could punch them, he was pressed against his face and kissed the ground. When they saw his strength, they were surprised. He continued to tell them where Tai Quiet Hoi's grave was. Despite Don Van's words, they still rushed at him and told him that this guy was very dangerous, kill him first. I saw them trying their best to fight back and refusing to tell me I disappeared. If you guys wouldn't have told me. Before he could finish speaking, he quickly ran to the leader. He punched him straight in the face, causing him to fall. After punching him, he continued to knock them all out and asked again. They kept coming towards our protagonist's place and attacking, but it wasn't good, it wasn't good. We are not this guy's opponent. Then the leader glanced at his accomplices. He immediately pulled out 4 pills and threw them at him. The smoke bomb obscured his eyes. Don Van immediately used his hand to push it away and told the boys to wrestle, but after pushing it away, he saw them disappear. Then he got angry and said he wouldn't see me again, he was obnoxious. Lord Tian Face Ho Tun slowly approached his brother and told him to thank him for his help and ask for his benefactor's name. Don Van heard the voice and immediately turned to look, then he was surprised and said, "Miss Huang Deep." When she heard it, she immediately became alert, immediately backed away and told her to stay away from me. After chasing away those assassins, Lord Tian Face Ho Tun came to him. After hearing him call her by name, she immediately backed down and said she knew my name. "Which way are you?" He calmly said if it was important or not. It was urgent. If you didn't stop the bleeding, you would die. She was still alert and screamed to stop here. Suddenly she lost her strength and was about to fall down when Don Van promptly ran out to pick her up. He said she must try hard. The scene changes to the villa. In that room there is a man trying to use a whip to whip 2 young girls. He hit and laughed and told me to scream louder. The 2 girls cried bitterly and said that the young master begged him. I couldn't bear it anymore. As soon as he heard this request, he became even more excited. This request really hurts your heart and makes you want to stop, but you can't. You pigs squirmed for me. After saying that, he continued to use the whip to hit her. Due to strong blows and continuous bleeding, they also died from there. As for that blonde guy, after seeing them die, he made a cold, heartless face and told them all. "Dead? Yes, take them and throw them away." The subordinate quickly received the order, then he went out. There was a young man who reported that the young master's matter was related to Miss Lamb's matter. After hearing what that man said, he angrily shouted, "What? A piece of trash." Because he was so angry, he took action against his subordinates, then he grabbed that guy's neck and said, "He can't bring just one person back. Really makes me so disappointed. No one can take away what we want." including the beautiful Lam Van, changing scene at Don Van's house. He went back to the West House still holding Tien Face Ho Tun Dai Nan. When he saw Lai Tuk on, he immediately said, "Tuk's sister, do me a favor, this guy is injured. Help me find some bandages and first treat her wound." Then he carried her to bed, struggling to cover her with a blanket. He then noticed that there were roses on her thighs. I think people infected with this type of poison will be physically disabled if they don't know how to detoxify it. After 7 days, the whole body will rot and die. The killer is cruel. Looking at this situation, I'm afraid I won't be able to survive tonight, there's no way. Then Lai Tuk came in from outside and told Don Van, "I'll bring hot water here." Before she could go in, she saw him sucking poison from Lord Tien Face Ho Tun's thigh, so she went out of the room. Lord Tien Face Ho Tun was poisoned by him and had a strange behavior. She groaned. Lai Tuk, who was outside, heard these sounds and her face darkened. Don Van tried her best to save Tien Dien Ho Tun Dai from the poison, but one day later, she woke up with a headache and sat up asking where this was. She looked down at her feet and saw blood stains under the bed sheet. On Don Van's side, he was explaining to Lai Tuk that things were like that. "I also have no intention of lying to Tuk Tai." Lai Tuk understands, she smiled and replied, "I know. I believe you, when I saw you agree, I was immediately happy and thanked you." Then from the sound of the door, Lord Tien Face Ho Tun entered. When he saw her, he said he didn't expect her wound to heal so quickly. The clothes also fit well. Before he could finish speaking, she kicked at him. He promptly dodged it and asked what this woman was suddenly doing. She was still mad and didn't listen to him and kicked him straight in the stomach. Then she said that people are shallow and cannot forgive. "Taking advantage of my weakness, I left behind an indelible humiliation on you. You dare to destroy my purity." When he heard these words, he was immediately dumbfounded. "She ignored him and still came forward and told me to kill you." He was also not inferior when he rushed up and said he was sick. Thinking about it, he calculated that he would first stop her and then speak. Change the scene to a certain neighborhood. The assassin from before was running somewhere with an angry face on his face. "Okay, I didn't expect the old man to fall again." Duong Vin Tin, the situation that developed like this could not be resolved with just that little commission money. Then he recalled the memory of an old man and gave him a suitcase of money, which he told him was half the commission after the story was successful. He would pay twice as much. When he saw that the money had been arranged, he proudly expressed his sincerity. "Until then, we'll have to wait and see how big the fuss is." He replied indifferently, "Looking forward to your victory." Returning to reality, he angrily thought of Don Van and said he could not have expected it. Halfway there, another Kim fencer jumped out, this time he lost all face. Then he continued running, and not long after, 2 suspicious men appeared on the roof. "Let's say we've found you, number 1347, where are you planning to go?" He looked up and heard that, then asked again who you were, then returned to Don Van's house. After Lord Tien Face Ho Tun calmed down and heard the story, she hastily said she was truly sorry, "It was all because I didn't pay attention to the current situation." "To cause you more trouble," Don Van said with a purple face, "do you understand this time? And let me have to stop you, what is the need, the house is in ruins all around." Lai Tuk interjected, she said, "I'll help you change clothes." Last night, Don Van risked his life to help her suck out the poison. He didn't do anything bad. On the contrary, in order to give her peace of mind to recuperate, Don Van even went out to the front room himself. When she heard this, she blushed and thanked him. After hearing this, Don Van was no longer deaf. "This is what I waited for a long time before saying thank you. Makes me move to tears, people like you are so strange." Lord Tien Face Ho Tun heard these words and his anger flared up. Lai Tuk stood next to him and laughed. Then suddenly she became silent and thought to herself, since when did there be a feeling in her heart? It hasn't gone away for so long, this feeling is probably. The young man with shiny chest muscles told Nguyen that the scar from this knife could suddenly disappear. Then the man standing next to him replied, it was strange to mention, his fellow guards did not even notice. Then he replied, "This doesn't seem like work for free, maybe things aren't simple." After walking for a while, they were surprised to see the martial artist's name while he was being defeated. Their whole bodies were stuck to the wall. The two of them saw this and shouted in surprise, "Dao Ba." The scene changes to the two ghosts. They kick the buildings and ask if this is okay. "If we don't bring him back quickly, that guy will reply that this is really troublesome for me. People like him shouldn't be worthy of living in this world, right? If he were to be detained, it would be better to kill him on the spot. He should be happy, at least I let him go peacefully. This seems like I have been very merciful to him." After the two of them landed safely at the rendezvous point, a voice suddenly spoke up, "It seems like you had a misunderstanding about the word mercy." The two of them heard it and turned down. The guy in all black said, "Oh. It's you, Virager." Virager continued to answer, always accompanying him like a group leader. Then he continued to say, "You came to this place. It is also clear that the other side has already taken action." Virager replied, "Compared to that, wherever your team leader goes during this time will cause more stir among you." Then the guy with the headband on his head told you guys that it was really strange too. Only letting officials set fires but not allowing people to light lamps, the guy in black said with curled eyes. "Nee. Of course it's out, now the whole situation is developing according to the other side's data. Great recessions are not far away now." Virager came forward and said he wasn't planning on stopping them. He replied that this is not what we should do. Doesn't even have the right to manage it. She asked, "Is there no breakthrough in this matter?" He smiled evilly and said, "Who knows what." The scene changes to Don Van's house. He washes the dishes when Lord Tiandayin Hotun comes out and tells him where to break through. He froze, then replied, "How many times have I told you? I really don't know." When she heard it, she said that there are not many people in this world who know my name. "Even though you are my lifesaver, I just want to know this clearly." When I heard that, I started sweating and worried about what to do now. How can I tell her that I'm a blind cat that caught a fried fish, and that was on a certain day 3 years ago? Saying that someone else would sneak in behind your back, of course it's not possible, it's completely unspeakable. She saw that he was so worried, so she continued to be vigilant and continued, "What did you know?" He immediately replied that in fact, "Your name is very similar to my truck Ma's. Her name is Fang Deep. When you see her, you can't help but remember her." After hearing his explanation, she immediately said it was a homonym. "I'm so sorry, it reminded you of bad memories." He smiled happily and said it was okay. "It's been a long time since this happened, and I thought I trusted you too quickly, and I've been doubting me all along. Tian Face Hotun, after hearing this, finally saw you and told me to leave immediately. Don Van, I really appreciate you saving me because of some things. I can't involve you guys, I owe you your gratitude if something happens in the future. As long as you open your mouth, I will complete it even if I lose my life." When Don Van heard that, he immediately replied that he was exaggerating. She continued to say that it was fate to meet again, and then the two of them said goodbye. After she left, he sliced the leftover mouse and told one of the 4 great warriors of the Blood Soul. "Tian Face Ho Venerable, do you want to use your strength to fight against the Blood Soul, Fang Deep?" Daoba Khan's face was full of blood, his eyes were white, his mouth was wide open, water was flowing freely. A pink-haired girl stood next to the tall man. She was crossing her arms and looking at Daoba, who was lying on a stretcher being carried away by the rescue team. "Take it away," the pink-haired girl pursed her lips and thought to herself. "This is caused by the pupil, in the end who did it?" She went to touch the watermark on the wall where Daoba was hit and continued to think. From here it starts to break, it looks like it was hit by a car. But in such a tight space, could it be that there is a collision with someone else? A foot was hurriedly running and calling loudly. "Captain, it's unbelievable." The pink-haired girl clenched her fist and asked the 2 people in black who were breathing heavily, "What's going on?" Don Van's hair was flying and he turned to a blonde-haired man and said, "Qian Shu, hurry up, Tuk Tai is still waiting for us to go back to work." Qian Shu replied, "I also thought about it, this morning I woke up feeling really painful." Don Van spoke with a face sparkling with leaves even though he knew it was the weekend. She endured it but paid attention to herself. Qian Shu said with a pale face, "Thank you for your concern, take back that disgusting expression." As the two people walked, a crowd of people in front of them were looking at them with wide eyes. Don Van was surprised and Qian Shu asked, "What's going on?" The people around were extremely panicked. A drop of blood fell into the pool of blood below. Even Don Van opened his eyes wide in surprise. It turned out that the blood was coming from the leg of a man who was hanging down. Don Van's face turned pale and scared. When it became clear who was the tragically murdered man hanging on the pole, Don Van screamed so loudly that he wanted to tear his eardrums. His brother, Don Van, was so shocked that he trembled and could not speak. Qian Lin stood behind him, his face also pale, his head full of sweat, silently looking at Don Van in front, who was hugging his brother and screaming plaintively, "Who is that?" Not paying attention to a purple-haired woman coming, the woman left when Don Van shouted loudly, "Who exactly was it?" Leaving Don Van in pain holding his brother's body. The leaves rustled under the dark sky. Don Van's tears rolled down. Each word he spoke loudly. The ancient martial artist appeared. The purple-haired woman continued walking, but a step came and called back, "Hey!" Don Van stood in front of the woman and asked, "Is it you?" The woman opened her mouth to speak, but before she could finish her sentence, Don Van kicked her away. She quickly jumped up to avoid Don Van's next attack. Don Van screamed and asked, "Why?" She asked again, "What are you doing so suddenly?" Don Van continuously threw his deep punch and continued asking, "What did I do wrong to let a beast like you act so cruelly?" The other girl bent down to avoid it. Don Van opened her eyes wide as if she discovered something. The girl brushed the dust off her pants and said, "Ah, the newly bought clothes are damaged." Don Van stood there bewildered and stammered. "Oh," the purple-haired girl continued, "I don't understand why you are so angry," Don Van said. "Oh," the girl interrupted, "but as long as you are the enemy," Don Van said with sparkling eyes, in disbelief. "How could you, sister?" That girl was still brushing the dust from her hands. The purple-haired girl's face darkened and she finished the rest of the sentence. "I could kill you," Don Van said hesitantly. "Why are you here, sister?" the purple-haired girl repeated, putting her hands on her hips. "Sister, you are very strange. Sometimes you are angry, sometimes you play the sad game," she continued pouting. "It's so nauseating." Don Van was hurt beyond words, wondering why. Did she do it? Does she see? Obviously she did see why she could be so indifferent and unmoved. Her mind was so confused. What to do? "Sister, it's not possible, we can." Don Van remembered the time his brother and the purple-haired girl happily got married. The host picked up the microphone and spoke loudly, congratulating the two of you on your wedding back to the present. Don Van's face turned pale, he gritted his teeth and said to himself, "Husband and wife." The purple-haired girl turned and left. "I don't understand how to say it." Don Van said. "You saw it?" the girl asked in confusion. "What?" Don Van gritted his teeth and said, "In the square." The girl pouted and said, "That thing, what a pitiful thing." This girl made Don Van collapse. The girl continued to sarcasm, that dead man had no part in him. Don Van clenched his fists in anger. "I said to you, how could that be possible? Why are you trying to act like you're not involved? You are the senior brother, what's wrong with you?" Don Van's sister made the other girl startled. Don Van said, "She came to the end." The purple-haired girl's eyes changed, thinking, "You brought Theo hostilely close to you. They are all enemies." A man with a beard is saying that if they are enemies, there is no need to keep them. As she finished speaking, she immediately threw a kick at Don Van. Don Van was kicked into the wall. "I love Chile, I'm speechless." "Don't go, I don't understand why." Don Van raised his hand towards the purple-haired girl who had gone away. His tired arm dropped, silently sleeping this outcome, then bowed his head and fainted. His eyes were sleeping soundly, then his eyebrows twitched. Don Van opened his eyes as he lay on the bed and shouted. Don Van wondered where this was. Someone said he was awake, someone said this was a hospital, he had been in a coma for a long time. Luckily we discovered it in time. The pink-haired girl who was originally reading a book asked, "I ask you, why did you fall into the crime scene?" Don Van wondered about the crime scene, then suddenly remembered his brother. Don Van quickly sat up, making the pink-haired girl startled and asked, "Hey, where do you want to go?" "Right now you." Don Van's ribs cracked and he collapsed on the bed screaming. "Ah, that hurts," the pink-haired girl said worriedly. "Do you still want to cause trouble?" He had a broken rib, the doctor said he must rest for at least half a year. Don Van turned pale and angry, thinking to himself, "Sister, you really want to kill me?" Two people wearing black clothes opened the door and ran in, calling out to Sister Din. They were just at the central square. Sister Din opened her eyes wide in disbelief. The content of the story was that in the square there were many people being hanged. The dead people's faces were pale under the dark sky. The people below screamed, "Ah, oh my God, ah that's scary, Flower, where are you guards?" A high-heeled step was walking quickly on the road. Someone called, "Sister Din, wait for us." Sister Din quickly ran to the crowd. Behind her was a group of juniors supporting Theo Don Van. The other two guys looked at each other in confusion. "Why must I bring him along?" Sister Din in front looked up in panic. Here, his eyes were pale, cursing under his breath. When on the circle in the square there were many corpses hanging, Don Van looked up high. "This is the hanging wheel, the punishment of the rejuvenation assembly, hanging the murdered person on a high place. Forming a cycle of reincarnation to express the robe and robe style is truly evil, some say it has no humanity." Sister Din gritted her teeth and said it was too much, she wouldn't trample on lives like that, such a submissive, miserable thing. "I'm sorry, we must hunt down this criminal and bring him to justice." Those people's faces darkened and they clenched their fists, some of them spoke loudly. "Look, Captain Thursday is here." When they saw Sister Din and the others coming, those guys started criticizing and saying, "What business can I do if I tell you, you guys are so useless?" While Sister Din spoke, "Please be quiet, we will quickly investigate," believing that the murderer will be found soon. Then a flying chicken egg hit the head. The people were still thinking about their power, so they acted strangely all day long. "Now I'm here with my eyes wide open in fear, even the slightest moment is of no use, I promise no one can promise, but in the end what result did you give?" The girl who was speaking darkened her face and said tremblingly, "My husband said today he would buy me a gift, I trusted, but the gift he received was him," she shouted. "He's not coming back anymore, he's not coming back anymore, he's not coming back anymore." Sister Din's face darkened and she was sad and silent, saying nothing. The girl said with tears streaming down that she would never return. The girl collapsed and sat down, covering her face and sobbing. Don Van in the distance bowed his head sadly. The scene changes to a building. A hand smashes a glass of water on the table, shouting, "Ah, a blonde guy says this is a day to make everyone happy." You wouldn't expect it, dividing people into two pieces and hanging high above is an incredibly beautiful landscape. The feeling of fear gnaws at them, constantly wagging their tails to beg. Like a hungry dog, a blue-haired man holding a girl in his arms said, "I didn't expect your happiness to increase even more. I have to look at you with different eyes." The blonde guy said, "The regret is, not being able to bring that warrior back alive," he said with a red smile. "He is not a bad toy." Then asked you opposite, right hound? The purple-haired man's face darkened. Then he said, "Young master, you have the greatest contribution to this action, it really makes others admire you." He picked up the glass of wine to drink. Continuing, "I believe that even women and children know the name of this stray dog." Suddenly, a loud noise rang out, and the blonde-haired guy's face darkened and he stood in front of the purple-haired man. He darkened his face and asked, "You want to die?" The purple-haired man said, "Just listening to someone else say it again." The blonde guy clapped his hands together and said, "This action has worked hard for you guys." You both turned to look. At the same time, there were dozens of black-clothed people going down on one leg, shouting loudly for the Lord. When one person came, that person said, "For a long time we hide underground, hide in the dark and are bound by the law," he continued, clenching his fists. "But now, the big picture has been decided, everything is in his hands." He is a white-haired man, now his hands are out to say that the era that belongs to us is coming. Those people quickly cheered. He asked the purple-haired man, "Duan Yun, how is the matter I asked you to investigate?" The purple-haired man knelt down and said, "Fortunately he did not disappoint his master's expectations. This action revealed the location of the Tianjong energy source that we have been waiting for day and night. Preserved from generations of Kim Van T-mayors, the mayor of this term is," his face darkened and he continued, "Thursday So Van." A red-haired man stood looking down at the city. There was a storm in the sky, bringing humidity. Thursday, So Van said the storm was coming again, in a large luxurious villa. The girl that Don Van called sister was sitting absent-mindedly thinking about the man who died today. Her feelings of panic and confusion were constantly expanding. She thought, why? That man and I never knew each other, but it hurt so much when I saw him. It was strange, she was clearly looking at herself in the mirror but her attention was not there. At this moment, a female waitress appeared at the door and interrupted her thoughts. It was time to take her medicine. The girl seemed very unwilling to say, "Can't drink it? This medicine is very bitter," the waitress immediately reminded her. "These are all thoughts for the lady's body. The boss has ordered that she cannot stop taking the medicine, so the girl has to compromise." Okay, she looked up at the waitress, noticed her surprise and asked in confusion, "What's wrong, Too Low?" Waitress Too Low hesitantly replied, "Miss," in the end Too Low still said the answer that made the purple-haired girl feverish, "Why are you crying?" At the same time, at the cemetery, Don Van stood in front of his brother's gravestone, talking to his dead brother. Sister is still the same as before, taking action without any hesitation. If you don't pay attention for a moment, she will beat you until you can't raise your head, but I still don't understand. What's wrong with that, sister? Don Van wondered. I don't understand. I know that sister and that dead person are definitely related, but I am the one. Don Van clenched his hands and said helplessly, unable to take action. He continued to promise in front of the tombstone that my senior brother would bring my senior sister back, to ask clearly that if she still pretended that you were innocent, I would definitely not use it. His face tightened as he made a decision. Even if he started fighting with her, not far away, under the canopy of a tree, were two police officers assigned to follow Don Van. They had been looking at Don Van for quite a while, and now they were discussing, should we stay here and wait for him to finish? Police Officer B replied. This case is unusual, only Don Van has clues, maybe he knows something. Policeman A agreed, and by the way, expressed his doubts. That's right, this name is strange and strange. Feeling like he had some big secret, the two policemen thought of the person discussing the case and asked each other, where is Din Tai, her? The Din Tai they mentioned was currently sitting at the desk, trying his best to search for something. The sound of flipping papers rang out, swish swish, swish swish. On the table was a file of transit documents, and a police officer brought another box of videotapes to her. Captain Thursday, this is the most recent citywide surveillance video. I was disturbed. Captain Thursday immediately brought the videotape to check. Dozens of video screens were opened at the same time, and she and another employee checked together. With so many screens showing at the same time, she still asked to increase the playback speed. The staff followed the instructions and pressed the speed button this time. There was a beeping sound from the screen and the video speed became faster than before. This did not make her dizzy, but made her more focused. Keeping up with the speed of the video, she quickly reached the part she was looking for. She asked, "Stop, step back at 12.32 seconds, pause, zoom out." The screen stopped showing a blonde-haired man with a somewhat creepy smile. She said, "Okay, I need your data. And all the videos about him as quickly as possible." Suddenly a man came in from outside and said, "It was difficult to find you through the video. What you said turned out to be the company commander." Seeing him, everyone shouted, "Company commander," he continued speaking. "Unless you came looking for him, luckily, I know," Captain Thursday immediately reacted. "Please tell me," the company commander advised, "Tu Din, I know you really want to find the criminal who killed you innocently. But you can't assume everyone is a suspect, we have to have evidence." She objected that the evidence could not be sent to her automatically. "It is something we have to try to find to get. I will suspect everyone who was present at the crime scene and acted suspiciously. No matter who it is, she is determined, until the real culprit is caught." Standing in front of subordinates expressing seriousness. The company commander rolled his eyes, truly giving in to her. After that, he also gave her information, that name was Duan Yun La Funi Dai. Rumor has it that he has a strange liking for people who hang out with him. There is no feeling of causing trouble at all. In terms of investigation, Tu Din is still careful. Moreover, the mayor responded to send Rian Doi to take action. She was surprised. Rian Doi, the company commander explained. They are the best armed soldiers of Kim Van T. With them there, I believe things will definitely change for the better. Team Rian is really well equipped. From protection to attack, team members are also elites. Now they received orders and began to depart, their cheers resounding. Rian the strike team must complete the mission. Lai Tuk's side also received the latest information about the case situation through TV news. Above is the city's latest report. Today, before this unexpected and painful incident, the people were very shocked. They heard that the mayor had sent out the city's strongest elite army. Rian the team went out, confident that there would be good changes, and heard the information. Lai Tuk was a little worried. No problem, said to take a temporary leave for a few days, not to get involved in this case. Don Van, at this time, there is a courier coming to deliver the goods, you called. Is anyone there? Just saw Lai Tuk often. The person continued, hello, express delivery, please sign here. Lai Tuk said, I don't have express delivery. The staff heard that and immediately checked and informed. The address on this courier is not incorrect. Please sign to receive it. Lai Tuk accepted the goods and thanked him. She was curious, what is this? And discovered that the recipient's name written on the box was Don Van. Return to the actual battle scene of Rian's team. There was a clash, the situation was not very good. The weather seemed gloomy and the rustling wind exuded coldness. Team Rian only has one member left. He is currently on his knees begging for his life. Please, please spare my life. I swear I will not oppose you. We were wrong. He glanced at the corpses of his comrades on the ground, trembling as he said the words of betrayal, not knowing that someone was holding an axe preparing to strike down on him. Let me go, I will reveal to you the actions of the security team, I can also help you. These words did not make the two opposing factions interested. One man lowered his axe to his willow. He could do nothing but scream in despair. The other guy is even more leisurely. He smoked a cigarette. He sat on the mountain of Rian's team's corpses, watching the events unfold before his eyes and complaining. It was so noisy, looking at the anguished face of the last member of Rian's team as he died. He sarcastically said that even friends could easily betray their companions. How can I trust you? The axe-wielding man asked him. Truong Vu, but how to handle this body? Truong Vu jumped down from the dead body and used his foot to put out his cigarette. Answer, burn it, the axeman said carefully. Being drawn like that will attract other people's attention. Truong Vu confidently replied, it's okay, the ancient warrior is never afraid of challenges. Then he pointed to the old house over there and said, besides, not everyone here can mess with him, Rian's team has failed. People in the city flooded the streets to protest. They shouted loudly condemning their mayor. Look what our mayor is doing, when cruel and evil people are killing citizens, where are you? You promised to keep our loved ones safe, but now you're running away. Right now, your killer destroys and humanity is still under the law. Where are you putting us? Hobu, Thursday So Van, you don't deserve to be mayor. Rarely do you all agree so much. They kept shouting, not worthy, not worthy, not worthy. In the distance, there was a luxurious black car with the window open to reveal a happy face watching the comedy show of the group's general manager Duan Yun. The mayor's side was also very angry. The staff spoke up angrily, it's unexpected. These people have forgotten your previous achievements. Blindly biting back, what shamelessness. On the contrary, the mayor responded very calmly. If only umbrellas could solve the problem. Then there would be no war in this world. The heart is the most complex thing in the world. He decided that we have a lot of work ahead of us. It is urgent that we hold a press conference immediately. He didn't know that somewhere in the city there was someone taking advantage of people's protests to plot bad things. The foolish people have begun to panic. This is my best chance. On the grounds, hundreds of ancient martial arts experts gathered together and shouted with joy. The time of great warriors is coming, it must be done. My iron fist has been holding back for a long time. That mysterious man with the bad plan said, "You can't throw a bucket of cold water here." Eliminating them is a small matter, but our observation ability is only limited to that. While the situation was tense, Lai Tuk also fell into the mentality that she was no less. She stood in front of Don Van's parcel and thought, wouldn't that be too rude? But we want to know what's inside. In the end, curiosity wins. She opened the parcel in guilt. "Aha, Don Van, please forgive me." The mayor's side also disagrees. "You will help me advise you. If you do this, you will be in danger." The mayor said, "Don't speak too quickly, my father will still try to advise." But, it's just that the mayor is too determined, my mind is made up. At the same time, the mysterious man and Lai Tuk were each immersed in their own emotions. "You calculating man, our ultimate goal is." What did Lai Tuk see inside the parcel? She was surprised. This is, inside the parcel there was only a bloody envelope. Lai Tuk hesitated, curiosity rose again, she wanted to open that envelope. "No, don't continue, it would be very rude. It is unethical to open another person's instant transmission." She tried to be rational, or was it me? Wait for Don Van to return and hand it over to him. Yes, although I really want to see it, mentioning Don Van. The police were distracted by him. The two policemen dispatched to Theo Don Van are being scolded by Captain Thursday. She asked angrily, she couldn't see it. The two policemen did not dare to look straight, they felt guilty, tried to explain, but immediately paid no attention. "Captain Thursday wants to hit you." "You guys, I moved my wrist bones." Emitting terrifying pressure, "Are you a pig?" Letting you two follow him all the time. "You guys are very good, let him play with you." Still so confused that I can't control it. "You guys want to go to heaven, do you believe that I will crush you?" "Don't be stupid, go find him." Although he escaped two policemen, Don Van's condition was not very good. Don Van is currently seriously injured and can no longer pay attention on the road. He accidentally bumped into a passerby. The pain immediately came intensely. It hurt so much. I had a broken bone. Even when a passerby scolded me, I didn't have the strength to say anything, I just thought. Relying on Tien Kai art to recover a little, he could barely walk. Even so, just moving your whole body hurts like you're about to die. He thought back to the time he confronted his senior sister. "Yes, sister, did you really want to kill me at that time? I don't believe you are cold-blooded and heartless. I must bring you back." Asking clearly, he said to himself, "But now we have to restore as soon as possible." Just when he raised his head, he unconsciously discovered that he had returned to Lai Tuk's restaurant. "I accidentally returned, I don't know if Tuk Tai will cook rice waiting for me to return." He happily opened his mouth to call out, Tuk, suddenly thought of something. His steps stopped, thinking, is it possible? Next I need to do something, maybe it will get Sister Tuk involved. It will even endanger her life. Did I harm you to satisfy my own selfishness? Thinking of Lai Tuk's happy face, he turned away decisively. I'm right, I can't do it. Meanwhile, Lai Tuk at home had prepared a table of delicious food waiting for Don Van to return, but it seemed she was disappointed. Phew, she hadn't made that many dishes in a long time. Don Van will definitely be happy when he returns. Maybe he will. She blushed thinking of Don Van hugging her to express his feelings because of the food he made, Tuk Tai. I love you. Thinking of this, she quickly covered her face with her hands, and for a moment chased away this strange thought. Oh look what I'm thinking. She glanced at the parcel on the table and reminded herself. Waiting for him to return, I still have to return the express transmission to him. Fortunately, we also have a bit of a method when it comes to packaging. Looking closely, the parcel was indeed sealed intact. At the police station where he lost track, Don Van is still continuing to discuss conflicting opinions. One side does not support relying on video to find the perpetrator, the other side definitely maintains its opinion. On the other side, there is only one person, Captain Thursday. A police officer said, "Didn't I tell you that based on these surveillance videos, I can find your killer? If this thing gets chaotic, you can use money to beat us to death. Do you understand?" Captain Thursday was upset. He didn't understand it was you guys. After investigation, Duan Yun was clearly not suitable. From surveillance videos, it was discovered that this person appeared many times at each crime scene. He is definitely related to this incident. Another police officer spoke up, Thursday tweeted in, unable to deny. Her working attitude really makes others admire her. But you must know, dispatching you to arrest someone without accurate evidence. I believe, everyone sitting here, no one agrees. He continued to say, besides, Rian's team had been dispatched and everything would have positive results. Captain Thursday angrily slammed the table and stood up. Damn, she walked out of the meeting room to everyone's surprise. She declared, "That's it, I will do it my way." On the other hand, this is not work, go outside the police station. She got a little angry and climbed up the tree trunk nearby. While kicking and clawing, a group of weaklings, at this moment, a woman ran in panic. "May I ask, are you Thursday?" tweeted in the captain. Captain Thursday was a bit uncertain. "You are the woman who didn't answer," just gasped and said in a panic, "I saw you." The murderer's appearance, Captain Thursday quickly held the woman's shoulder tightly and urgently asked, "Really? Please tell me everything." The woman recounted, "I was so scared at that time that I immediately clicked the button, when he wasn't paying attention. Seeing the perpetrator's appearance, I took a picture, this is his picture." Then she took out her phone to show Captain Thursday. Captain Thursday was surprised. This was Don Van. After changing direction from Lai Tuk's store, he immediately went to look for Uncle Ca. He found him on a small road. He called, "Uncle Ca." Uncle Ca heard his call and immediately backed away in panic, knocking over the stall of the vendor on the side of the road. "Again, it's you again, you still came to find me, haven't I been harmed enough by you? Don't come here, you guys are trying to say I'm powerless to drive me out of Lam Bang, my woman also abandoned me, I don't have anything. What do you still want me to do?" Don Van didn't pay attention to the direct request. "I have something to remember about you. I heard that your words have a lot of weight in this area. Not much different than anyone else, I hope you can ask your contacts to help me find someone." Uncle Ca was surprised. "Ha?" Hearing such a request, he felt helpless. How could he find it? "Don't you see how I am now, no money, everything is lost," he raised his middle finger. "Even my woman was taken away by someone else. I don't have enough strength." He turned away to refuse Don Van's request and said rightly, "Pray for yourself." Don Van chases Theo and holds him back. "Are you brave? Do you want to give up when faced with certainty? Is this exactly what you want?" In another scene, in Van Tien's luxurious villa, she is choosing an outfit for a birthday party. But the luxurious dress was happily recommended by the maid. "Wow, these outfits are so beautiful. Miss, what will you wear to the birthday party tomorrow night?" Van Tien is not satisfied, not even one. "Noyet Tan, throw these things away," Noyet Tan asked in confusion. "Huh? Why so?" Van Tien said in disgust, "Later that scum guy came to give me things and threw them all to me." Noyet Tan regrets, but the young lady will not have the tongue to obey. Van Tien innocently put on the sweater in her hand, pulled up the sleeves and spoke with sparkling eyes. "Wouldn't it be better if I wore this?" Meanwhile, Noyet Tan, opposite, protested in his mind. No, who would wear this at a birthday party?" Perhaps Van Tien also understood Noyet Tan's meaning. She agreed. "It's not that you can wear it if you want to wear it." Then he picked up a familiar pink dress. Even Noyet Tan recognized it. She said, "Indeed, it is still this one." Noyet Tan was happy with her. "Isn't this what Mr. Don gave to the young lady a long time ago?" The young lady still couldn't forget. She blushed, held the dress and wished, if he could come, it would be good. Regarding Don Van here, he is still convincing Uncle Ca. Uncle Ca remembered his situation and said angrily, "Is there anything else I can do?" Suddenly, a few days ago, a bandit invaded my headquarters and not only beat and disabled my brothers. And take away my woman, why don't you give him the leader position? He will kill my brothers, what can I do? He shouted loudly at Don Van, do you think I am the one who eliminated the problem? 1 against 10, leave. Now I am very weak. Don Van saw this and thought to himself, is this person's personality like that? He immediately changed his approach, said so, let's make a deal, I will help you chase those guys away. Then you helped me find you. Uncle CA was stunned, huh? Then he immediately understood, that's right, I almost forgot this guy Don Van can fight, so I can watch it again. Having hope, thinking clearly, he immediately became friends with Don Van. Laughing and talking cheerfully and flattering, oh my, Van CA, I'm so confused, luckily you reminded me. Seeing Don Van passing by, he gently patted him on the back to show his understanding as a brother and said, at that time, take care, who would have thought that Don Van was already weak to this point, after being lightly beaten, he no longer had the strength to collapse and collapsed on the ground. Uncle CA looked dumbfounded, huh, what is this, the hope of turning the tide has just risen. Discovering that he looked weaker than a 3-year-old child, Uncle CA really felt depressed. He couldn't let his hope lie outside at the end of the road like that. What's more, you were beaten by him, so he could only carry the glimmer of hope and walk slowly home. Study, tell me, what karma did I create to pass by such a prominent star like you? It's obvious that I'm the one being harmed, making me feel guilty like an evil person. He worriedly turned around and called Don Van. Hey, don't suddenly die, I still want you to help me regain my position. Why did you suddenly fall down? Hawk, the police are also trying to find Don Van. Specifically, Team Leader Thursday, she asked the 2 policemen she sent out, how were they found? It was still the same shy look the first time I lost Don Van, one person said, lost track, the other person said. It's a pity, they speculated. Logically, this kind of injury makes it difficult for me to even stand up. But this guy, Don Van, continued with a scared face, he is a monster. Team Leader Thursday also found it strange. He suddenly had many wounds caused by force on his body. No matter how he thought about it, he felt strange. It was Lam Bang's last incident. I thought it was just a fight, but when I asked about them at that time, she thought back to their expressions as if they had seen a ghost. That guy is a devil, I don't want to see him again, I want to go home. The 2 policemen were somewhat skeptical. It's a bit too rigid. Team Leader Thursday gave a number to confirm. But Don Van he defeated more than 50 people in 30 seconds. The sight of Don Van alone standing in the middle of a group of people lying on the ground really doesn't make anyone think he's an ordinary person, Team Leader Thursday concluded, in short. Don Van is a suspected suspect, but now, she leads 2 police officers. We need to go and experience this truth, follow me. She remembered the picture the woman took for her as evidence, and she confirmed that my guess was not wrong. The image on the phone was taken at the exact moment the perpetrator was strangling a man, and the perpetrator's face was Funi Dai Duan Van. Her method of investigation was to infiltrate Lam Van Tien's birthday party, which was certainly her fiancé, Duan Van's, plan. Tomorrow is the birthday of female factory director Lam Van Tien. She wore a beautiful and luxurious party outfit to go there, got out of the car. We'll invite every famous family to be present at the banquet. But what we do is go into this banquet, look at the reception hall where the banquet is held, and investigate Lam Van Tien and her fiancé Duan Van. Don Van's condition has improved a bit, he was taken home by Uncle CA, and has now woken up from a coma. The noise caught Uncle CA's attention. You're awake. Don Van sat up and touched the wound, but it still hurt so much that he cried out in pain. After the pain passed, he had the spirit to evaluate the surrounding space, which was Uncle CA's house, an old house. The white wall had fallen into large pieces a long time ago. In many places, the cracks were so large that they had to be taped together with newspaper tape. The sofa was also patched together so haphazardly that it was hard to see. Uncle CA understood my miserable situation, spoke up, if you want to laugh then laugh, I have nothing left to pawn. Don Van was concerned, what are you doing? Uncle CA picked up an empty bottle and answered, sorting these scrap bottles out. A glass vase can be sold for 1 yuan. I just brought these things back, tonight's dinner is ready. Only then did Don Van notice the shelf full of glass bottles in the room. She was sweating profusely. Uncle CA stopped for a moment, then called Don Van while still turning his back to him. "Hey, you told me before that you wanted to help me, right? It wasn't just a joke, right?" He looked at Uncle CA and replied, "As long as you promise to help me find you, I can do what Don Van says." Uncle CA turned back and asked, "Is this person very important to you?" In Don Van's mind, the image of a happy bride and groom holding hands appears in Don Van's mind. "He is my best friend. I couldn't ignore him." Uncle CA seemed to agree to accept and asked if he had a photo of him. Don Van gestured and described her appearance to Uncle CA. Uncle CA immediately finished summarizing, wearing a white outfit, a woman with purple hair. As if thinking of someone, Uncle CA repeated, "Purple-haired woman." After thinking about it, the next day Uncle CA took Don Van to the place of the search object. It was this. Don Van looked blankly at the building. "You are sure that she is here? The unexpected destination is where Lam Van Tien's birthday party will take place in a few hours." Uncle CA insists, "You don't need to worry about that, I will guarantee it with my life." Seeing with my own eyes the purple-haired woman following Duong Vin Purple in, this place gradually became more crowded. Uncle CA said that they were probably planning to attend a birthday party. Don Van said, "At the birthday party, you know a lot." Uncle CA said expressionlessly, "Should we say whether he was lucky or not? That woman was the one who came to occupy Lam Bang's territory with that group of people. He said he would beat Don Van, who is the senior sister you were looking for." He remembered and continued to say, "About that, I didn't have the heart to be chased away, so I followed their movements." Coming straight to this building, Don Van panicked, "You were sure he hadn't mistaken you?" Uncle CA is honest, "I don't like to listen to rumors, I only believe the truth that I see." Uncle CA looked at Don Van, who was lost in thought, thinking, wondering why. This is hard to blame, after all, that person is someone he admires. "If I naturally don't believe it, I'll see if you agree to help me and chase that group of people away." "Kindly," he was about to turn you away, Don Van suddenly called him back, "Hey, where do you want to go?" Beyond Uncle CA's expectations, Don Van actually had his own decision. "I need you to come with me to check this matter." If it's true, Don Van's face suddenly turned fierce, "I'll take care of it for you." After listening, Uncle CA's emotions changed from surprise to happiness. He smiled slightly, he thought. This person, and the situation at Mayor Thursday's press conference is getting more and more out of control. People crowded together holding flags and shouting loudly, cursing Mayor Thursday. "Thursday so Van, you are a turtle with its head pulled out, get down quickly, damn turtle, get down here quickly. You have our trust, so what face do you have to stand there? The person they scolded you, straighten your tie to cheer yourself up." Stepping onto the stage under the guidance of the introduction, speaking through the loudspeaker of the meeting, "Please, Thursday Mayor, come to the stage." He is already standing on the stage. "The more emotional you get below, the more scolding you get. You are a shameless old man. Cowardice is not worthy of being a mayor, you coward." Mayor Thursday opened his mouth and suddenly shouted loudly into the microphone. "You guys are right, I understand everyone's feelings." The whole hall immediately fell silent to listen to what he said. No matter who encounters this situation, they will be very scared. "What you said is not wrong, it's all my fault. It's because I can't express my agreement with everyone. Blessing Kim Van T and protecting everyone's safety has created this shameful day. Criminals commit crimes to make everyone angry." He slammed his hand on the podium, his voice was painful, "We felt a bit heartbroken. Day after day, we thought we were at peace. Day after day, we will kill all the murderers who appear in this place. Has made us insecure, destroyed our family. Why is this?" Your words seem to be on the side of the people. His deep sympathy and comfort made those who sat listening change their emotions and expressions. There is no longer frustration with each class of leaders, but instead they feel sorry for themselves and hate the killer. "We have done nothing wrong. But the faults caused by this crime still lie with us, our innocent people, in peace to live in peace. Did we do something wrong? Is it a mistake to pray to get better every day? Considering that you were brutally murdered by evil people, isn't it right that we search for the truth and regain justice?" He pushed people's emotions to a climax, his voice became even more resounding. Still no, it was not us who was wrong, he succeeded. The people below began to stir. At first they hated the mayor because he did not protect them, now in their thoughts they were wrong and were comforted by someone else's light. We are not wrong, the mistake is that Tui Mayor is indeed a very good leader. He asked everyone, please answer me, why are you silent? Facing this is like being harmed all the time. Is this our choice? This is a cruel truth for the persecuted and others. Don't we have any way to find out the truth? Don't we have any way to catch the culprit? Do we only have such qualifications? He concluded with a gloomy face, like so. Our choice is that people listen to him like they are hypnotized. The Dao Island flag from earlier could no longer be held in my hand. Some of you threw it to the ground, each of you said something, they were noisy, everyone blamed them. Killer, we are not wrong, why me? Select. Waiting for the chaos to reach a sufficient level, Mayor Thursday continued his speech. Now, please answer me loudly, what should we do? Hearing that, the whole arena immediately exploded. Everyone raised their fists to show anger and determination. Shouting loudly, catch the murderer, catch the murderer, catch the murderer. Who knows you so they trust you, follow you, and support you? You're standing on the podium and putting on an honest face, but you're silently saying that you despise them. A bunch of lowly educated people, on the rooftop of a nearby building. General Director of Duan T Group stood with two ancient martial artists to give praise. This time the speech was really powerful. First, follow the will of the people, then clarify the voice of the heart, follow and change the central event and goal to make the people feel at ease. He stroked deeply, eye-catchingly assessed, Thursday so Van was not simple. The two ancient warriors were not as calm as him. Some even took a warm-up pose as if they were ready to attack at any moment. One guy said, this guy is right in front of me. Why don't we let us go directly and arrest him? The other guy agreed, it's not wrong, we just need to do it. No one can stop it, the general took in the view of the whole scene below and said. It's not that I don't believe you. We must be honest and upright in subduing Thursday so Van, and only he understands. He was so vague about what he said there that it was hard to understand. As for Don Van, somehow. He got inside the building where the birthday party was taking place. At this moment, he was a little scared looking at the feast in front of him. This is too difficult for you, you quickly turn around and run back to the door, I want to go home. Uncle CA angrily grabbed the ends of his hair and forced him to leave. What are you doing? Uncle CA stood behind Don Van, gritting his teeth and reminding him. It's been so hard to get here. Have you forgotten what made you want to get here? Don Van was sweating and his head was full. Not forgetting, but this banquet is like that. The host of the party entered under everyone's admiring gazes. Just at the right moment, his eyes glanced over, waiting to be startled, he focused and looked closer. This banquet is her birthday. This beautiful face is exactly Lam Van Tien. Uncle CA did not understand the irony. What stupid things are you saying? Are you moved? I advise you to abandon this idea. He looked at the shining girl over there. She is not someone we can reach. Don Van had something to say and was lost for a moment, not paying attention to what Uncle CA was saying. No matter how many times you called, I still couldn't hear you, Don Van. Don Van. He got angry and turned back. What to do? Want to get beaten? The person coming is Captain Thursday. She and two policemen also infiltrated the party and recognized Don Van's group. As expected of you, why are you here? Don Van's two faces were scared as if they had seen terror, their expressions changed and they whispered. Damn it, why did I meet this crazy lady in this place? If this is discovered, it will disappear into thin air. Her voice rang out from behind like a ghost, startling both of them. Hey, I'm asking you, you two rarely get along so well. Coming up with an idea, the two of them turned around and became marshals together. Everyone's lips are pouted to show off their charm. They really feel like they're crazy handsome. They pretended they were two elegant gentlemen. Not recognizing acquaintances, Don Van pretended, is something wrong? Who is this? Uncle CA continued, do we know each other? The three policemen also had no choice but to act this way. Thursday Twee Din's face turned dark, she couldn't see anymore. Cornering Don Van against the wall, which is a familiar action of CEOs towards girls. But in turn, Thursday Twee Din and Don Van were worlds apart, Captain Thursday's overwhelming aura. Say, why did Don Van appear here? How dare Don Van answer? I only dared to open my mouth and smile, turning to look at my pig teammate. Uncle CA, for whatever reason, you're the one being initiated by someone else, but this Uncle CA just stands there with his back pressed against the wall, his arms raised above his head, his face turning red. I can't help it. He answered her, this. The two policemen standing behind were also amazed. This person was injured like that and could still walk. Suddenly, the difficult became the wise. The two Don Vans found an excuse that didn't sound convincing, their faces were distorted as if they were clowns saying. Of course, he was invited to participate in this birthday party, so Uncle CA followed along. Yes, that's right, Thursday Twee Din hates calling. Hello, is it 120? There is a patient here. The movement here caught Lam Van Tien's attention. She saw a familiar figure and looked closely, sure enough, this face. It was Don Van. She was about to walk there, but unexpectedly a group of men who were infatuated with her stopped and started talking to her. Miss Lam. Wishing you a happy birthday, I invite you a drink, I wish you forever stop at 18 years old, you were so beautiful today. Even though he was embarrassed, Don Van also noticed Lam Van Tien's movements and changed his expression in surprise. Why did she suddenly come here? Could it be that I was discovered? He ignored Thursday Twee Din's words and turned around to find a place to hide. We have to find a way to escape. Thursday Twee Din crossed her arms in frustration. Did you even hear me? Don Van found a hiding place, got it, then the previous situation was reversed, this time it was finally in the right place. Don Van pressed against Thursday Twee Din's wall. Thursday Twee Din blushed and was about to ask, but Don Van spoke first. Don't talk, the other three people will see it. Then emotions will explode. The two policemen blushed with embarrassment. Sister Din. Uncle CA could not accept that Don Van's object was Thursday Twee Din. He held his head and screamed frantically in his head. Don Van had lost his mind. Thursday Twee Din regained her composure and asked, what are you doing? Don Van paid attention to Lam Van Tien's thoughts. Like this, surely we won't be discovered? Lam Van Tien still paid attention to that side and also saw a change in things. This move of Don Van combined with the noisy chirping sounds like baby birds from the surrounding men. But when it worked, the men kept talking. This is my business card, you are so beautiful. Miss Lam, are you free today? She thought suspiciously, have I recognized the wrong person? Suddenly the noise around was cut off. Someone threw a punch and sent away a man standing with Lam Van Tien. Everyone at the Star Spring party. Oh my god, why are you fighting like that? Don't make a fuss, this person can't be touched. The person who just struck spoke loudly for everyone here to hear. Who allowed you to talk to the young lady so casually? Immediately move away a bit. Is our young master's bride someone you can dream of? The young master in this person's mouth appeared at the same time, with blonde hair and red lips. It was indeed the person appearing on the surveillance camera, the suspect, Duan Yun. Seeing him, everyone talked even more excitedly. Who is he? Even him you don't know. He lives in Kim Van City, is very famous and is also the heir to Duan Yun Group. How Bak on both sides were 10 points embarrassed at him. Not only that, he also had the ability to pay less attention to Lam Van Tien. The fiancé was Lam Van Tien, the policeman also saw Duan Yun and immediately called the captain, Sister Din, Duan Yun. Thursday Twee Din no longer paid attention to Don Van, got out of the wall position, and conveniently slammed Don Van's head against the wall, instructing his subordinates. He did see it, pay attention to him. Don Van was so hurt that tears flew out of his eyes. Uncle CA was speechless and looked at the police plan. According to the plan, Uncle CA also found the target of their search, the purple-haired girl he called Doan Van. I see, Doan Van is still facing the wall dejectedly. Don't make a noise. If she accidentally finds out, it will be very troublesome. Uncle CA is impatient. Staring at the target without leaving, you turned your head to look away. The noise at the party host continued. A person who looked like Lam Van Tien's housekeeper stood up to talk. Young Master Duan, today is my lady's birthday. Can I ask the guards behind me to put down their weapons? The guards behind Duan then were all brazen. Uncle CA was so loud that he came to someone's birthday but was still like a dog leaning on his master. He snorted and replied, "What is this old man saying? Doesn't he want to live anymore? Can you believe that in a few minutes I will come to talk to you and beat you to the point of being sick?" Duan then didn't care about anyone else. He came to hold Lam Van Tien's hand. His face was as cruel as a snake. "Threatening you, Van Tien, there are some things that cannot be late, otherwise don't blame me." She angrily snatched her hand from his hand. "Who gives you permission to touch me, scum?" He bowed his head and smiled. Miss Van Tien really knows how to joke. It still means that she has forgotten. Suddenly he raised his face. His cruel face no longer looked like a human anymore and continued, taking his stance between us. Those brazen guys understood what their master meant, then forced the butler to kneel down. One guy even stepped on his back, not letting him move. She shouted loudly, "Guys, what do you want to do? Quickly let him go." But she herself was also held tightly, unable to do anything, all around panicked. Oh, what is this suddenly? Oh my god. It's scary. Where does that guy think this is? A fat guy brazenly wanted to do something, looking at the butler struggling to kneel on the ground and said, "Hey old man, just looking at you I feel really uncomfortable. Now I will eliminate you immediately." Before he could make a move, someone rushed in and kicked his muscular body away. The person who had just rushed to the rescue said, "You guys are very brave." It turned out that the person who came was Thursday Tweed In. She started her knuckles and called out, "Hey, we all saw it. Don't know if the quality of respecting the elderly and loving the young is a tradition." The two policemen accompanying them still haven't kept up with developments. At this point, my mouth was open and I was sweating, but I didn't dare to say a word. "Sister Din, you've already finished your investigation, so you went in." Suddenly Duan then saw someone and said sarcastically, "Hey, it looks like there's not just a rotten rat rushing in." Purple-haired sister and Van Tien both looked at each other. The person who came forward had characteristic long hair. The sound of footsteps sounded, clop clop clop. Doan Van stood up. "We met again." Doan Van remembered his childhood memories. He walked alongside her, a pretty pink-haired girl, who was young Van Tien. Van Tien scolded him because he repeated the fight many times, but each time he lost badly. At that time, he was beaten until his face was bruised. People started fighting, and he ignored the complaints. "Yes, next time I will definitely win. She won't let go." "You said it no less than 100 times, you're stubborn." Not admiring the supervisor, the girl giggled teasingly, because the senior sister was a unique genius and expert in the discipline. Disciplining people is as simple as breaking a chopstick. Not paying attention to his anger, the girl continued, "I also heard that in the sect, except for the master, there are few people who are her opponents." Someone once praised her as the girl who remembered the purple-haired senior sister's courageous appearance holding a sword and defeating dozens of opponents. She was the girl with the strongest martial arts spirit. At that time, I found this title to be very tasteless. Who was stupid to give such a title? "Yes," the girl replied, "sixth senior brother." He became stubborn again. "Next time I will definitely win." Return to reality, for the sake of my sister, looking at Doan Van standing in front of him. Thinking to myself, last time that guy blocked my way, why is he here? The chief turned to ask his subordinates, "Who is he?" The other person didn't know either, so he replied that he hadn't seen it before, so he was probably an anonymous pawn. On the contrary, Lam Van Tien immediately recognized him. She stepped forward, her eyes filled with tears. "Doan Van." Really, he didn't expect that second rich man Dai Tam Duong to rush in and block her face. Just like that, she wanted to go see her ex-lover. He cruelly ordered her. "I can't think of it. That little devil can get out of prison and destroy them for me." The brazen henchmen were probably just waiting for this. Without wasting a second, they immediately took action. The sound, rumble, rang out. they divided into two groups to surround Thursday Din and Don Van's team. People around were scared when they saw the fight was about to start. What was the final situation? What the hell is this? Filming? Mom, I want to go home. Lam Van Tien quickly stepped forward to stop. Duongdan, what are you doing? The banquet is mine now. I will not allow you to act on your own. Stop and let me hear you. Duongdan was mad. He thought she was heartbroken because of Don Van. He turned around and grabbed Van Tien's face with his hand without any mercy. Was he heartbroken because of him? Lam Van Tien, listen carefully to me. If you dare to betray me, you will die in just a few minutes of playing around with Lam T Group. Think back to your old father lying in the forest, barely alive. Lam Van Tien cried helplessly. Lam Van Tien, stopping it had no effect. The war still continued as if it had not stopped. A corner of a high-rise building exploded, due to a woman holding an iron mace and hitting Thursday Din. It's still good, she could have avoided this attack, if she hadn't relied on the power of the attack just now. You must have been broken to pieces, she praised, you dodged very quickly, I only regret this face and figure. People will now be lost. Let's enjoy it slowly. Thursday Din gritted her teeth. Who won and who lost, we still don't know. I didn't think that these henchmen were still playing sneak attacks behind my back. While she wasn't paying attention, a muscular man appeared behind her, preparing to take her down. Luckily her teammate, a police officer, promptly ran to push her out of danger. The captain's reflexes are much better. Being taken by surprise like that, while her teammates fell to the ground with their faces covered in tears, she was still able to stop in time and maintain her stance. These people. She looked back at the position she had just stood in front of, where the sneak attacker had punched and shattered a large brick space. She understood, it wasn't simple, Don Van's place nearby had not yet taken action. The henchman recognized his identity and stood there mocking him for a long time. Ha, I really didn't think you were an ancient martial artist. Your arm is so unsightly. Ha, it really makes people laugh until their teeth fall out. Are the standards of ancient martial artists so low these days? Even this kind of thing can become. There was a guy who paid attention to Uncle CA, he also quipped. Hey, this little guy was so scared that he didn't dare to speak anymore. Uncle CA was also wary of them. Damn, those people were too big. Even just the appearance is enough to scare him to death, he prayed. Don Van, nothing would happen. The henchman had enough mockery and then turned to insults. One guy said, hey, now you should go down and learn how to bark for me. If you shout loudly, you might spare your life and affect our young master's good mood. He was about to continue speaking, but before he could finish his sentence, he was punched in the face. If he didn't want to die, this punch was so strong that the guy standing behind was also involved. Both men were punched and flew far away. Uncle CA saw the power of the punch and couldn't help but gasp. This wasn't just flying far away. In fact, it flew right through to the opposite building, in a cloud of smoke and dust. Don Van calmly said, I guess you guys made a mistake, now are you posting the price so I can be merciful? Look at the powerful traces of the punch that created a large trench on the floor that could fit two people. Everyone gasped in horror. Uncle CA's mouth opened even wider than before, showing no signs of closing it. Don Van turned around and called out coldly, hey, what he said made the senior sister also sweat and the general director opened his mouth in fear no less than Uncle CA, he provoked. Everyone, come on up. Don Van remembered when he was little, he often followed his master and wanted to learn martial arts. That time, he was beaten into a pig's head by his sister. He returned and told his teacher, hoping to receive a loving hug from him. Because he was beaten into a pig's head, he couldn't speak. Ugh, on UA, master, I lost again, I still can't win against Sister 6. Looking at the talking pig head in front of him, his master showed sympathy. But the way he covered his mouth and held back his laughter could not hide his internal injuries from anyone. Tu Van. Winning or losing is a normal thing for Jia's soldiers, think about it for a moment, no one will laugh at you. He darkened his face and exposed the hypocrisy of his master, who was now laughing at him. The master loved his student but still refused. I don't have one, Don Van thought sadly, then asked his master, is there any trick that can defeat his sister? Master is also serious, on the contrary, the side effects are very big. Don Van is excited again. I'm not afraid. What kind of trick is that? The master felt a little regretful, reluctantly, and spoke vaguely, if he could say it. It's not that I don't want to teach, I'm afraid. When Don Van heard that, he was afraid that the master would change his mind, so he pounded his small fist. With tears in her eyes, she cutely begged the master, teach me. Master couldn't resist but agreed, okay, thinking love again in his heart. If anything happens, I don't care. Master finally said the name of the move that Don Van wanted. It was the strongest secret technique. The name is Tien Kai Quiet. It is thanks to this secret skill that Don Van is now able to blow away all of Duan Yun's henchmen, not one by one but many of them at the same time. At the same time they were sent flying, everyone around them, including the chief, were so surprised that their jaws were wide open, and another group of henchmen were sent flying. According to the curvature of the flight path, these henchmen will definitely land right where Sister Six and the general manager are. The chief was scared to death. Senior Sister Six reacted without saying a word. One foot kicked the henchman upwards like he was just a ball, then conveniently raised his arm to catch him, letting him lie across his arm. Everyone was shocked when they witnessed another terrible power from her. She looked up at her seemingly equal opponent, Don Van. But he also finished dealing with those bearded guys. The battlefield was chaotic. In the worst case he lost consciousness, in the worst case he panicked and crawled backwards trying to get away from Don Van. His face was still as cold as before. Duong then saw that and thought, damn. This person is still such a pervert. If nothing happens, I really want to play with him for a while. He turned to the general secretary and said, hey, hunting dog, don't you intend to let that woman assist you? The general secretary remained at dinner but did not dare to say anything. Duong then turned to Senior Sister Six and said, after all, she's just a liar. Why don't you just stand there and watch the show? Let her go. As for him, he leisurely put his arm around Lam Van Tien's shoulder, turned around and left. I leave this place to you, chief executive. Wait for me, today is like a lady's birthday party. Wherever he wants to take the young lady, he is not responsible for the mess he causes. Where are you going? Of course it's going out. But the person he forced to go out with. Lam Van Tien frowned again and agreed to follow. Thursday Tui Din was arguing and fighting with his henchman when he saw that the investigation subject was about to leave. Duong then, she quickly called her teammates. Duong then wanted to run away, I chased him. Supporting me, my teammates immediately rushed back to block the henchman. At this point, Don Van's last blow caused dust to fly, and the floor where he stood also sank deeply because of his hard work. On the outside he seems very comfortable when hitting, but the reality is different. Mr. Duck looked at his sister and thought about it. He was injured before and was still in pain, so he activated Tien Kai Quiet. Usually, two experts begin to fight head-on. The chief observer was unhappy when he discovered Vivi's transformation for the first time. Seeing Vivi showing this expression, why did he feel unhappy? Because before, Vivi always fought lightly. No one is her opponent, but at this moment she grits her teeth and must fight with all her strength. The battle situation became tense and fierce, and the surrounding martial artists became more and more surprised. They said to each other, I can't believe it, this is all true. That little word made Vivi's attack seem like nothing. Vivi really tried to fight, constantly throwing her fists, but there was no blow to hit them. The surrounding martial artists were terrified. Hey, that's not it, Vivi attacked, but it had no effect. They thought back to the situation when they had an arm wrestling competition with her, and she won against a tall, muscular guy with strong muscles. The surrounding people booed, why is the strength of the weak? There is no face left for men, anyone can. Quickly help me defeat this woman, but in the current situation, she swung her leg and kicked Don Van straight with terrible force. But it still didn't work. She was surprised, everyone was surprised, that man took a full blow. Unscathed, the remaining two policemen there could not help but say, damn. This is like fighting gods, is this a normal person? Then they also discovered something unusual, people discovered it. What? From the start of the fight. During the fight, Don Van had never made a move on that woman. Uncle CA stood there watching without looking away, his face radiating admiration. I never thought of it in my wildest dreams. Don Van is so cool. In this life, Fang Bac will be determined to accompany you and return to the fighting situation. Vivi didn't give up, she held her legs steady and threw out all her strength, her eyes looking like she wanted to kill someone. The fist was getting closer and closer to Don Van's face, it seemed like he had beaten them, the general was secretly happy. Well, Vivi just handled him like that, without needing to let him breathe, but looking closely, it wasn't what he expected. The words had to stop halfway. When the opportunity came, it turned out that the fist could only stop at the point of making Don Van's face slightly distort the cheeks, like it was just a light slap. Vivi couldn't believe it. How could it be? I knew it before. Don Van opened his mouth. It's okay, the sister really is. He raised his hand and gently knocked Vivi down, but it was a scene of simultaneous gasps. With one blow, the chief could no longer open his mouth. He was sweating all over his head. Don Van looked at his sister lying unconscious on the ground and said, making him very disappointed, the chief was too scared and unbelievable. Vivi lost, then he panicked when he discovered Don Van's group was lifting Vivi up and taking her away. Wait. He wants to take Vivi away, he shouted impatiently. Hey, you guys quickly go get my daughter back for me, but those henchmen are glaring at Don Van's power. In addition, the type of people who don't see the benefits don't work, they won't do what he says. Whoever goes wants to die, isn't this stupid? We don't listen to you, if you want to go then go, I won't go. He gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. This group of people saw money and their eyes were bright, and they let people do whatever they wanted. He immediately said the conditions were extremely attractive. Whoever helps me reclaim my daughter, all of Jia's inheritance goes to that person, all to that person. Not even a single penny was missing. As soon as the words were spoken, the henchmen no longer paid any attention to their reservations, with only money in their eyes. They all rushed forward. Duan Yun, please remember your words. They rushed up, took advantage of his lack of attention, took his life and his brother's, and played him to death. We immediately have money. Don Van looked at them and indifferently closed his eyes. Next, a series of loud noises rang out, and passers-by also noticed. What is going on? Seismic? What happened on the other side? Whose house has an explosion-proof room? The explosion, boom, echoed all the way to the office of the mysterious girl who sponsored Don Van before. Caught her attention, smoke was flying, and on the rooftop of a nearby building, 3 more martial artists appeared. They said, it looks like this trip won't arrive on time, the roof of the building where the battle took place just now can no longer hold. Tilted and fell, Chief General Duan Yun looked blankly at the empty space in front of him. My child has been taken away. The civilians were trembling and hiding in a corner of the wall. Can anyone tell us what happened? Escaping from the chaos after the battle, because Don Van was injured, Fang Bac carried the sister instead of him. Uncle Ca weakly lamented, but the vagueness with Don Van also changed. Don Ca, I can't, let's rest a bit. Oh, there's a chair over there, you two stop to rest, put Vivi down on the chair. Fang Bac propped his hands on his knees and breathed heavily. To be honest, this woman was also very heavy. Fang Bo made a despicable face. This woman made me so miserable, didn't I think that a day like this would come? Today, I will let you experience my uncle's Kim 12. Don Van, expressionless, slapped the back of his head to warn him. With a loud bang, Fang Bac cried, Don Ca, what are you hitting me for? Don Van looked at Sister with a gentle face and answered him, Sister is the person I love and respect the most. Fang Bac quickly explained, oh Don Ca, you misunderstood me. What I said was to make her think again. Jumping into the Yellow River 12 times still doesn't wash away your sins, Don Van shouted, shut up, didn't allow her to rest, and immediately took her away. Fang Bac obediently continued, following Don Ca's orders, he asked questions as he walked. Don Ca, you and your sister are both so powerful, what kind of people are you? Don Van walked behind and thought. This little word will probably bring sister out of this place safely. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his body, and the next second he spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, Tian Kai Quiet was starting to react. He looked at the 2 monks in front, his eyes gradually becoming unable to open. His legs couldn't keep up with Vang Biasi's pace, nor could his vision, then his eyes gradually blurred and he fainted, no longer able to open his eyes. Vang Biasi walked in front innocently and did not know anything, still smiling and talking, turned around and happily asked, "That's right. Don't CA, can you look at me to see if I have the qualifications to follow you and learn that ancient martial art?" Only then did he realize who was behind him. The whole road was wide and he was the only one carrying Vivi. He panicked. Don't CA, where are you? Don't scare me." Where Don Van lost consciousness, there was a childish girl holding an ice cream in her hand, perhaps planning to go home when she saw him lying face down on the road after passing out. Look, she looked left and right with an alert look, confirming it was complete. It didn't look like the appearance of an ambush. Moreover, ordinary scammers will not use this type of person. She came closer to take a closer look, looked at the outfit. Why was she wearing an outfit like this? She thought, it didn't seem like this person would escape from a violent and helpless family. After considering it for a while, she turned away and convinced herself that she didn't need to do good things. Okay, look how pitiful he is with all the injuries he has piled up. After all, he has no relationship with me. Don't have sex with me, but my conscience still won't allow it. She told the heartless person Don Van, needing me, your luck is good. Don Van's side was safe, but Lam Van Tien was taken away by Duan Yun with a sad face. No matter how much she struggled, she couldn't escape the arm around her shoulder. This scene was captured by Thursday Thuy Din's group. She held a small tube and hid behind a tree to speak. What did this person bring Miss Lam here for? If the contact person gave the information correctly, Duan Yun looked suspicious. The two policemen following behind were full of fear. Sister Din, this place seems scary, let's go back. That's right, Sister Din, I'm very scared. There is no other way, you have to give me a plan, I will think of a way to sneak in. You two are here waiting for news from me. If the weather comes, I won't be back yet. You guys immediately go back and think of a way to find his whereabouts. She was afraid they wouldn't understand, so she found Don Van, brought him here, said something and then quickly ran away. I'm leaving, the two policemen didn't have time to arrest me. Sister Din, Don Van was brought home by a kind girl. He woke up clutching the most painful head, not yet able to determine the location this place was. He looked at the room's decoration and realized that it looked like he was in a coma and left behind. Being saved by a good person, he looked at himself in the mirror. Using Tien Kai quiet too much would cause this kind of situation. It looks like he's turned 12 or 13 years old, so changing back to old age doesn't sound too bad. But it seems that the limit has been crossed, this is life-threatening. Then, curious about what her strength would be, she lightly tapped on the wall next to her. Turning into its current appearance, it is estimated that the power will also be broken. Who would have thought that, with just one light tap, the wall caved in with a hole the size of a fist? It's unclear whether it was due to not properly controlling the force of the hand or because the wall had not been repaired for a long time, but from that dent, an entire piece of wall the size of a window collapsed face down. The important thing is that behind the wall is a bathroom. More importantly, there is someone taking a shower in the bathroom. And what's extremely serious is that the person taking a bath is a girl, who is also his benefactor. Don Van is definitely not a gentleman, because right now he is laughing shamelessly, and the next second he is spitting blood from his nose while laughing shamelessly. As expected of Don Van, not daring to look at the girl in front of him, Don Van covered his nose that was bleeding loudly, conveniently covering his immoral face. He thought, wait a minute, isn't this a story that only happens in manga? I didn't expect that Tien Kai Quiet had unleashed such power and still remained inside without dispersing. If we didn't find an opportunity to release this power, it would be very harmful to the body. Then he wiped his bloody nose. First he had to quickly apologize, but that girl wasn't shy. He kept approaching Don Van so quickly that he didn't know what to do to be okay. Injured or not? The nosebleed can't stop anymore. He reminded me, let it be okay, it's the opposite. Oh, hurry up and get dressed, damn, this is real. After getting dressed well, the two of them could sit down and talk to each other. She said, haven't you introduced yourself yet? Let's just call you Chu Tui, I really didn't mean it just now, you were worried about getting hurt again. So I'm a little excited. Hey little DD, what's your name? Don Van replied with a baby face. Your name is Don Van, I thought, little brother, this feeling. Because my current appearance is that of a teenager, I am not considered an adult at all. Tui Tui looked at the wall that was temporarily fixed by using similar wood. Speak up to explain the awkwardness just now. After all, this special area has been around for a long time. It is said that good or bad architecture depends on the malicious heart of the company. She explained while his head was covered in sweat, so the bathroom walls of the project were made entirely of bean residue. He only dared to think the truth in his heart, which was not true. This is me doing it's late at this hour, but someone still comes knocking on Tui Tui's door, calling loudly. Lia too, open the door for me, it turns out the homeowner is coming. He saw the condition of the wall so he got angry. Tui Tui opened the door with a conciliatory voice, Dai Tuk. Don't knock, if you do this you won't let me open the door. He angrily pointed at the makeshift wall behind him. How did my bathroom turn into this set? Did you know that my house is about to be sold? Lately, I've had to collect tens of thousands of dollars, no joke. She waved her hand apologetically. He was extremely sorry. He took his loss and raised his hand to slap Lya too. Late at night, you made such a big noise. Do you think this is the place your father left you? Don Van was also surprised. His face darkened and he spoke, although it was convenient to attack his daughter. Who are you, that guy? He was afraid of Don Van's aura but still kept his mouth shut. Oh, where are you, little devil? Ah, it won't be with Lya2 to overcome Limite, I couldn't help but think. Looking at this little guy's eyes, Lya2 cried out and spoke up. The homeowner urged him. This child is my younger brother, he is still young and doesn't understand things, don't take it personally, this is all my fault. I promise that within a week, I will give compensation to my uncle. He is also waiting for this. Quickly slam the door and leave a sentence that does not allow for negotiation. I only gave you 3 days, give me 100,000, if you don't pay, you just pack up and leave. Don Van secretly looked at Lya2. She turned around, revealing her red, swollen cheeks, smiling and shouting, finally finished deceiving. Don Van asked with 3 black lines on his face, what, sister, weren't you crying just now? She immediately opened her uncle's tiny eyes. This was because the landlord, Uncle Thursday, was very touchy-feely. He only needed to shed a few tears to make him show mercy. That's why she always keeps eye drops by her side. At some point, she also considers it a good thing, even though she has a bad attitude. But she was the only one willing to rent a room for her to live in. Even though one cheek was red, she was still gentle. She was very grateful to her. Even though there was only one point, Don Van looked at her quietly, thinking, this can also be called honesty. And speaking of Thursday Tweedin's investigation situation, late at night there was not a single person in sight. She followed Duan then down to a dark cellar. She walked in thought, even though she sneaked in, she lost track of Duan then. This underground route is very complicated. If you are not careful, you will get lost. Suddenly, underfoot stepped on something. These are human bones. She turned to look at the tarpaulin-covered mountain as tall as an adult. She pulled it down. Inside were human bones. She was frightened by her own guess. They were all Duong, god of murder. There was a loud scream, She quickly ran towards it. It was the woman's handcuff scream. She ran quickly to the room at the end of the road, the sound of her breathing heavily echoing because of the small, closed road. She used the momentum to kick open the door of the room. The door opened, and she could see clearly inside. Her face turned pale as soon as she saw this gruesome scene. The woman's bruised body was dismembered and tied tightly to a hard board. She was indignant. What kind of devil could do this kind of action? She gritted her teeth and didn't pay attention to the situation around her, so she didn't know when Duongdan was behind her. He seemed to be calling from a ghost. Hey, when did you get here? In Don Van's house recovering from injury, he reminded Tui Tui. Tui Tui, 100,000 is not a small number, within 3 days, alone for a girl like you. Where do you get so much money from? She objected, what is a female student? Aren't you also a male student? Next, she picked up her phone to show off, hee hee. Tell me, it's okay, Duan Van stared wide-eyed. Oh, she explained about the photo. I previously helped someone take a photo and received 50,000 as compensation. She had no idea what this photo meant to Duan Van. He recognized the people in the photo. This is a photo of brother when he was alive. Standing with him were Duong Then and sister Tai. He jumped up and grabbed her wrist. Caught earnestly asked, where did she take this photo, who gave it to her? The power was so strong that Tu Tui cried out. Pain, 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 Duan Van pulled back. Sorry, I'm a little excited, it's okay, it's okay. Duan Van, your arms and legs are injured, why is your strength so great, she recounted. I know a rich uncle named Duong Vin Tin. He often asks me to help him cheat. Yeah, when it's done, he'll give me a lot of money afterward. Duan Van held his phone and zoomed in on the photo of Huyn, holding it up for her to see. Tu Tui, this person is my brother, a very important relative. Miss, do you know what happened to him? She was surprised and then said guiltily. Duan Van, first of all I apologize, saying this may be a bit difficult for you to accept. She recalled, that day, I followed the arrangement of my rich uncle. Waiting in the grass, I then saw two people, a man and a woman, talking to each other. Nam seemed rushed and also slightly reproachful. It's been 3 years, have you finally appeared in front of me? He looks desolate. Why don't you answer me? Do you really not pay attention to the feelings between us? He looked at the silent girl in front of him and called out. Because, at this time, Duong Then suddenly appeared and interrupted. Duong Vin Purple's words seem to be correct. Just use the right scent and you can easily lose yourself. Monk turned around and asked who it was. Duong Then still has that snake face. Even though taking action against a man is very tasteless. However, it still has to be resolved according to the direction of the Thai Quiet Association. You. Next, Tu Tui witnessed the brutal scene after his cruel words. We'll have to die here. After Tu Tui finished telling that part of the past, Duan Van burst into anger. That's right, that scary guy killed Monk Huinon. Duan Van remained silent and said nothing. It only emitted such terrible pressure that objects broke and made sounds. Bang, bang, Tu Tui panicked. Hey, she said, these tattered things haven't been repaired in a long time. Duan Van's expression was unclear. Tu Tui, do you know how to find Duong Vin Tin? He thought quickly. After leaving that night, I knew absolutely nothing about him anymore. Listening to Tu Tui's explanation, Duong Vin Tin and Duong Vin are related. Outside, two police teammates were still waiting. Some people are starting to get impatient. Sister Din hasn't returned yet. So what should we do now? The other person replied, not long ago. What are you in a hurry? Suddenly there was a rustling sound from the bushes behind. A man working as a police officer was so scared that he hugged his comrades and cried. I'm so scared. The other person comforted me with a blank face. His words of comfort were as sweet as sugar cane. Don't panic, baby, let's go take a look. The two of them carefully hid behind a large bush, only opening their eyes to look. Lean discovered that the noise just now was made by an acquaintance. They looked at the girl and shouted in surprise. Oh, isn't this Miss Lam? There's another fierce battle in the dungeon. This time Duong then really took action. The two fists clashed directly against each other, exploding with enormous pressure. Thursday Tui Din confronted him and discovered that the difference in strength between the two sides was not small. The fist from earlier caused her to be thrown back several meters. Looking at his devilish face, she admitted. This name is like turning into someone else. Every time he makes an unimaginably powerful move, he makes another move. She quickly dodged away, he praised. It's not bad that you escaped. She was not in the mood to answer. After a few initial moves, she realized what she needed to do while charging. She analyzed that although his moves became more powerful, his skills were slow. When Duong Nen's fist came out, she followed her previous analysis. He ducked down and dodged a blow. Taking advantage of an opening, he slipped behind him. This was both a weakness and an opportunity. Her movements were seamless and decisive, following the movement of her body, one elbow accurately hitting the opponent's neck. Duan Yun had no strength to resist this attack and fainted. His body fell forward, as if she knew it. She did not turn around and continued the self-replenishing lesson. No matter how powerful he is also human. The weakest part is his head. She closed her eyes and thought of the person who taught her this, successfully. I don't want to make my father lose face, but you miscalculated. This afternoon will of course have an effect on ordinary people. But Duan Yun was like a devil. He just lay there for a while and then slowly stood up. Thursday Tui Din was sweating coldly, feeling the pressure and angry voices from behind. You know, using overwhelming strength to pressure the enemy is the most tasteless. Because of the obvious difference in strength, the expression of despair was monotonous and tasteless. Something will vanish through the air and hit Thursday Tui Din straight, while the devil's voice still rings out. Therefore, wanting to give others hope would later make him despair. His face with its long red tongue really didn't look human at all. He looked at her. Say a sentence to express your satisfaction. In this moment, the human face is the most beautiful. He looked at her scared face and confirmed again that it was not wrong. The person's face is the same now. It's unclear how he injured Thursday Tui Din. Blood shot out from her chest. The injury caused her to lose the strength to act. Duan Yun saw this result. He ordered her to be tied up. The beautiful Lam Van ran away, so let her be a substitute. The two henchmen behind him obeyed. Yes, young master, somewhere else. Duan Yun impatiently broke the phone. He was worried because he couldn't find his daughter. Damn it, he couldn't find Duan Van everywhere. The only clue is that this kid and Thursday Tui are related. He quickly grabbed the car keys and ran away because he knew he couldn't wait for anyone else but himself. Thursday Tui was sent by me to follow Duan Yun. He drove fast on the main road, not noticing that at night like this there was a lonely motorbike. Calculating, the only way was to go back. When Duan Yun was being mean, he asked her for some information. He also did not know that he missed the opportunity for Tu Tui to bring Duan Van to meet him. As she walked, she told him, there is money in here. After seeing him, don't talk nonsense. If we make him angry, we will be kicked out. I don't understand why Duan Van cracked his knuckles, but he still agreed. I knew I needed to remind him. I just finished speaking. A car drove quickly, without any intention of avoiding pedestrians. Duan Van quickly pulled Tu Tui back to avoid a collision. Be careful. Tu Tui was angry. Why are you running so fast here? It's just that Duan Van's attention wasn't there because he saw who was in the car. The person in the car he saw in the rearview mirror, Duan Yun. He immediately ran after him. Tu Tui screamed. Duan Van, where are you going? Duan Van chased around the corner, couldn't think of a problem. Duan Yun's face was in a hurry, wondering where he wanted to go. He had to think of a solution, but suddenly his body refused to respond, forcing him to stop thinking about his steps. He was unwilling and suddenly had difficulty breathing. Right now this body doesn't have enough time to move true energy. Damn it, could it be that I just let my eyes look at Duan Yun? Suddenly there was a call from behind. Duan Van. I turned around. Tu Tui, it's you. She was driving the small motorbike that had been parked on the side of the road and rushed over here. She raised her hand and asked, do you want to chase that car? Quickly getting into the car, Duan Van took her hand and used his strength to jump into the car. This time I really thank you, but how did you get this car? The car carrying two people was speeding down the road. This kind of small thing wouldn't make it difficult for me. Duan Yun arrived at Duan Yun's underground bunker. He walked towards the bunker. Duan Yun absolutely will not let go of Thursday Tui Din because of his 2 or 3 words. He must find someone who can shake him. Suddenly, from behind, 2 martial artists called out to him. Oh, they're called Duan. He turned back to look. There he was, moving forward to complain. It's late at night and you're calling us out as an emergency contact. It's not just to reward him, he doesn't consider anyone a threat. If you can't give me a reasonable explanation, I don't mind using you as a tool to practice my tricks. Duan Yun also did not dare to have any attitude. Try to make this as light as possible. This is related to the leader's great ideals. I want to ask you guys to help me with something. Inside the house is built with modern materials, but outside, torches are lit to illuminate the house like in ancient times. The sailor's hands were tied with 2 large iron chains. She just woke up after the battle. Quickly realizing that the surrounding space was different, Hatred said, "Damn it, I lost to him. The wound in the ribs has stopped bleeding, but the pain still hasn't stopped. So Duan Yun is certainly not a person looking for mercy. My ribs still hurt to this day. It's not broken, is it?" She clenched her fists and tried to struggle free from the chain. She couldn't control it so much that she had to think of a way to escape from this place, under the illumination of the classic torch. Thursday Din, after being freed from bondage, followed the stairs up. Unexpectedly, the place where she was locked was hidden deep in a cave. Her whole body was bruised, especially her wrists. She walked heavily, damn it hurt so much. People who use their bare hands to break chains in TV dramas don't get the slightest bit of damage. Suddenly there was a cry for help from the nearby cliff. "Save my life, kill me, please, look over there, who?" That person still cried bitterly. She saw it. It was a terrible scene that made her unable to keep calm. She saw that inside that prison-like room were girls. Each person is being subjected to different types of torture. It's miserable. Life is better than death. You hate Duan Yun indescribably. It's impossible, Duan Yun, I swear. It will definitely cause him to meet retribution. Above, Tui led Don Van almost to the outside of the underground tunnel, but the motorbike ran out of gas in the middle of the road. They could only fumble step by step. The damn motorbike had run out of gas for such a short distance. Don Van said it's okay, we can still follow the traces left on the road. The road ahead is very difficult. If he wants to continue driving, the speed will definitely be very slow. Now that there was time to talk, Tui asked, "Don Van, I still haven't asked him why he wants to find that rich uncle. That uncle doesn't look like a bad person." Don Van replied that he just wanted to find him to ask for information about someone. Tui didn't understand at first. "After that, I immediately knew who I was looking for. It turns out that's it. Wait, do you want to find the murderer?" "Don Van, you're just a teenager, catching a murderer. This kind of dangerous thing should be left to the police. I don't know how to explain this." He could only use his immature face to reply, "There are things only I can do," and then pretended to be an adult teaching a child to pat her head. "Okay, this could be very dangerous next. I should go alone, you should go back first." Tui rarely receives care and protection from others, so when Don Van patted her head, the surrounding space seemed to be filled with thousands of pink bubbles, with an expression worthy of the letter V. Waiting until Don Van had walked a few steps, she reacted. "Taking back the dignity of a big sister, that's not right. Why do you want me to come back? Because it's dangerous. You're just a kid, so why bother teaching someone older than you?" Don Van could only helplessly complain in her heart. Her current appearance was completely considered a child by her. Tui still spoke very confidently without knowing that there was a wild animal in the city, a big bear standing right behind her. Furthermore, if there was really danger, it should have been me who came to protect it. It seemed like I sensed something. She turned around, saw the object behind her, then screamed in fear. It appeared dangerous. Under Don Van's silence, she actually put on a professional appearance. "No problem. I also learned martial arts. I came to protect him. I punched him." Hey, everything around was quiet. Even the bear was silent. Only the black crow carried a 3-dot mark over Tui's head. This scratching punch made the bear even more angry. It screamed and wanted to pounce on her. She no longer had the professional appearance of a second ago. She immediately held her head and ran for help, to save her life. The bear was already close, her life hanging in the balance, constantly saying, "Don't eat me, don't eat me." But after waiting for a long time, no bear lovingly touched her, so she trembled and opened her eyes to look. "Oh, haven't I been eaten yet?" Then she saw the bear lying at Don Van's feet. She was surprised. "Don Van, you were so powerful." He crossed his arms and smiled lightly. "See, there is still time to turn back now. If she continues to move forward, there may still be a lot of danger. Unexpectedly, she is still stubborn." "No, you protected me anyway. Don Van was speechless. I could only deal with one bear, if it was two I wouldn't be able to fight back. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a sound coming from the bushes behind him. Don Van raised his hand to protect her behind. Hey, there are really two bears this time, when I saw someone appearing from behind the bushes. Both Don Van's faces glowed, the one leading the way somehow sparkled, complaining that the person walking behind was carrying a girl. You idiot, yesterday you forgot to change the gas, now we have to run into the mountains, the person behind us is also exhausted. Shut up, if you have that kind of spirit, come help me carry someone, don't pay attention to the road. The two groups of people encountered each other. The police officer in the lead was startled. Oh my god, Don Van said, it's you guys. After a while of talking, Don Van grasped the situation. It turned out to be like that. While the banquet was taking place, Duan Yun had already left. The police led the two of them to follow the trail to this place. As for Tu Tui, she looked intently at Lam Van Tien, who was still in a coma, her eyes bright as stars. Ah, her figure is also really beautiful. While Don Van was still serious. Then you guys saved her, right? Thank you. The two policemen looked at each other with puzzled faces, then turned to question them at the same time. Who are you? Why do you say it like you've traveled with us? That's right, you're wronging you so late at night and still running around outside. Do you believe I'll take you back to the barn? Don Van realized the problem and covered his face in pain. Really, these two guys didn't recognize him, so he had to return to his previous cold stance. Even though my body has become a lot smaller, you should still recognize my voice. The two stupid policemen were now surprised and confused. You are Don Van. Suddenly, without warning, they knelt down as if they had seen a god. Don Van, quickly go and save Sister Din, she went in there alone, and hasn't come out yet, the two of us are worried to death. Don Van's goal from the beginning was to find Duan Van. Now that he knows he and Thursday Tui Din are in the same place, of course he will go there, no need for the two of them to say anything. I will definitely go, the two of you, one leading the way for me, looked towards the two girls. One person stayed here to take care of the two of them. Tu Tui refused to stay. Don Van, I want to go with you, she convinced me. I'll go talk to that uncle, he probably won't hide anything from me. Don Van was silent for a moment, not knowing what to think, then turned around with a smile and said, rest assured, Tu Tui. I no longer need to find him to hear news about that person anymore. I don't understand why Tu Tui is using herself. She watched Don Van walk away, thinking, why is he clearly smiling, but I feel so scary in the underground bunker. Duan sat and talked with two ancient martial artists called by Duong Vin Tin. Truong Vu, what wind blew you here? Or should I say, you're finally interested in my artwork. The person called Truong Vu spoke up. The person I talked to was always very direct. You just captured a woman, and you're also the captain of the rear guard team, right? She is the mayor's daughter, the best trading pawn. You can't spoil her. So, he frowned, this person, I want. Duong then held a glass of wine in his hand and was bored with playing around before turning around and calling out to him. Truong Vu, then suddenly crushed the wine glass. Since when do you have the right to rob people with me? Truong Vu is not afraid of him. Everyone is an ancient martial artist and an ally. It was because I respected your face that I said such polite words. His realm is only 6th grade post-celestial level, and here he is only intermediate level. Normally, giving him a little face is just out of respect for his family. Duong then raised his voice, and the remaining ancient martial artist also stepped forward. He looks big and scary. Don't invite him to drink and then drink as punishment. Duong then was still proud, snapped his fingers and signaled to the housekeeper behind him. The housekeeper understood and bowed down to wait for orders. He said to that tall martial artist, but as if giving orders to the butler, I refused. I'm going to turn her into a work of art now. Later, the housekeeper received the order and respectfully replied, young master. I immediately went to prepare it for you. When that guy heard it, his eyes widened. Don't blame me, he threw a powerful punch. Truong Vu sarcastically said that the strength of ancient martial artists is divided by rank. 9th rank is the lowest, rank 1 is the highest. It's understandable that a 6th rank martial artist was suppressed. If you don't have real strength, you should obediently tuck your tail. Duan then smiled triumphantly and repeated the sentence, yes, if you don't have strength, you should be obedient and keep your tail down. Truong Vu was startled, careful. Duan then jumped towards the ancient martial artist. The speed and strength were much more terrifying than that guy. With one strike, Duan then's beast-like nails dripped blood. He didn't pay attention to the ancient martial artist falling down. The devilish face continued to say, when did I say that 6 rank was my limit? He couldn't even see the hidden truth of his true strength. He licked the blood on his hand, disdainfully. Your realm turns out to be just that. Ancient martial artist is the name given to people who rely on tricks from ancient times to practice martial arts. Can form true energy in the body, and at the same time use true energy for cultivation. All true energy uses special means to make people erupt with special energy, which can be transported throughout the 8 meridians in the human body. The strength of ancient martial artists is divided according to the total amount of true energy in the body along with the skills in using true energy. The lowest is the 9th grade martial artist, who can only condense a small bit of true energy. But even if it's just a 9th grade martial artist, it's difficult to condense in the palm of your hand. This environment has the power to crush a stone. The 5th grade is a boundary between low level and high level. Reaching the fake level is to be able to still transfer true energy throughout the body, and the higher quality martial artists have. It is even possible to use true energy to do unimaginable things. A loud explosion rang out. Truong Vu crossed his arms in front of his body to defend. Blocking the blow from Duan Then, his body could not withstand the great strength, so he was pushed back. Truong Vu gritted his teeth and looked at Duan Then. This bastard Duan Then, like himself, is also a 4th grade mouthpiece. Duan Then hit him 3 times in a row. Truong Vu was lucky to avoid it, Duan Then said unhappily. Why do you only know how to hide like that? Didn't you say you wanted to teach me? Truong Vu had time to think. This guy makes moves without knowing how to restrain himself like that, so even if he is a 4th grade, his true energy cannot last forever. Truong Vu quickly ran outside the tunnel, NHI the 2. If you and I both have 4th grade strength, we shouldn't be fighting in this cramped place. You're too busy with your hands and feet. If you have the guts, follow me out. Duan then smiled contemptuously. Ha ha ha, don't think I don't know what you're thinking, you can't escape. Truong Vu rushed out of the bunker, still keeping his original thoughts. It's true that he's a dude with no fighting experience. I just need to use all my strength to prolong the time. He will definitely lose to me because of the excessive consumption of true energy. Deep in the basement, Thursday Tweedin still slowly found a way out, hearing the noise of 2 people above fighting. She wondered what was going on. Earthquake? At this moment, 2 henchmen appeared from a hidden corner. They did not detect her. Talking as usual, following the godbrother really has meat to eat. That's right, it was really stupid to follow the trash Fang busy, but luckily she reacted quickly and escaped in time. Because a guy used the corner of his eye to notice someone standing there, he immediately turned to look closely at the position she had just stood at. His teammates asked in confusion, why did he stop? That guy was confused. I think I see a shadow of someone here. Stop joking around, let's go enjoy the big party. They entered the room where Thursday Tweedin was previously detained. She went back to putting the chains on her hands like before, pretending nothing had happened. Whenever the henchmen saw her, they always made a fat cat face. Oh my god. That's great, this time I'll have to taste it first. Why would you get the job? They argued to no avail. They didn't know whether life or death was the same. What was there to fight about? They all went together. Suddenly she opened her eyes, grabbed the chain as a statue, and swung herself up. Most of the 2 guys on the left and right were thrown away, but it was good for the guy in the middle. He didn't care about his life. He just stood there staring, unable to believe how he got this lucky. The next step was not unexpected. He was pinned by her legs with her legs. The result was unpredictable. The 3 men were knocked out and fell unconscious on the ground. Her mouth was foaming, but Thursday Tweedin was of course not bound by the chains. A bunch of scum, but she didn't expect the housekeeper that Duan then sent to witness all of this. He agreed, they were indeed a bunch of scum, but the young master's artwork should be cleaned from time to time. he also said equally trashy words. With a piece of white paper on her body, Lu left a bit of a wanton memory. He started to attack, and she quickly turned around to block the attack. Her whole body was thrown backwards by the impact of the force. She panicked. This guy's strength is amazingly strong. Even though he was on the ground, he was still dragging his feet for a long time. She had no choice but to use her hands as resistance, but the other guy still stood there leisurely with his hands in his pockets. Even though I'm the only one left here, for the sake of young master's work, I'm willing to dedicate everything. Thursday Tui Din is not that good, she deserves to die. Unable to move, she assessed the name in front of her. Although this guy is not as scary as Duan Yun, he still has a strength that is not suitable for his age. Who would have thought that before they could actually fight, out of nowhere a person wearing a helmet and full protective gear appeared. Knocking out the fourth scumbag surprised Thursday Tui Din, the mysterious new person said. Even if you are an ancient martial artist, you cannot be like Iron Skin and cannot be attacked by water and fire. It turned out that he was not knocked unconscious, but this person brought an electric shock device to shock the scumbag. The mysterious person continued, Captain Thursday, I'm here to save you. Thursday Tui Din looked for a while but still didn't realize who was so strange. Her mouth formed an O and asked, Daituk, who are you? Because of the dangerous situation, the newcomer did not reveal his identity but took Thursday Tui Din and fled. While running, she did not forget to thank and ask, Thank Tuk. Thank you for saving me, but who is Tuk? The newcomer hesitated and did not speak. Thursday Tui Din understands that, sorry, I'm too talkative, but Tuk wears a mask. It was definitely inconvenient to reveal his identity, but Tuk was willing to stand up against Duan Yun. Definitely an ally with a righteous heart, yes. To me, the person behind that mask turned out to be Duan Yun. He interrupted, I'm just a righteous angel passing by, he thought again. Just like I thought, this kid is so naive, Mr. Duke, in front of him is the passage to get out. Let's go quickly. Under the cold moonlit night, the two of us quickly ran away. Duan Yun explained, Captain Thursday, Duan Yun is a very scary ancient martial artist. I think, only by gathering a large number of people can we stop him. Hearing these words, she immediately thought of Don Van. I also know that that guy is different from normal criminals, this time I can't help but ask Don Van for help. When it came to the right person he was looking for, Duan Yun asked calmly. Don Van, is he your ally, where should we find him? She confidently intended to respond. Before he could finish his answer, she sensed danger, so she stepped forward and pushed Duan Yun down. Saved his life, a gust of wind carried him back. She hit the target so she hit the ground with momentum, creating an explosion that scattered dirt and rocks around. She cried out, being careful, waiting for the dust to clear. The two of them could clearly see who had just beaten them. This is, the person who comes has an evil face and two red horns grow on his back. They recognized immediately, Duan Yun. He was currently using one leg to press Truong Vu to lie flat on the ground. Truong Vu. I don't understand, how is this possible? Why is your true energy still not consumed? Still with that scornful voice, he replied, ha ha ha, level 5, ancient martial artists can circulate true energy throughout their body. You and I are both 4th grade, but when it comes to using true energy, you are just a brat. Truong Vu realized, could it be that he was crushed under Duan Yun's feet? Truong Vu was unwilling. Yet you did not retain any true energy for defense, using all your true energy to attack. Are you not afraid of me attacking again? Duan Yun happily laughed at Truong Vu's stupidity. Ha 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 ha, first of all, the moves are very strong, putting all my strength into attacking, making you think that I only know how to attack but don't know how to defend. You will definitely become arrogant, and at the same time think of waiting until I lose my true energy. So how will you attack me? Truong Vu sweated because he was seen through his thoughts, and listened to him continue, if there is no hope, then why be disappointed, people now? It was that other person's face that said happily. Truly a masterpiece. Looking at the hand with long sharp claws approaching like a wild beast, Truong Vu was so frightened that he had no strength to resist. Duan Yun, luckily someone shouted, stopped. Duan Yun turned around and saw that it was Thursday Tui Din in her, but they let her escape. I have truly raised a bunch of harmful subordinates. Thursday Din stands up for justice. Duong then, as long as I'm here, don't try to harm anyone else again. Duong Vin Tin wisely reminded Captain Thursday, our strength is not enough, we should first retreat and gather our men, and we should not provoke Duong Vin anymore. Thursday Din is so incomprehensible, she told the news that Duong Vin Tin needed, Dai Tuk, Don Van's whereabouts are currently unknown. But before that, he always stayed at the Thursday Tuk restaurant where I was here, hurry up and leave. He must find a way to find him. Once he got the news, he immediately turned around without hesitation. I understand, only Thursday Din is left, Duong then laughed and told the truth. Clearly knowing the difference in strength between you and me, you don't want to run. It's interesting, I'm really looking forward to what her expression will be like after her arms and legs are broken. Thursday Din's face showed determination. I already knew that I was no match for the monsters. But she thought of another girl's tearful face, even if everything I did wouldn't have any effect. Even though my fists are currently incapable of fighting against evil people like you. She clenched her fists, taking a stance to prepare for a fight. She remembered when she was young, when she decided to join the Defender team. Someone asked her, "To Thursday, your father is the mayor. Why do you still want to be a small defender like this?" She then replied, about this, it's embarrassing to say. Actually, because of this answer, I still maintain it, I believe that this world has justice. And I volunteer to protect this cause, you are determined, come here, Duong Dan. He is worried that his prey will soon be spoiled. He cares and says it, don't die too soon. Suddenly, his path was gently blocked by someone. Finally found someone, Duong then. Although she didn't realize it, based on her feeling, Thursday Din still judged that this feeling was Don Van. In the dark forest, Duong Vin Tin ran far away from Duong Vin so he didn't know he missed Don Van. Intelligence has also been obtained, I have no reason to stay here anymore. As for Truong Vu, if he died at his hands, Duong Vin could just give the leader an explanation. Don Van and Duong Vin declared war, Don Van's strength surprised Thursday Din and Truong Vu. Truong Vu already knew Don Van's level through a single blow. This kid is actually a 5th grade martial artist. He has reached this level at such a young age. He really has potential. It's just a pity that facing Yang Chen's 4th grade strength, he's still a little weaker. After a blow, both Duong Vin and Don Van were affected and knocked back. Duong Vin lost patience, his hand gathered so much true energy that it glowed. Even though I don't know who you are, I have no interest in playing with a little devil like you. Don Van was shocked. Duong Vin had gathered his true energy into a large ball above his head. He shouted loudly and threw the ball towards Don Van. Don Van tried to defend but still could not resist this attack. He was sent flying back. Truong Vu also panicked. Yang Chen's 4th grade strength has reached the level of releasing true energy. True energy turned into a field of wind, the attack range and the eyes widened. Just now I was the victim of this move. Don Van was thrown back to Thursday Din, she was worried. Don Van, are you okay? Duong then heard it. He thought he heard wrong and had to ask again. Hey, what did you just say? Don Van stood firm again, no mistake. I am Don Van, he told me his purpose. I came to collect a debt. Duong then seemed to hear something funny. Ha 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 ha, debt collector, he laughed loudly, don't talk so shamelessly. Since Don Van has stated his purpose, he will definitely fight until the living and the dead. So Lin told Thursday Din, police officer Thursday, this is between me and him. Don't get involved, your subordinates will be here soon. She and they quickly left here. Truong Vu, who was covered in injuries, was ignored and felt a bit angry. I'm just a 2-star burden, he thought, I know I'm not Duong Van's opponent. But, he called Thursday Din, hey, miss, can you help me with something? Don Van continued to rush forward, hitting consecutively at breakneck speed. But none of them can beat Duong Van because his dodging speed is much faster. He sneered, Don Van, where are you going? It's our turn. After speaking, he immediately attacked, Don Van had difficulty looking back at his body condition. After using Tien Kai Quiet, the true energy in my body was very chaotic. I could only use a little true energy. Moreover, it is still very difficult to control. Duong then also has an opinion about Don Van, while talking leisurely. Although I don't know why you turned out like this. But your current strength is only 5th grade, yet your delusion defeats me. The large hand-shaped true energy rushed towards Don Van. He was exhausted. Go die, a leader hits the ground and rocks concave in the shape of a giant hand. Dust flies everywhere. Duong then doesn't know what Don Van's life and death are like. Is he dead? No, that's right, Don Van hadn't been beaten to a pulp by that leader. He was still standing there with true energy moving throughout his body. Even if he could barely control it, Duong then gradually lost patience. Truly a cockroach that can't be beaten to death. Thursday Tui Din helped Truong Vu stand aside to watch the match. Truong Vu lamented, I feel like my eyes have been opened. This ally of yours just fell into such a low position just because she couldn't use true energy. Thursday Tui Din asked confusedly. True energy, Truong Vu discovered, true energy exists around the body. His current strength is the true strength of the 5th grade. With a swift slash, the wooden tree trunk in front of Don Van was cut in half. Duong then silently stood behind him for a while. He spoke leisurely. I have to admit, your current skills can be said to be at the peak of 5th grade, but the difference in strength that has reached our level by 1 grade can be said to be the difference between heaven and earth. Don Van immediately turned around and threw a punch, but Duong then gently blocked him with his palm. He was so happy. Your breathing started to get chaotic. It seems like you have no way to maintain this state for too long. It seems like you've been told. Don Van gritted his teeth and continued to attack. It's just that no matter how many attacks are thrown, Yang Chen blocks them. He said, it seems you still don't understand the difference between us. He thought back to when he was a child. He stood on the heads of many people. In this world, there are people who are born with everything, receive the best education, and have whatever they want. It's convenient to get it. He thought of the girls he had victimized in the past. When you're tired of playing, throw them away, even if you throw those people in the trash. It's better than letting them be tainted by others, and the more people who come to this world without anything. Because of the small things, I struggle to earn money to feed myself. Even if you reluctantly get what you want, you can't completely get it. I'm afraid that if you don't grasp it firmly, you'll have to let it slip from your hands. He spoke out his deviant 3-point view in a reasonable way. What do you think is the reason? That's because in this world, people are divided into high and low from birth. Don Van couldn't listen anymore. He jumped up to gain momentum for the shot. Before the 5 punches had even arrived, Yang Chen continued to use his hand. He still spoke slowly. The noble should have everything, and the lowly should be oppressed. His other hand accurately pierced the position of Don Van's heart, and it was obvious that I was a noble person. As for you, Don Van was drained of all his strength and dangled like a broken doll, eyes wide open, ears still able to hear Duong Van's words. Just a poor, lowly person who was trampled under my heel and hurt so much. Don Van struggled to spit out a mouthful of blood. Part of it was splashed on Duong Van's expressionless face, increasing his audacity. Thursday Tui Din couldn't believe it, heartbroken. How could this be possible? She was about to move towards that direction when Truong Vu grabbed her hand and stopped her. Don Van and Duong then smiled pervertedly like he usually smiles. It's really interesting. Your current situation really makes you unable to stop. Suddenly, you don't know where the strength comes from. Don Van tightly grasped the arm that was piercing him, glared and replied, what is noble and lowly? I didn't come here to hear you say these words. Duong then was surprised. Why aren't you dead yet? After thinking for a moment, he understood. Could it be? You can use true energy to change the position of your internal body. Don Van no longer had the energy to care. He repeated his purpose of coming. I came here just to collect a debt. Duong then still wanted to withdraw his hand but couldn't. How could it be possible? But he couldn't withdraw his hand. He actually used this trick to bind his body. Don Van shouted loudly, you should pay your debt. He still moved his true energy crazily to attack Yang Chen, whose hands and feet were bound. Yang Chen's mind was still thinking about a plan. His true energy was always being consumed crazily, as long as he could avoid it. He would definitely die from overconsumption. He immediately used his body's powerful chi to activate his true chi to cover his entire body for defense. He thought with certainty, as long as he uses true energy to defend, even Thursday Tweedin, who is just an ordinary person, can feel the difference. Is it my illusion? Why did it feel like something was covering their bodies? Truong Vu was frightened. This was the overbearing spirit. Duongdan's strength has already reached the peak of grade 4, just one step away from breaking through grade 3. Look at Don Van's face full of strength. Truong Vu explained that normally it is impossible to see the true energy surrounding the body with the naked eye, but if the true energy reaches a certain level, it can almost materialize. Forming an unbreakable protective layer, guarding energy, Duongdan said with a triumphant face to Don Van, wanting to break this layer of guarding air. At least third-grade strength is needed, he laughed happily, and the current person is just a lamp that has run out of oil, so the winner is still me. Don Van thought about something, raised his face to the sky and spoke softly. Luke Su Huin's debt. This time Duongdan was so scared that he was sweating profusely. Don Van doesn't have the look of a lamp running out of oil like he sarcastically said. A full blow of true energy came out from Don Van's hand. He must definitely avenge Luke Su Huin. He shouted the second half of the sentence, he must pay. This blow actually hit Duongdan's face. He had no strength to resist and was sent flying back. Even the arm pinned in Don Van's chest was pulled out as light as air. A white smoke rose into the air. Looking closely, this smoke came from Duongdan. Perhaps he had to pay with his life for what he had done, indeed. His white eyes showed that he was really dead, Don Van thought with relief. Luke Su Huin. He remembered how hard he practiced following Luke Su Huin as a child. The two of them used to laugh together, walk around the streets, eat and drink happily. I remember when we were tired from playing, Luke Su Huin pampered him and carried him on his back, climbing up the long stairs on the way back to the master's gate. I really miss Luke Su Huin's affectionate smile. He looked up at the sky and wanted to tell him what he did today. Luke Su brother, I was exhausted and had a wound in my chest. Don Van couldn't support him anymore, his eyes closed, he fell down helplessly. Don Van, fortunately, Thursday Tweedin caught him in time. Don Van, are you okay? She was worried, seriously injured like so. I'm sure nothing will happen. Truong Vu, on the other hand, is calmer. Don't worry, he is even more powerful than I imagined. He hugged his wound and explained to him. This little guy forcibly moved his heart as well as the blood vessels throughout his body, avoiding fatal injuries, and then gathered the true energy on his arm so that it could not dissipate. Passing through Duongdan's aura, he watched Don Van lose consciousness lying in Thursday Tweedin's arms and applauded even more before losing consciousness. Forcibly blocking the 8 veins of his whole body stopped the wound in his chest from bleeding, even though his whole body's true energy was always in a state of insufficient energy. But I can guarantee that his realm is definitely above grade 3, only then will Thursday Tweedin feel secure again. That's great, Don Van and Truong Vu lowered their faces and showed no emotions. Don Van, when I heard you call this name I still had some doubts, now it seems that he is that guy named Don Van. Seeing this, Thursday Tweedin immediately carried Don Van in her small body and raised her vigilance. You, who exactly are you? Truong Vu had to say, hey, no need to be so cautious. My true energy has been used up, even if I want to attack him, I don't dare to do it in front of you, anyway. Before he finished speaking, another strange man appeared. He gently landed on a nearby tree branch. Oh, Duongdan, the top 4 has lost. No, is he dead? Before that, the two were busy talking. No one noticed this person's appearance until he spoke. The two of them turned around in panic and looked. He gently stood on a tree branch. In one hand, he also carried Thursday Tweedin's fellow police officer like he was carrying a chicken. Looks like I missed the second act. My fellow police officer was so scared that he cried loudly. Save me, big brother, I've been leading the way for you, please let me go, from the moment we met until now. Perhaps just this time he followed his fellow policeman's words and let go. But the position he stood in was still from a high tree branch and let go. This is what you say, the stupid policeman cried. Just then fell face down on the ground. The skull and crossbones symbol immediately appeared. The newcomer returned to the serious topic of what you guys did. or should I say you're in a coma. Little brother Don Van did it. Thursday Twee Din felt dangerous. This guy gave people a feeling of danger. Moreover, why did he immediately recognize Don Van? As soon as she thought about it, she discovered that Don Van in her hand had disappeared. Is the newcomer who snatched him away from her. The speed was so fast that I couldn't feel anything. He snatched the person and landed behind her, speaking, if it was because he killed someone from Tai Quiet Hoi. Even if I don't want to control, I should show off a little, right? He suddenly noticed a difference in Don Van's breathing. Haha. This is the legacy of Tien Kai Quiet. It's interesting that Thursday Twee Din met someone who was even more powerful than the previous person, and she was already so scared that she got used to it. It was so fast, I didn't see what he was doing, but Don Van was already in his hands. He turned around and asked Truong Vu, you guys also participated in killing Truong then? According to the rules I can kill all of you. Hearing this, Truong Vu vaguely guessed the identity of the newcomer. With this rule, he is not a member of the Thai Quiet Association. Damn it, now even if I reveal my identity, I will still be attacked. Truong Vu jumped to where Thursday Twee Din stood. He told her, don't be afraid, do as I said. It turned out that just now while Don Van and Truong Then were fighting, Truong Vu said he wanted to ask her a favor, and it was this. Truong Vu thought, the technique he practiced had a trick called taking people as a price. He could use his true energy to share with others, improving their strength. But this move takes time to prepare and is not suitable for combat. Fortunately, because I wanted to deal with Truong Then, I was prepared. Give her true energy, so that she can have the strength of a 4th-grade ancient martial artist in a short time. Although it is very likely that it is only an 8th-grade strength, being able to hold off the enemy for a while is still very good, living up to expectations. When she stood up, began to release true energy, let go of Don Van, the newcomer immediately felt it. Well, this feeling, she is also an ancient martial artist, or a 4th-grade ancient martial artist. Why didn't I see it before? Truong Vu and Thursday Twee Din are on the same front line. We don't want to fight with you either. I advise you to leave here quickly. Perhaps he had never possessed the power of a 4th-grade martial artist, or mostly because he had seen the strength of the newcomer. Thursday Twee Din did not have much confidence in fighting. She cautiously looked at the newcomer and thought, even though she did as the other person said, could she really stop this person? The wind blew a little and messed up his hair. It seemed like he was someone who valued beauty. Whoa. The head can be broken, but the hair cannot be messed up. Thursday Twee Din thought it was an opportunity and rushed forward. But right now, we have to quickly save Don Van. He calmly looked at her, not even lifting his hand. Yeah, that's not interesting at all. And the person I hate the most is hurting the girls. Then he did something beyond everyone's expectations. He threw Don Van to Thursday Twee Din. If you want Don Van like that, I'll leave him to you. Thursday Twee Din picked him up, but Truong Vu was startled when he saw that. When the newcomer is free, he leaves a sentence, Muay too, after Don Van wakes up, tell him for me. Tai Quiet Hoi's vanguard saw him, his body gradually blurred, goodbye, his voice still echoed as if he was nowhere to be seen. His speed was so amazing, Truong Vu, being a 4th grade, didn't have time to see anything, he disappeared. Thursday Twee Din breathed a sigh of relief and said to Truong Vu, finally willing to leave, thank you just now. Truong Vu closed his eyes and said nothing, not even a second later. He collapsed and then lay unconscious on the spot. Thursday Twee Din once again panicked, oh are you okay? Truong Vu only had the strength to open one eye. After being injured internally, I forced myself to use true energy. As a result, I couldn't stand it anymore, it was a shame. The police comrades were finally able to stand up after falling face down. Only then did they come to the rescue. Sister Din, I'm here to save you. What should we do next? Thursday Twee Din is angry with this guy, why do you even have to ask about this? Of course we took them to the hospital. On the second day, at Lam Jia Hospital. Thursday Twee Din and Lam Van Tien had some time together to drink afternoon tea by the lake. Autumn landscape, I really don't know how to thank you. Thursday Twee Din replied, no problem, I also have to thank Miss Lam for providing accommodation for us. By the way, we found a doctor to help us. Luckily, it was you, Don Van, and that old brother who didn't die on the way to the hospital. Lam Van Tien said, I didn't expect the person who saved me to be Don Van, but why did he become like this? Thursday Thuy Din held her chin in sadness. I don't know anymore. I heard my subordinate say that he was with a girl before. I originally wanted to find her to ask, but she remembered the girl's hasty appearance of running away. It seemed like that girl was very afraid of seeing me, so she left before seeing me. She continued, even though Duong Then was guilty, Don Van should not have killed him directly like that. It was best to let the law punish him. Lam Van Tien misunderstood something and quickly shouted. Oh, do you want to arrest Don Van? Thursday Thuy Din waved her hand. No, how is that possible? Seeing such a scene, even I wanted to kill Duong Then. Even though the girls who were captured before were all rescued, the feelings in my heart still haven't diminished. She's sad, I just can't accept it yet. Lam Van Tien bowed her head and raised her cup of tea. I think there are things that it's better for us to take a closer look. Although I felt like I was a bit too open-minded, she thought of Don Van lying there saying. Yet he was generous enough to tell that girl about Don Van who was recuperating here. The door to Don Van's hospital room opened. Ly Tuk and Vong Desi worriedly ran into the room and straight to the hospital bed. She had tears in her eyes as she looked at Don Van lying there. Lam Van Tien couldn't see but was curious, seeing his current appearance. I wonder what kind of expression she will have. Overwhelmed by the feeling of almost losing her closest loved one, how will she react? Lam Van Tien still calmly drank tea, being women together. I really understand very well. In the room, because Don Van couldn't hear what he was writing, he boldly expressed his thoughts. Don Van, although normally everyone was always talking to each other, she held his hand tightly. But he didn't deny it, which made me very happy. Her expression was painful. I don't know why I feel happy, but now that I think about it, I really like him. Also thinking about the time I spent with Don Van, if you could give me another chance. I won't hide my feelings again. Lai Tuk did not pay attention while she spoke. Don Van's face changed slightly. He wept and thought, have I missed the best opportunity to recalculate? After Don Van woke up, he realized where he was. Actually, this story has to be said since I killed that guy Duong Then and then fell into a coma and then woke up in a familiar place. He slowly opened his eyes and woke up in a familiar bed. I'm holding a photo of two children, one is me and the other is Lam Van Tien. He smiled, this photo. She still kept it. He looked around the room again. Furthermore, the layout of this room has not changed at all. He placed the photo of the stem face down on the table to determine his body's condition first. In the bodies of ancient martial artists who have enough qualifications to cultivate true energy, there is always an inner pearl heaven. Using the acupuncture points as the foundation and the meridians as branches, from there, true energy can continuously flow in the body. The internal martial arts that ancient martial artists practice and record are all through the cultivation method of constantly activating the acupuncture points. The words of true energy opened up the meridians, eventually forming inner pearl heaven. From time immemorial, the number of ancient martial artists is also very large. Each person's body acupuncture points are different, that's why there is a way to say that different people will practice different exercises. Don Van sat cross-legged on the bed, his true energy rushing out. Previously, he forcibly changed the position of his heart, chest bones, and blood vessels to avoid fatal injuries. But I didn't expect that after forcibly renovating my muscles and bones, my Noi Chao Tian actually changed. The Nei Chao Tian of other ancient martial artists only had 36 acupuncture points. Before I was injured I only had 72 acupuncture points. But now there are 73 acupuncture points. Before, I always didn't understand why no matter how much I practiced, the fifth level of Tian Kai Quiet did not make any progress, completely unlike the pill acupoints of people with inner Chao Tian. Is it possible that in order to cultivate at the fifth level, you must use true energy to convert true bone fluid to create a new acupuncture point? Don Van couldn't think of it, so he stopped thinking about it. Just thinking about it makes me want to die, but I just need to be able to pass this fifth floor. I can return to my previous form. So a confident person like me started using the remaining true energy to try to break through Tien Kai quiet. After that, I finally understood what pain was like, but it went away without speaking up. Don Van tiredly relaxed his hands on the bed, his whole body lying down. Phew, I thought I was about to die, but I finally gathered the 3 acupuncture points that the 5th level of Tien Kai quiet needed, and sat up again. There is one more step missing. In terms of his determination, he just needs to be able to activate these 3 acupuncture points. Combined with the true energy entering your inner Chao Tian, you'll be fine, from a few small points of light on your chest. Don Van focused on the fusion, the light spot shot out strongly, showing success. Bang! The force was so strong that it blew open the door, sending the skirt of the maid standing outside the door flying. She blushed and used her hand to hold back. Ah, hateful. Why is there suddenly wind? She looked inside the room and saw Don Van still unconscious. The young lady has told me to take good care of this young master. 100,000 times without any mistakes, this young master was really drunk even when he slept. She reached out to adjust the blanket for Don Van. By now Don Van was awake but did not dare to open his eyes. I didn't know if I had succeeded or not, so I fell into a coma. He felt Ly Took's tight grip. Now, he lies still without moving, his face covered in sweat. What should he do when the person he loves confesses his love like this? Wait, you must wait. Ly Took discovered the problem. Why is Don Van's hand so hot? Don Van panicked. Well, maybe, but he thought wrong. Ly Took was afraid something would happen to him, so he shouted loudly. Doctor, please come here quickly. Don Van is lying there unable to speak. There is no need to be so excited. I'm okay. He opened his eyes and looked at Ly Took's running back, wanting to call her back, only to realize that his body condition was indeed not good, not good. I don't have the energy to talk. He raised his hand towards his back and couldn't control his body anymore. He managed to hold her, but because he couldn't control his arms, legs, and body, all the force of his position was pushed up, causing them both to fall on the floor, causing Ly Took to cry out in pain. It was so painful. Then she regained her reaction when she saw Don Van wake up and called out in surprise, Don Van. Van Bac walked slowly through the house. He smiled and put his hand on his nose to hide his smile. He really admired Don Ca for having such a beautiful wife. For getting to know so many beautiful women, he surrounded the exquisite sparkling vase arranged in the house, admiring. Most importantly, they were all very rich. Why is there such a big difference between people? He calmed down and took out a cigarette but had to ask again, was my feeling wrong? He absent-mindedly turned on the lighter. Why did Don Ca look so small? Suddenly he heard a heavy sound coming from the room where Don Van was recuperating. What was that sound? He quickly ran over. When he got to the door, he shouted loudly, Sister-in-law, what's going on? After shouting, he saw a dramatic scene in the room. That scene was Ly Took lying on the ground. Don Van lay on top and refused to get up. Don Van was lucky to see him in his misery. Damn it, his body had no strength left. I can't even make a sound from my throat. Hey Vang Bac, if you still have eyes to see, then come and help me up. Who would have known that Vang Bac was so stupid? Don Ca was looking at me. I have to understand this look well, based on my experience as a little brother for the past dozen hours. This look means that Don Van sees Vang Bac with a cheerful face and eyes as bright as stars. The elite looked at him like that, thinking that he was the soulmate of the year that was hard to find. Just through their eyes, they understood each other. Vang Bac, the smart boy, finally understood. But his next action shattered Don Van's hopes. He slammed the door and left behind a familiar sentence of lightbulb characters. I can't see anything, Don Ca. After closing the door, he even shed tears of pride for himself. You and your sister-in-law go ahead, I'll help you guard the door. Don Van's face twisted into a pig's face and cursed loudly in his head. Didn't see the bastard, and still held the door. Outside Vang Bac still didn't stop. This is really the newlyweds. The injury hasn't healed yet, but the wood is already dry and can burn easily. A girl stood blocking his way and asked, what do you mean? Dry firewood is flammable. She is, in the room. Don Van took a lot of effort to get out of this embarrassing position. His hand hit the ground. He just wanted to turn over, but it was so difficult, he also fell over. I closed my eyes, not daring to face reality. I'm sorry, I really don't have any strength left. That guy Vong Biesi, when I recover, I will definitely beat him. He feels the situation inside his body, his true energy is gradually recovering. It seemed like he could stand up on his own in just a little while. Suddenly Ly Tuk said, "Don Van, you're okay." She reached out and patted his head. Yet she cried, she was shy, "It's so good, it's really so good, I'll help her wipe away her tears, don't cry." This time I was wrong, I promise you there won't be a next time, I won't let you cry again. This is a man's promise. Ly Tuk blushed, Don Van's words are not what I'm thinking. Don Van didn't know what to say other than thinking, clearly she confessed first, why is she in such confusion now? While she blushed and turned away, his true energy had recovered to a certain extent, he sat up, finally able to sit up, then he calmly spoke towards the door. Hey, peeking at others is not a good habit. The three people outside, including Vong Biesi, looked reluctant to leave early. Thursday Thuy Din and Lam Van Tien looked like they were caught in the act and started arguing. Thursday Thuy Din, dead, discovered, Lam Van Tien, I told you not to stand here and peek. Thursday Thuy Din, you still dare to speak, so why did you agree with both hands when I gave my opinion? Vong Biesi could not escape in time and was dragged into the argument. Lam Van Tien could not argue back, pointing at Vong Biesi, me. This is all this blonde guy's fault, Vong Biesi can't cry, Miss Nai Nai, I'm innocent. Then there was a loud argument back and forth. Vang came to Truong Vu's room, he was sitting reading a book. Hearing that, he immediately guessed the situation, it was so bustling. It seems that Don Van has woken up. At the same time, at Ly Tuk's restaurant, Ken Nin is left alone to watch Don Van's sister Six. Ah, Sister Tuk went to see a doctor, leaving me alone here. How can I take care of the injured person alone? Suddenly someone appeared behind him, making his hair stand on end, and he dropped the water basin. Vivi had woken up. She strangled Kin Nin from behind with one hand. Don't make trouble, speak quickly. Who are you? Where is this place? Kin Nin didn't have much courage and immediately confessed everything. I said, I'll tell you everything. Big sister A, please spare my life. My name is Kin Nin, I'm the employee of this store, this restaurant is called Thursday Team, I'm the boss, Vivi thought quickly. I have a headache, how long has it been since I took the medicine? I have to quickly return to my father's side, otherwise, she looked at Kin Nin in front of her and considered, this guy seems to be just an ordinary person. But it could also be that she was an accomplice of the person who brought her here. She decided to push Kin Nin into the corner of the closet next to the wall, unable to forgive him. Kin Nin hit the cabinet hard, causing Don Van's express parcel to fall out, which Ly Tuk received for him. He shouted, don't kill me, the parcel was not tightly sealed by Ly Tuk. With one touch, the letter inside fell out. Vivi saw the words on the outside of the letter and her headache became even stronger. It hurt so much. Why was the handwriting on this letter so familiar? In a messy brick and tile area with ruined houses, it looked familiar, but it turned out to be the underground bunker where a big fight broke out between Duan Yun and Don Van last night. At this time, it was dawn, the police force had blocked the place, and the press also heard the sensational news and came. They continuously interviewed and filmed the police officer to get news reports. Dear people, we did not disappoint everyone's expectations, the perpetrator was appropriately punished. The news channel also promptly reported the image of Duan Yun being taken away in handcuffs. Through a non-stop pursuit day and night, the security team finally captured Duan Yun. The suspect in this serial murder case, the security team also investigated the identity of this person named Duan Yun. Don Van T received good nursing care, her body recovered very quickly and returned to her original adult appearance. You Stretch, do you think you've recovered relatively well? Oh, still this body seems more comfortable. He smiled at Ly Tuk, he didn't expect her to be so attentive. Even helping me bring clothes here, everyone's eyes turned to each other, each with their own look, she felt embarrassed. No, it's nothing, this is all what I should do, Lam Van Tien puffed her cheeks in jealousy. This place obviously also has men's clothes, whatever brand and style you want. Thursday Tweed Din looked back and forth curiously. How did Don Van make the breakthrough and turn from small to big? Could it be that in this world, there really exists a 1,000-year-old man? Vang Bac was proud as if he had achieved something himself, truly worthy of Don Ca. Looking at this reaction, it seems that even this young lady is held in his hands. Afterwards, everyone saw today's hot news on their phones. Don Van was satisfied, it seemed like there was some possibility. Reporting the news through the media like on the internet, no matter how powerful that king's family is, there is no way to erase this incident. He smiled and looked at Ly Took. This matter is finally over, the city is bustling and bustling. At the main entrance of Thursday team, 3 black cars are parked blocking the path. Several tall men appeared at the door, led by Duong Vin Tin, who had mobilized people after getting the news last night. He stood in front of the door and said, "This is the place that Thursday Tweed Din said." His eyes were cruel. Don Van, this time he paid such a big price to invite this great expert here. Vivi could definitely be taken away from here. At the same time, in the car there was a mysterious shadow observing the situation in front of the restaurant and thinking about something. In the resort, Truong Vu had his head tied and was still passionate about books when he heard Don Van's voice. At that time, I only paid attention to Duong Vin, so I didn't pay much attention. He and Thursday Tweed Din stood at the door. Unexpectedly, the person who came one step ahead of me to fight with him was also an ancient martial artist. Truong Vu also laughed and joked. "Whoa, I really didn't expect you to be so seriously injured and yet be able to recover so quickly. If you had the strength you have back then, how could you be locked up?" Don Van was in good spirits and did not talk back to him. Although talking about ancient martial artists may not necessarily be related to the Thai Quiet Association, my intuition tells me that he definitely knows a lot of things. Truong Vu put down the book. In the newspaper, it was written that he could not control his emotions as soon as he heard something related to the Thai Quiet Association. So what now? He didn't laugh anymore, even though it could be considered as joining forces with him to solve that guy Duong then. "But I'm not your ally." Thursday Tweed Din didn't understand what was going on and asked in surprise. "Old brother, didn't you lend me your strength to protect Don Van? Moreover, aren't you and that righteous person in the same group?" Truong Vu hung a question mark above his head. Righteous person. He thought about it and immediately remembered who she was talking about. "Wait, you mean that masked guy? You still haven't realized what's wrong." "That's right, come to the rescue in times of trouble, and destroy the wicked, just like what he said, righteous friend." Truong Vu felt there was a problem. He pointed at himself. "Don't you also think that I am also a righteous person who doesn't see Duong Vin's beastly behavior in a favorable light, so that's why I fought with him?" Thursday Tweed Din put her hands on her hips and boldly affirmed, "Of course, you are definitely our ally." Truong Vu actually heard the funny story. "The first time I saw him laugh out loud, ha ha ha," Thursday Tweed Din said to herself. "Did I say something wrong?" Don Van analyzed. "According to the results, it was still you and us who killed Duong then. You don't think that Thai Quiet Hoi will let you go, do you?" Truong Vu replied, laughing until tired. "Don Van, I'm really not worried about Thai Quiet Hoi." He looked at Don Van. On the contrary, it was him. The masked man that day was definitely not an ordinary character. Don Van didn't quite understand. "What do you mean?" Truong Vu kindly reminded me that although I am not your ally, I am not your enemy either. So telling him this is nothing to worry about. That guy's goal is Mr. Duong Vai's sister. Duong 6 had now dismissed her headache and attentively read the letter that fell from Don Van's parcel. Not knowing what was written in it, she had a shocked look on her face and tears were flowing non-stop. She kept repeating, "Why? Why? Why?" It eventually became a loud scream. "Why? Why? Why? Why?" Hien Nin sat in a corner not understanding anything. What's going on? Why did this woman become so crazy after seeing that letter? At this moment, Duong Vin Tin and his men walked in. "Don Van, roll over here for me." Hien Nin's mind was racing. Someone is coming, and moreover, they are coming to cause trouble. In front is a tiger, behind is a wolf, his face is pale. Is it possible that Hien Nin will die here today? When he was in despair because he couldn't find a way to live, he saw another person appear. It's just that this person is his way of life, a member of the Thai Quiet Association. At the villa, the gardener wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at the flower garden he had taken care of for so long. Yes, this is truly a work of art. He had a bad feeling and looked up at the sky. There was a streak of light that didn't look much like sunlight. That streak of light was like a comet landing straight in the middle of his flower garden. All the flowers and grasses flew away, even his son had also flew away, revealing 3 pitiful strands of hair fluttering in the wind. He cried without a sound. That comet was Duan Van, who flew down excitedly because he heard the news from Truong Vu. Above the floor, Lam Van Tien appeared and called him. Duan Van, wait a minute. Because she was in a hurry to call him, she leaned too far out the windowsill. It was so dangerous that Thursday Tweed In had to hug and pull her from behind. She said loudly, afraid he wouldn't hear. If you want to go home quickly, I have the car keys. Thursday Tweed In tried her best to pull back, so calm down a bit. Remember falling down there? Duan Van curtsied, then rushed away to leave a sentence, no need. The 2 girls who stayed behind were extremely surprised. Could this be the legendary lightwork? Truong Vu took everything that happened into her eyes. I also didn't expect that there was such a need to be so exaggerated, that this kid Duan Van could increase his strength so much after taking one step through all the ghosts. In the air, at a height higher than the rooftops of the city's skyscrapers, Duan Van could say that he was flying without any trouble, and he was quite happy about this. The completely restored true energy combined with the 5th level of Tien Kai Quiet and Noi Chao Tien in his body was also much more stable. He stepped down on a rooftop to gain momentum. Now he can exert Tung Van Quiet almost like his master did back then. With one kick, his body soars into the air again. This time he can absolutely catch up, at the same time. At Thursday Team Restaurant, Duong Vin Tin and a few fake martial artists stood in the middle of the restaurant, looking suspiciously at everything that had been smashed to pieces before. Duong Vin Tin was surprised that Duan Van was not here. The room looked like something had just happened. An ancient martial artist discovered traces of running away. Mr. Duong, someone's foot is still hidden in this window. Did they run out from here? When Duong Vin Tin heard that, he immediately went over to check and stay away. Going to the window, his vision was clearer. He immediately saw on the roof of the building opposite a person carrying a girl, a member of the Thai Quiet Hoi who had just arrived. He carried Vivi on his shoulder, his other hand was free and had nothing to do, making a provocative pose, telling him to come up here if he was good. The provocation was effective. Duong Vin Tin pointed at him and ordered the men he hired, the bastards, to chase after him. They obeyed. Yes, in a few moments they arrived at that building, standing in front of the people of the Thai Quiet Hoi without knowing whether to live or die. The end was over. The people of the Thai Quiet Association were as leisurely as anything. Unexpectedly, they were also ancient martial artists, but looking at their appearance, they were just a few weak-handed specialists. The current world is so chaotic, even ancient martial artists can only work as mercenaries. When they are bullied, they get angry, and from the tone of their voice, they are famous disciples. They also thought a bit. If they were famous disciples, the 2 of us rushing in together would not be his opponents, but maybe he was just an empty voice. On the other side, I saw him carefully put Vivi down. If everyone is an ancient martial artist, then I'll give you some face. You guys wanna be here? He looked at them with a provocative expression. As long as you can touch her with your hands, I will let you take her away. Isn't it easy to say that? The other 2 heard that without saying a word and immediately rushed forward. It was the person who said it. 2 punches with true energy came out and hit him. But when the punch reached that exact position, the person was nowhere to be seen. He had already moved to another position, and then another kick. The same situation still happened. The 2 of them punched and kicked but still couldn't do anything to him. It was an afterimage, damn it. His speed was too fast. He appeared above the 2 of them, making fun of him. Don't be nervous. I said I wouldn't attack you too, so the other 2 were angry, and the one who should be worried is you. From behind appeared another guy. He wanted to sneak attack him. He saw with the corner of his eye, there was still one more person. His voice still echoed like someone who had disappeared, causing his fist to sneak back into the air. Haha, I've already played, next you guys can play yourself. They searched, he disappeared, ran away, he stood somewhere else and chuckled, it lasted for so long. Duan Van must have been close to chasing her, as expected. Compared to capturing that girl, this is still a bit more interesting. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Van's figure rushed forward. Duong Vin Tin and a group of martial artists were hired to surround Duong 6. Mr. Duong, we have successfully protected your daughter. Is the remuneration worth it? Duong Vin Tin doesn't want to get involved anymore. Rest assured, I won't underpay you even a penny of your remuneration. He looked at Duong 6 gently. Vivi, let's go home. Duong 6 just woke up, confused. Father Republic, Duong Vin Tin was happy. Vivi, you're awake. The other 3 martial artists were also touched by this close father-daughter relationship, some even cried, we should still try to protect our daughter well. Don't say anymore, I'm missing my daughter so much. Okay, if I have enough money then I can go visit her. Duong Vin Tin waited for Duong 6 to sit up and then gently said, Vivi, let's go. But she didn't make any further moves and said, Dad, I have something to ask you. When Duong Vin Tin felt something was wrong, he urged Vivi to wait until she got home if something happened and then we could continue talking. This place is not suitable for talking. Duong 6 is stubborn, this matter is very important, you must ask clearly. His premonition became clearer, but he had no other choice but to respond. If you want to ask, just ask, I will answer. Duong Vai's hands are shaking, try to ask, a few days ago. Dad wants you to help Duong then lure a wandering man to the park to meet him. That person seemed to know me, but he didn't have the slightest impression. Then I saw an envelope. The more Duong Vin Tin listened, the more Duong Vin Tin seemed to fall into darkness, his face barely maintaining a smile. He heard her say a familiar name, signing as a man with a strange name. He immediately recognized it, it was him. He remembered the appearance of that 6th senior brother named KY. That man is already dead and yet he still keeps messing with his Vivi. That year, because of him, Vivi started not following my orders. Now, Duong 6 bowed her head, not knowing how to organize her emotions as she kept recalling the images of practicing and the fun she had with KY, not knowing why. Many images appeared in my head, all related to that wanderer, like having a long dream. That dream was very sweet and happy. Just then the scene changed, she no longer saw the bright and happy images. Instead there was a scene of fire and destruction. There were people lying dead all over, she continued, but there were also very sad things. She remembered the voice of a skeleton calling her younger brother, senior sister, we met my Fook, master and senior brother KY. She quickly ran away, this place was no longer safe, she knew that strange man was dead. But from the moment she read the letter and remembered it, the image of that person kept appearing in her mind, and she expressed her feelings. But that person's existence was very real, she cried and begged to keep the truth forever. Dear, can you tell me whether those things are true or not? It's not unexpected. He denied immediately, you said something, you idiot, he just hugged her to comfort her. It's all fake, I had a nightmare. Luckily she was wise and believed in herself, no, that's not true, father, I remember those things clearly. These are all memories of you, from a perspective no one can see. Duong Vin Tin cruelly took a needle and stabbed Duong Vai's daughter. On the surface, he still kindly showed father-son love. As long as you live under my care, you will forever be loveless and carefree. Yes, you're good, you're just not careful and get tricked by bad people. When you wake up, everything will return to the way it was before. Duong Vai's tears still fell but she bowed her head, her expression unclear. Well, sorry, she decided to let Duong Vin Tin out, everyone around was surprised. Duong Vin Tin is angry again, you dare to oppose me. A female martial artist probably couldn't see anymore, so she wanted to step forward and advise. Being stopped by another guy, we're just hired guys, don't take care of too many things. Duong Vin Tin ordered, why are you still standing there? Quickly bring her back here to me. Several martial artists looked at Duong Vin Tin's legs and visibly trembled. Even though we don't want to, because we receive money, we still have to listen to him. We should still listen to his orders. Duong Vin Tin was greatly affected by being stabbed in the neck with a needle. Right now I'm just trying to support myself, damn it, my consciousness is gradually becoming blurred. Right at the critical moment, a voice rang out from far away, no one dared to touch her. Immediately following was the sound of the owner of the voice's strong landing. Several martial artists took defensive stances to prevent themselves from being blown away by the wind and shock. With this momentum, Duong Vy was also surprised at the level of this person, who was also Don Van, a top 3 level master. She looked at Don Van from behind, but for a moment she didn't recognize who it was so familiar, she couldn't think anymore, her eyes gradually couldn't open. Her whole body seemed to fall down. Luckily, Don Van suddenly turned around to catch her. He assured her, "Sister, rest assured, I will definitely be able to protect her this time." A martial artist didn't know how thick the sky and earth were, thinking that if he turned his back he wouldn't see his actions, so he rushed forward. There was an opening. Don Van looked at him viciously, no one knew what he did. A stream of true energy was triggered and shot straight at the guy. He was shot down and returned to his original position with a thud. The remaining 2 guys panicked. "Master Huyen, are you okay?" He looked at Don Van and found it terrifying. Damn it, he was completely invisible when he made his move, his strength was already much greater than mine. Don Van took the opportunity to help Duong Six to another safer position, then turned to warn them, "You are mercenaries, if you still love your life then obediently retreat. I have something to say to your masters, but I didn't expect them to be somewhat admirable. Thank you for your mercy, but we 3 brothers also have our own principles," Don Van said emotionlessly. "I've given you guys a chance, but I've been thinking in my heart. It's true that those brainless people aren't afraid of death, but they don't seem like bad guys. If so, then those who practiced martial arts in the past were evildoers. There would be good and bad people. For example, people who specialize in martial arts but can overcome normal things like them do not seem to be condemned by this society at all. So more than 1,300 years ago, famous Master Wei Yanqing founded the Judgment Council to punish those who practiced martial arts in the past and protect social order. Furthermore, as the name suggests, the pioneer group gathered 12 of the most talented people of the trial council, who were the first to punish those who practiced martial arts in the past who did evil things in the name of the trial council. Their nicknames are the 12 zodiac animals. Hakmong arrogantly said, "If this is the first time we meet, I will give you a proper gift," and finished speaking. He immediately jumped up, raised his hand and rushed towards Don Van, opening the mountain sheath. A beam of light flashed from where Don Van had just stood. Duong Vin Gon sat calmly in the middle of the smoke, thinking, he's done it again. Damn, this guy Hatchmong didn't think about what he said at all. As expected, this group of people who practice martial arts deep down in their hearts always look down on ordinary people like themselves. After the attack just now, Hakmong stood seriously and asked, "Don Van, is my gift okay?" Looking at the smoke gradually disappearing as well as seeing Don Van still standing holding Vivi in his arms unharmed, he smiled, "Huh? Sure enough, as I predicted, your name is also very good, and you can save your senior sister in the blink of an eye." Don Van coldly asked Hatchmong, "What is your nickname in the pioneer group?" Hamong immediately lifted up his shirt to reveal the big word pig in the middle of his stomach and said, "I didn't expect you to know so much, there's no need to hide it from you." "I am Hoi," Hatchmong also said generously. "I said, Don Van. I just had the kindness of wanting to blow away the things that affect your fighting out of this place, but you didn't accept it. You're not planning on training her to fight me, are you?" Don Van immediately glanced at Duong Vin Gon sitting in the middle of the wall nearby. Seeing Don Van looking at him, he immediately spoke. "This friend, Vivi, is my daughter. Even if there is a misunderstanding between you and me, I will not harm my daughter." On the outside, he said it was harmless, but in his mind, he thought. Given the opportunity, under Hatchmong's pressure, even Don Van could not take Vivi away. Don Van agreed, what he said was right, "Sister, I'm sorry." After finishing speaking, he immediately threw Vivi high into the sky. Looking at this scene, Duong Vin Gon was so surprised that his eyes widened, his mouth gaped open. What, did he want to win in an instant? Seeing that, Hakmong burst out laughing. "Huh, that's interesting, I accept this challenge." Don Van, looking at the move, he immediately used the Hoa Dan Thursday move to attack Don Van but only saw Don Van lightly swing his hand. A stream of blue light emitted. When the smoke flew away, Hatchmong's hands punched Don Van straight in the chest. Even if it is a martial arts practitioner's acupuncture point, it is difficult to keep it and will break. After they attack, the true energy circulating inside will also fall into a state of chaos for a while, and their strength will decrease sharply. Hatchmong smiled triumphantly. Your movements are a bit slower. My technique Hoa Dan Thursday can break the martial arts practitioner's acupuncture points, causing the person's internal circulation to collapse, so I win. But as soon as the words ended, Don Van lightly slapped his face. He was flown straight to the wall where Duong Vingon was leaning, then Don Van gently supported Vivi. Hatchmong does not mind this at all. He muttered that when facing the jury, he absolutely would not lose. Star? How could that be? I will never accept such results. But as soon as Hatchmong stood up, a voice reached him. Hatchmong, you are not Don Van's opponent. Obediently let Duong Vingon retreat. The current Don Van probably won't chase you. Hatchmong was stunned. The voice that secretly transmitted was the boss's voice. If the boss says so, then you have to listen. Hatchmong immediately grabbed Duong Vingon's collar and pulled him up. Duong Vingon worriedly asked, Mr. Hatchmong, what do you want to do? Hatchmong only said one word, left, then carried Duong Vingon like luggage and quickly left the scene. Don Van stood there watching him leave and thought to himself, the vanguard of the jury. Finally, every rotten person appeared before me. At this time, a young man in a black shirt standing not far away was watching Don Van and assessing. The reason why Hoa Dan Thursday was useless to Don Van was not at all complicated. It's just because Don Van changed the position of the acupuncture points in his body a long time ago, building an internal circulation different from other martial arts practitioners. But he's still not used to his new internal circulation, so his skills are not as good as Hatchmong. Haha, it's starting to get interesting. Don Van took Vivi back to the room, gently laid her down on the bed and checked her pulse. He thought to himself, looking at the sister's appearance, she was poisoned. But from the pulse, it can be seen that it is not life-threatening for the time being. After that, Don Van went out and was extremely surprised at the mess, how messy it was. Not far away, Kin Nin was fainting. Don Van quickly came closer to check on him. Just fainting was no big problem. Don Van immediately took out his phone and called them to tell them it was safe, and if he wanted to detoxify his sister, he still had to find someone to help. A while later, a car stopped in front of the store. The yellow shirt guy saw Ly Tuk hastily entering the store and said worriedly, Sister-in-law, please watch out, let me explore first. You don't have to rush forward, Ly Tuk turned back to reassure him. Don Van has already called back, there's no danger. Then she turned to ask the girl sitting in the car, Miss Lam, don't you get out of the car later? The girl replied, I'll just bring you two here. Anyway, nothing, I'm going. Ly Tuk and the other guy didn't pay much attention and walked into the shop. Both were also surprised by the scene before their eyes. Ly Tuk looked at Kin Nin lying there and was worried. Kin Nin, I hope nothing happened to him, the guy accompanying him thought. If it's been rummaged through like this, cleaning up will be a bit tiring. Ly Tuk told him that Don Van said that Kin Nin and his sister were in no danger. It's okay for the store to be messy, as long as the people are okay. At this time, Don Van stuck his head out and called Ly Tuk. Miss Tuk, you're finally here. Please give me a hand. Ly Tuk happily responded. Don Van, I came here right away. The other guy saw that and asked, Don, what about me? Don Van immediately said, take care of Kin Nin, if there's anything unusual, knock on the door and let him know. He immediately became serious, you can rest assured and leave it to me, group. In the room, Don Van used a scarf to cover his eyes. First I will cover my eyes. So me, rest assured, it's not difficult at all. I just need my daughter's help, not to mention she is the person I trust the most. Hearing Don Van say that, Ly Tuk immediately clenched his fists and was determined to help him. Yes, Don Van, what should I do next? Next, please take off my sister's clothes for me. Yes, suddenly Ly Tuk realized something was wrong. Don Van, what did you just say? At this time, in the secret sanctuary of the jury, the leader asked the blonde guy in front of him. Did Duong then die like that? He got down on one knee and replied. Yes, moreover, according to the boss, the person who killed Duong then was Don Van. When I heard Don Van's name, I immediately became angry. Don Van, it's him again. 3 years ago he prevented me from stealing Tien Trinh Nguyen's plan. Your boss is the leader of the Vanguard group, so why did he let him go? I understand the old man's way of doing things, he doesn't give orders. For now, the Pioneer group will not deal with Don Van, but the Duong family will know about this soon. At that time, naturally someone will come to deal with Don Van, the Duong family. So is that sleeping tiger about to wake up? Over here at the Duong family villa, subordinates are also reporting. Dear boss, when you closed the retreat, we had a big accident, the eldest son, him. At the same time, Don Van was still tired of treating Vivi. To force the poison out of my sister's body, I had to put true energy into her body. In a short time, that girl's body will have 2 strong streams of true energy. Her body temperature will increase, so you need to help her wipe her body in time to reduce her temperature and prevent her from going crazy. Lai Tuk was wiping Vivi's body when he noticed that Vivi's face changed color. Don Van, something bad happened, suddenly your senior sister's face turned pale. Don Van grumbled, how could this be? There was no mistake in Tien Kai Quiet's injection of true energy. This could not have happened. Wait, could it be that the poison that the monks gave was faked? Don Van immediately used all his strength to treat Vivi. I'm afraid that if my cultivation base is shaken, I absolutely cannot let something happen to my sister. Outside, the yellow shirt guy saw the noise coming from inside the room and was a bit surprised. What's going on? There was so much commotion in the group's room. Strong air currents continuously escape from the door. Damn it, what's going on here? Just healing, but why does it feel like a god has come down to earth? The guy in the yellow shirt was blown into his body by those air currents and suddenly felt dizzy. Damn it, I'm so dizzy. Passers-by passing by the store are also surprised by those auras. What's wrong with that store? Why is there a cool breeze blowing? So sleepy, soon they, like the guy in the yellow shirt, fell to the ground and fainted. Inside, Ly Tuk felt very worried about Don Van. She kept calling Don Van's name. When approaching Don Van, Ly Tuk felt his body was very hot, Don Van's body was too hot. Just like a furnace, Don Van said earlier that when healing, his sister's body temperature will increase very high and need to apply ice to cool down. Now he's the same, maybe we should use that to handle it. Don Van, don't worry, I will definitely not let anything happen to you too. While thinking, Ly Tuk took a cold towel and applied it to Don Van. At this moment, subconsciously, a group of people were surrounding him. Don Van looked around and guessed, at first glance, it seemed to be memories from the past. It is said that ancient martial artists who reach the innate realm can do things that only the main character in a fantasy novel can do. Unless my true energy and my sister's resonated and gave birth to an immortal, Don Van thought, looking at these unsympathetic people in front of him. Speaking of these people, everyone is like a passerby, so I can't remember which story is which. Don Van, obediently put your hands up and be tied. Otherwise, I can't guarantee non-cat's future outcome. Suddenly a person approached Don Van and spoke. Hearing this voice, Don Van felt a bit familiar. The blond man pointed at Don Van's face and smiled contemptuously, his eyebrows were still as imagined. Because he saved a woman, he dared to come here alone. Don Van dirtied his fist and coldly criticized him. I didn't expect to see this guy again this time and still be so uncultured, just spitting on you like that. Suddenly, an evil shadow appeared behind Don Van to manipulate his mind. Is it okay to act like that? Do we really have to save that girl? Have you forgotten? After taking action, you were harmed by the wealthy family. Sent to the island to die by the jury. Master was punished by the jury for saving you. The mysterious disciples fought with people from the jury to protect the sect and died. That's right, and the 6th senior brother is continuing to live patiently. All of this is your mistake. Put down your fists, learn to be patient, and accept injustice. Only then can you have a feeling of peace of mind, while Don Van is letting down his guard. The blonde man laughed loudly and rushed forward to attack him. Ha 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 ha, Don Van, today I will teach you properly. But unfortunately for him, as soon as he flew forward, Don Van sent him flying another 8 meters away before the surprised eyes of his juniors. And the Dark Shadow asked in surprise, "What's going on? Are you mistaken?" Don Van calmly told him, "I'm the best person right now. Even if I suppress my anger here, the reality won't change, right? When you set foot in the innate realm, you have to face the demonic mind, which doesn't seem to be anything terrible." After that, Don Van made a scary face and scared the ghost back. He said it was a ghost, but it was even cuter than a cat. Then he raised his fist and shouted loudly, "A damn illusion! Breaking it for me." After that illusion disappeared, Don Van fell into another dimension. Don Van looked around again and thought, not like he had returned to reality, until Don Van discovered Vivi sitting not far away. He quickly came closer to look at her absent-minded expression, worried. If he had encountered a demonic mind, then I'm afraid his sister would too. If his mind is not stable enough, it would be dangerous. We had to think of a way to wake up the sister. After thinking about it, Don Van immediately grabbed Vivi's shoulder, shaking and calling, "Sister! Wake up quickly." Suddenly the surrounding space changed again. Look at the 2 long rows of iron bars next to Don Van's beauty. Is this the world of my sister's perception? If it's like what I just encountered, then my sister will also be disturbed by my demonic mind. Don Van was surprised to see Vivi sitting behind bars, holding a knife, muttering. For the 1090-8978-908th time, he stabbed the knife backwards and then unconsciously spoke. Having finished executing, seeing this scene, Don Van was afraid and rushed to stop. "Sister, what are you doing?" But Don Van's hand pierced Vivi's body. "Ha!" Unable to touch her, a Vivi suddenly appeared and repeated the terrifying action that had just made Don Van extremely confused. "What is this all about?" Another voice rang out. "Why should it be prevented? Can't you just stay still and watch the show? People out there." Don Van turned around and saw Vivi's other personality sitting there talking to him. Watching this stupid woman die a billion times over was truly an exhilarating feeling. "Do you want to enjoy it too?" Don Van didn't listen to those words and straight up destroyed the place where she was sitting. But she appeared like an indifferent soul behind Don Van, smiling complacently. "It's useless, only she can destroy me. Why do you need to waste your energy to save a woman like this one who has no cure?" Don Van angrily shouted back at her, "You mustn't tease your sister." She immediately reached forward and touched Don Van's cheek and said, "It seems you still don't understand why she keeps killing herself? Having seen it all, do you still see it as nothing?" The next second, another scene appeared before Don Van's eyes. What scene is pouring into my mind? A brother is telling Vivi and that Muoy that the jury is about to go up the mountain. I and the other brothers will not defend important intersections. I guard the mountain gate. I must protect and prevent it well. Well, the scene changed again. The red-haired guy kept laughing out loud. "Ha ha ha ha, do you think it's okay to defend at important intersections? But when did we open the secret tunnel of the cutting compartment?" At this point, Don Van thought in boredom. At first, I was skeptical that if the brothers guarded the paths up the mountain, there would be no way to prevent them from being attacked so easily. So the road that the council will attack is a secret tunnel? But in the end, why was the tunnel location revealed? Vivi's demon heart smiled and said to Don Van, "Don't rush. Your doubts will be answered soon. The scene will move to another place." Duan Yun is praying to Vivi. "Vivi, I beg you as a father, as a man, and as my whole life." Vivi looked at him awkwardly. "So, okay, Dad, you'll definitely keep it a secret. Absolutely do not tell anyone else about the secret tunnel of the compartment." Hearing these words, Don Van was very surprised. Vivi's ghost continues to manipulate Don Van's mind. Is it clear this time, she is not qualified to be saved? No matter how many times she died, she couldn't pay for all her sins. I forgot about the crime of destroying the sect when I took the pill Duan Yun gave me. Even if she fell to the deepest depths of hell, it would be worth it. Because she killed the people she loved the most. She yelled, "What are you doing? Why did you save her?" Doan Van hugged Vivi, breaking those illusions and coldly answering her. "Doing what? Of course it's to save my senior sister." When she heard that, she burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha, help? Based on what to save? Did you ever get rid of all my sins with just 3 words?" Then she suddenly turned into a devil and screamed at Doan Van. "Give me back quickly, I must stay here, subject to the punishment of death forever." After finishing speaking, she rushed towards Doan Van, but Doan Van quickly punched her and sent her head straight into the wall. Doan Van waved his hands to relieve fatigue as he spoke. He originally didn't have the heart to punch his sister in the face, but he didn't expect her to cooperate like that. Turned into a devil and flew over. Having said that, the demon mind knows this, Vivi's demon mind still did not give up and continued to use sarcastic words to mock Doan Van. "Yes, next, please wholeheartedly say all the sentences for me. Like it's not your fault, everything has nothing to do with you, it really makes people nauseous." Doan Van turned to look at Vivi and said loudly, "Sister, listen carefully, it's all your fault." This statement surprised both Vivi and her demonic mind. Doan Van pointed his finger at Vivi and said clearly, "Listen clearly, now the only people left to inherit the Silver Pavilion are me and you. You are a sinner, so you are not qualified to inherit the Silver Pavilion. Now I am the owner of the Silver Pavilion. Here, on behalf of the entire non-pavilion, I ask you about your sins." Non-Cac's secret tunnel was revealed, causing the jury to attack Non-Cac without any effort. It was your fault. It was very difficult for 6th Master Huin to continue living, but because he met you, he fell into a trap and was killed. This was also your fault. All of the Non-Cac's brothers died because of you. I didn't know that being unjustly sent to the island for 3 years was also your fault. After I returned, everything changed, and the engagement with Miss Van was changed, which was also your fault. The more Vivi listened to Doan Van's words, the more she held her head in panic, and the other devil heard that and laughed proudly. "Ha ha ha, you stupid thing. So you are increasing my guilt, which in turn is making me stronger, let you taste my strength." As he spoke, the demon mind rushed forward to attack Doan Van, but like last time. As soon as he arrived, he punched her in the face again and then flew back to the wall, finishing her off. Doan Van turned around, grabbed Vivi's shoulder and gently said, "If you understand your mistake, then you should think about how to compensate me. I'm sure you already understand." Vivi looked at him bewildered, compensated, continued to live, and used her whole life to restore her hometown to non-pavilion. That would be true atonement. Vivi doubted, "Do I still have the qualifications to continue living?" Master and a KY also appeared before her eyes. A KY told her that of course she has the right to continue living, no matter what, she is still my senior sister and nothing can replace her. When Vivi heard that, she burst into tears, the illusion was broken, and Vivi finally woke up. Seeing that Vivi had regained consciousness, Doan Van happily asked her, "Sister, do you recognize me?" Vivi gently called out, "Little junior brother." Seeing Vivi recovering like that, Doan Van couldn't help but rush over and hug her, "So good." Sister finally recovered her memory. Vivi still said a little sadly, I always thought I was dreaming a dream." At this time, Ly Took approached his chest and stopped talking, even though he felt very happy. "But sister, let's get dressed first and then review old stories with Doan Van." Seeing Ly Took say that, they both became confused. Vivi quickly took the blanket and turned around while Doan Van quickly turned away. At the cathedral of the jury, the situation in front of them was extremely tense. Duan Yun thought to himself, "The situation is not good." In the end, it was clear that we had an absolute advantage, but why did the leader spare Doan Van? Duan Tin wholeheartedly wants to avenge his son. Next, he will definitely have a conflict with the leader. Just knowing that I would use the wind to break bamboo shoots, the leader calmly spoke up, "Duan Tin. May I give you a chance to take back the disrespectful words you just said?" Duan Tin could not keep calm and said angrily. So, those of us on the council were inherently uncomfortable because of the jury's rigid regulations. Only to liberate Tian Chi Yuan did they gather together. Only the fist of the strongest person has the right to speak. The blonde guy saw his attitude like that and thought. It seems that this time, the owner of the Duong family closed the door and had already broken through his realm, which is why he had such an attitude of opposing Sieso. Sieso's whole body was now exuding terrifying auras but still kept his cold voice as he spoke to Duong Tin. Oh, it seems that you have worked hard for many years and have finally reached the peak level of Hao Tian level 2. Duong Tin arrogantly said, Sieso, 3 years ago you and I were both second class but now I have surpassed you. Following what Duong Tin said, the blonde guy thought again. After the second level, upgrading a martial artist's strength becomes increasingly difficult. I'm afraid it took the boss with the title of Peerless Genius up to 5 years to advance from second grade to first grade. For the past 3 years, Sieso has always been behind the scenes organizing plans for everyone to take action. He has had absolutely no opportunity to practice, so his strength has not improved much. Probably still the first stage of Hao Tian's second grade, Sieso stood up and asked Duong Tin. Are you that confident? Duong Tin immediately unleashed his power. The shirt he was wearing was torn, revealing his muscular muscles. He still proudly boasted to Sieso that for the past 3 years I have been cultivating day and night. Furthermore, I have collected many precious things that were almost lost in this world and have broken through life and death countless times, finally reaching this realm. Sieso clapped his hands and followed him. Okay, you are already a peak level 2 master. Just a little closer to reaching the first grade threshold, true energy flows out abundantly. If it were me 3 years ago, I would definitely not be your opponent. On the contrary, I want to see how long you can be assertive. Duong Tin was provoked by these words and immediately became angry and threw the true chi of fire pulled and Tian fist towards Sieso to attack. A loud noise rang out. The blonde guy covered his face to protect himself from the dust and exclaimed. True energy is so far away from the body but still retains such strength? The strength is many times stronger than that of a normal fighter, truly the strength of a first class. Duong Tin looked at the cloud of smoke and dust he had just created and called out. Sieso, stand up, no matter how good or bad you are second class, I know you won't fall down that easily. If you really want to take my life with just this trick, then I won't hold back. Sieso didn't know when he was standing right behind Duong Tin. Duong Tin still didn't understand why it was like that when Sieso placed a hand on his shoulder and gently pressed down. His knees knelt to the ground. His face also turned pale and sweated. Sieso just gently spoke to him. In 3 years, he was not the only one who had improved. The blonde guy also felt a little scared when he saw the aura radiating around Sieso. This feeling of oppression, yet Sieso looks like the boss is a first-class Hao Tian. Even though Duong Tin lost, he still spoke loudly. Bastard, if you have such strength, why bother? Before he finished speaking, Sieso interrupted. You still don't understand. There are many things in this world that cannot be obtained by force. That's why I still kept Don Van because he had previously been in contact with Tien Chinoi. That's why at this age he has cultivated such strength. If you want to leak any news from his mouth, using force is ineffective. Sieso said while looking at Duan Vingon, making him feel scared. He immediately knelt down and said. What the leader said is very correct. Boss, I think it's right that we should calm down and discuss this long term. Sieso raised 3 fingers and continued speaking. Next we have 3 things to do. The pioneering group continues to monitor Mayor Thursday. If we want to know the special way to release Tian Qingguin from his mouth, we must prepare a lot in advance. The blonde guy rubbed his chin and said. I will temporarily blend in with the security team. But there is still too little contact with Mayor Thursday. So I have to think of a way to create a story for me to climb up. Sieso turned and left while continuing to speak. You guys, the Duong family, continue to infiltrate the financial world. Don't let the Tai family escape our control. As for revenge on Don Van, now is not the time. Duong Tin finally agreed with Sieso. This time I will listen to you, but you must promise that when the opportunity comes, you will personally let me kill Don Van. Duong Vingon also joined Theo, the leader was assured. I have already arranged the traps. We will definitely not let others grasp our weaknesses. He said so on the outside, but in his heart he was still worried. It's come to this point, so I just have to give up and run for someone else. The blonde guy saw So leaving and quickly asked, "Leader, didn't you say there were 3 things? What about the third story?" So answered while taking off his gun mask. "Third, I will approach Don Van in real life to determine Tian Wen's location." In the evening, Don Van and Vivi found a room. Vivi's eyes now became more determined than ever. Don Van encouraged her, "Sister, you don't need to force yourself." Vivi firmly replied, "Little brother, this is the past that I have to face, I can't hide anymore." Hearing that, Don Van did not hold back and kicked the door hard, causing the door to fall down. In front of the 2 people was Duan Yun gone sitting with his back to both of them. He did not turn around and spoke. "It's finally here, Vivi, if it's okay, I'd like to come closer and take a look at you. Can you grant this last small wish of mine?" Don Van looked at him and said, "Duan Yun gone, I didn't expect him to still be so calm." Vivi also spoke up right after, "Oh, sorry, I've already decided. From now on, for the sake of non-Cax life, you must arrest me yourself." Suddenly Don Van discovered something. He said loudly to Vivi, "Wait, he is not Duan Yun gone." Finally, with the efforts of the security team, the case of mass murder that caused a commotion was solved, and the heavenly souls of the dead were finally comforted. And the living will also try to escape this obsession and continue living. 1 month later, at the main headquarters of the security team, a group of people were gathered in the room. "Mess, Din, please calm down." Din Thursday lost his temper and said loudly, clearly the real culprit in this case was Duan Yun. Moreover, it is very possible that he is a criminal of an organization, why not continue to investigate him? The man helplessly said, "To Thursday, it's been a month, why are you so stubborn and not letting go? Do you think I don't want to continue following the Duan family's case? Duan Tin had already come to find us." When Duan Tin was mentioned, Din Thursday lost his temper even more. "Duan Tin, could it be that he bribed? That's not right, could it be that he wanted to force you? Is that too arrogant?" The man put the paper in front of Din Thursday and said, "Can't you calm down and listen to me? Duan Tin came to find me to erase all ties with the deceased Duan Yun. Said that his son is definitely not a bad guy." Looking at that piece of paper, both Din Thursday and his colleagues were surprised. That man continued, "Then he gave us evidence to prove that the deceased Duan Yun was not his son. He said he and his son were vacationing in Hawaii at the time it happened. Furthermore, his son is still alive and well, having flown to country last week to arrange business matters." Din Thursday angrily asked, "Director, it's not like you already believe it, but we can do a test to compare." But the director said, "Duan Tin is a big character. Unless there is evidence and confirmation, we cannot touch him. Also, if he himself said that the dead man was not his son, then this is a good thing for both sides." Din Thursday was about to say something more, but the director interrupted, "To Thursday, you are still too young, you work too aggressively, you have to learn more. Sometimes hibernating for a while will be preparation for a bigger explosion later. Reason may come late, but it will certainly not be ignored, you must remember this." Scene change, surrounded by a pile of rubble, Vivi calls Don Van to report, "Little junior brother, I have found Truong Vu. He's dead." Don Van is a bit angry, "It took so much effort to find the clue, but it's broken again, so we have to start over." He told Vivi, sister, you should go back first. For the time being, if you don't have any clues, it won't be easy for me to cooperate alone if you're out there alone." Vivi said again, "No, junior brother, I will use my own way to continue the investigation. When I have clues, I will call you. Before that time, please calm down and enjoy the nagging that you haven't enjoyed in a long time." Soon, Don Van leaned back on the sofa to rest and think. A moment later Don Van returned to the store. The girl heard the bell ring and turned to say hello when she discovered it was Don Van. Seeing Don Van coming to Kien Nin, he quickly ran to blame him. "Why did this guy suddenly take a month off? I've been so busy this month that I'm about to die." Don Van smiled and patted his shoulder and said, "There was something going on at home, so I stayed for a long time. The girl asked Don Van, is your story over yet? Don Van pushed Kien Nin away and replied, not yet. But I can rest for a while, so I came to continue working, so I'm sure I haven't been fired yet, right? The girl smiled happily and said, what nonsense are you talking about? Quickly help Ants. The three of them were busy all day until evening. Don Van and the girl happily walked home holding hands. Don Van turned to say to the girl, he hadn't done so much in a long time. The girl also happily responded, we haven't been home together for a long time. Suddenly we both saw a little girl lying on the sofa. The girl asked, Noyet Na is late, why aren't you sleeping yet? The girl replied, I have something to look for my sister. When she saw her sister coming home with Don Van, she playfully teased her. Star? Is it easy for you to mess with my shoes and me? You two are finally back. Seeing Noyet Na say that, the girl blushed and waved her hand to say no, while Don Van was speechless to tell Noyet Na, I only know how to bully my sisters. If you have something, say it quickly. Noyet Na immediately asked, who will go to the parent-teacher meeting tomorrow? They both turned to look at each other. The girl said a little worriedly, Don Van, I probably can't leave the store. Don Van immediately excitedly said, don't worry, just let me take care of everything, it's just school, he thought to himself. Even though I have never been to school, I can see all the good and bad things in the novel, just follow the content of the novel and calculate. The beautiful beauty queen, the beautiful homeroom teacher, the beautiful supervisor, the beautiful principal, they are all beautiful people. Furthermore, the main character in the story is surrounded by beautiful people. The more Don Van imagines, the more excited he feels. Noyet Na saw Don Van's girlish face and asked, brother-in-law, what strange thing are you imagining? Don Van immediately interrupted his thoughts and asked Noyet Na. Having said that, is your class homeroom teacher still Lou Van Hock? Noyet Na smiled and said, no, my class just got a new homeroom teacher, a very beautiful teacher. Hearing that she had studied abroad as a female actress, Don Van was a bit surprised. So, how do you address her? Noyet Na laughed. Our new homeroom teacher is named Mak Dung Tan, and is currently the goddess teacher at our school. Brother-in-law, you already have a sister and you can't be promiscuous. But she didn't know that when she heard the name Mak Dung Tan, Don Van was a little surprised. Mak Dung Tan, could it be that woman? At the headquarters of the security team, the director seriously spoke up, Thursday, in order to deal with it, trouble is likely to arise next. I decided to send the best people of the security team to form To Huin. If I caught Duan Yun and brought him to justice, her merit would be the greatest. She has the most experience in dealing with martial arts practitioners who have surpassed the normal level, so To Huin will be led by her. From now on, your authority will be equivalent to that of my assistant. Hearing this news, surrounding colleagues were happy for DM Thursday. Sister Thursday, she was promoted first, but DM Thursday still has a cold face. He crossed his arms and asked the director again, saying that even if I let an ordinary citizen without a payroll join To Huin, there would be no need to go through complicated procedures, right? The director replied, I originally wanted to give you that authority. If you see who they are, you just need to drag that person into the team. Anyway, we urgently need fighting strength now. Thursday, look at this expression of yours? DM Thursday said firmly. Don't worry, director, I already have a suitable choice in my heart, this time on the other side. Don Van was brushing his teeth when he was blown away. He doubted himself, with his cultivation level like that, could it be that he had a cold? Seeing Don Van taking so long, she poked her head into Sec's, brother-in-law, please hurry up. Otherwise, we'll be late for that parent-teacher conference, and then it'll be over right here, on the way. Noyet Na turned to ask Don Van, brother-in-law, where do we go to school? Today is the first time I took you to school, not to mention taking the subway, Don Van said, showing off his prestigious face. Indeed, sitting on the subway is not worthy of our status at all, Ms. Noyet Na. Then we can walk. Hearing the word walk, Noyet Na was shocked to the core, brother-in-law. Even if it's a joke, I won't accept it. If we walk, we'll definitely be late for the meeting. If I just send you to you, you'll have to take responsibility. Don Van can't even argue, so what? Or do you still want to ride Cinderella's pumpkin carriage? You're still young and you already have princess disease? The two were arguing when a car suddenly stopped in front of them and a voice rang out. The two people's relationship was really good. Looking closely, Don Van realized that it was Din Thursday. Din Thursday coldly told him. Unexpectedly, he even attacked a female student. When Don Van saw that he was being wronged, he argued back, "What nonsense are you talking about? This girl is Atuk's younger sister. Today there's a parent-teacher meeting on my behalf. Why are you here, Captain?" Din Thursday grinned and replied, "This lady has just been promoted, is now the team leader. This time she comes here, of course there is something important that she wants to discuss with you." But looking at his current appearance, it seems like there is no time to gossip. Don Van and Noyet Na turned to look at each other for a moment, as if afraid that Don Van would abandon them. Noyet Na still clings to Don Van's hand, no matter how hard he waves his hand, but does not let go. She also says, "Brother-in-law, you must be responsible for me. Okay, but don't let me go. Say some words that can easily cause misunderstandings." After that, Don Van turned to ask Din Thursday, Team Leader Thursday, "Let's discuss something." Din Thursday immediately said, "Do you want to borrow a car to take your sister-in-law to school?" Don Van was surprised. "From the beginning you had been eavesdropping on our conversation, right?" After finishing speaking, a key fell into Don Van's hand. Din Thursday stood leaning against the car and said, "Be careful, let's have dinner at the right time." Don Van smiled and replied, "Rest assured, I will definitely not let your car get any damage." In his heart, he thought to himself, "Why do I feel like tonight's dinner will be very troublesome, but now I have to stabilize this ant first." Noyet Na sees her eyes shining like stars when she sees a car ride. His mouth kept exclaiming, "What a luxury car!" For the first time sitting and settling in, Don Van couldn't help but exclaim. The car is luxurious, so the feeling of holding the steering wheel is also different. He turned to ask Noyet Na, "Are you satisfied?" Noyet Na happily replied, "Yes, brother-in-law is great." Din Thursday sat behind and spoke up. "I have to be satisfied, this is my first car, it took a lot of effort to restore it." Teacher Din Thursday got in the car. Don Van was surprised. Why did she get in the car too? Din Thursday calmly said, "I just said I'd lend the car, I didn't say goodbye to you. Just in case, I also wanted to go to Noyet Na's school to see. That's my old school." Right now the security guard is shouting, "That's the parking spot for Mr. Fuang Chin. Except for him, no one can park there, do you know?" Don Van asked him unhappily. Is there still this kind of talk? He doesn't know what's right or wrong and still calls more people to continue talking. This is a school. I'm a security guard, if I say you can't pass, you can't pass. You'd better have a good attitude, otherwise don't blame me for not being polite. Don Van did not pay attention to what he said and pulled Noyet Na away. "Noyet Na, let's go, otherwise we'll be late." Noyet Na is worried, brother-in-law, but they. Don Van reassured the girl, "Don't be afraid, the more that crazy dog barks, the more useless it becomes. Once they get tired of barking, they will quiet down on their own." As soon as Don Van left, the guard and his accomplices felt something strange. The next second all three fell to the ground. It was so painful that I couldn't stand up and witness this scene. Din Thursday smiled slightly. "Don Van, as expected, I am very interested in your monthly ticket." In class 11 to 17, Don Van sat dumbfounded in Noyet Na's seat. Noyet Na told him, "She will be here soon, just sit here and wait," Don Van said helplessly. "Are you the type of person that makes people unable to feel secure?" Seeing him say that, Noyet Na happily pulled her friend out, "So I'm going out to play with my friends." "Go away." Outside the classroom there were also footsteps coming closer and closer. Don Van was surprised by these footsteps. Hey, could it be such a coincidence? The classroom door opened, and Dung Tan walked in with a friendly smile. "Good morning, dear parents." Male parents couldn't help but admire their child's homeroom teacher, so beautiful, she was truly a beauty. Even more beautiful than a movie star. Suddenly there was a noise behind them. Don Van quickly lay down on the ground. He was a little worried, it was really her. He had to think of a way to avoid being recognized, but he hadn't thought about it yet. But Dung Tan stepped forward and extended her hand to help him up. "He's here, are you okay?" Don Van panicked even more. Oh my god, it's so dangerous. Whatever, it was avoided anyway. Only this trick remains, listen immediately, in front of everyone's speechless expressions. Don Van used his chi to compress his crooked face so that Mac Dung Tan wouldn't recognize him, then stood up and said, "Thank you, but you don't need someone else's help with something as small as that." He thought to himself, using true energy to force his face to look ugly. I don't believe that, but she still recognized me. Mac Dung Tan had no other reaction but just smiled. It's good that he's okay. Then she turned around and went up to the podium to continue the parent-teacher meeting. We will now begin parent-teacher meetings. There are some important things that need to be shared. It's best for everyone to take a pen and paper to write them down. Don Van sat down to breathe. It seemed to pass the eye. An hour later, Mac Dung Tan said, the content of today's meeting was roughly like that. Everyone can go home. Seeing that the meeting has ended, Don Van is secretly happy, it's finally over. But before he could leave, Mac Dung Tan called back, inviting Ly Noyet Na's parents to stay for a while. There was something related to Noyet Na that needed to be said. Don Van immediately found an agent to say, "Teacher, I think Noyet Na is also very good. There's no need for us to worry, I have something to do first," so I turned around and was about to leave. Mac Dung Tan grabbed his shoulder and gave him a friendly smile. "Mr. Don Van, let's find another place to talk." Don Van is constantly sweating at this moment. Damn it, how did I get exposed? My ability to disguise must be amazing. Right now in the security room. The security guard from earlier was bandaging and wondering, oh, it hurts so much, who is that guy? Basically, I didn't see him take action. While he was bandaging, one of his subordinates told me, "Boss, Mr. Fwang's car is here." As soon as Fwang Chin got out of the car, his bald bodyguard shouted, "Where is Uncle Fwang's parking space? Is it a bad idea to protect this place?" The security guard quickly ran out to apologize. "Mr. Fwang, calm down and I will think of a solution right away." The bodyguard saw this and got angry, but Fwang Chin raised her hand to stop him and asked, "Where is Mrs. Mac Dung?" The security guard replied that Mrs. Mac Dung was probably studying with parents, but looking at the time, she was probably almost done. Fwang Chin immediately turned around to find Mac Dung Tan. "Let's go. Don't let Miss Mac Dung wait too long." "Yes boss, outside the flower garden at school." Don Van directly asked Mac Dung Tan, "How can you recognize me?" Mac Dung Tan immediately hugged Don Van's arm and explained, "General Trainer Don Van, do you think what I have observed from you over the past few years is a joke? Even if you change your face, I can still recognize your breath, your scent, and your eyes. You can't pass me by." Don Van quickly withdrew his hand and asked her, "Was it necessary to talk so scary?" Mac Dung Tan said with an odd tongue, Hi, no more joking." Don Van remembered the past. This girl's name is Mac Dung Tan. 5 years ago he was sent by his master to go down the mountain to be a trainer to teach ancient martial arts to people for a few months and got to know her at that time. It's clear that the Mac Dung Tan of that time was a girl with nothing outstanding, just working harder than others. Looking back now, why has she turned into such a cunning person? Don Van wondered and asked Mac Dung Tan, "I remember that after that you became a special member of the security team. I was considered a civil servant, but now I'm a teacher." Mac Dung Tan replied that team number 0 of the security team had a change in staff. Now divided into 4 groups, Tien Dia Win Hong, these 4 groups both compete and help each other. Also considered as increasing everyone's positivity. Now I am assigned to Do Huin. Why am I here? Because we discovered the origins of the Shadow Blood sect. Don Van was surprised when he heard that. What did she say? Shadow of the Blood sect? During the time when the country was rich and strong during the Tang dynasty, the peak period of ancient martial arts practitioners, it was also at that time that the Blood Shadow sect silently rose up to kill people practicing ancient martial arts everywhere. The jury at that time gathered all the experts of the Great Hall. With the sacrifice of the masters of the Great Hall, the Blood Shadow sect was finally destroyed, causing chaos in the world. Don Van wondered, logically speaking, the Blood Shadow sect had already been destroyed, so why did it appear again? And why would they appear in a place like a school? According to records, the Blood Shadow sect only attacks people who practice ancient martial arts. Mak Dung Tan said, immediately knowing that he would be suspicious. She gave Don Van a photo while telling the story. A week ago at this school, a female student died, her blood was drained. The method is similar to that of the Blood Shadow sect. You don't have to doubt whether it's a group of vampires or not, because they are not yet skilled enough to do that. According to documents left behind, this is similar to the situation of people dying after being attacked during the Tang dynasty. Don Van became tense, so what happened? After this profane organization returned, did they lose the courage to challenge martial artists and attack ordinary people? He asked Mak Dung Tan, have you guys thought of any way to cope? Mak Dung Tan replied, at first it was just for me to deal with the new team leader who was temporarily assigned and investigate together. Once you find it, someone will come help you. Now that you're here, I don't need to look for anyone else to help me anymore. Actually, in his mind, Mak Dung Tan thought he would take advantage of this to have more opportunities to interact with Don Van. Mak Dung Tan added, that's right, I heard that our newly arrived team leader is also a beauty. If you're willing to help, I can introduce you two so we can get to know each other. Don Van said, no need to beat around the bush, I will think of a way to solve this problem. If you have any latest information in the future, just let me know directly. Seeing him agree so quickly, Mak Dung Tan asked in surprise, Don Van, have you changed your mind? Why did you agree so easily? Don Van looked at her confused. Really? Why do I remember that I'm always the one who stands for what's right? Mak Dung Tan rubbed his forehead and wondered, have I been seeing hallucinations lately? No, I have to go back to sleep. Don Van is worried that Noyet Na studies at this school and must eliminate all potential dangers here. Suddenly a voice rang out, Mrs. Mak Dung had finally found her. The two of them turned around and saw a female student panting and saying, Noyet Na was called away by the supervisor, it seemed like the matter was very serious. Let's go over there and see what happens. Don Van immediately told the female student to take him there immediately. The three people were rushing to find Noyet Na when Fang Chin appeared out of nowhere and stopped them in the middle of the road. Ms. Mak Dung, please stop, this is the surprise I prepared for you, do you like it? Surprisingly what he said was a huge pile of yellow roses. Looking at this scene, the corner of Don Van's mouth twitched slightly, he asked, who is this? Tan Tan, could it be him? Mak Dung Tan introduced helplessly. His name is Fang Chin, he is the owner of Fang Tea Group, he has always pursued me but I am not interested in him. Don Van immediately ignored Fang Chin and ran past him, so why bother? Mak Dung Tan also ran. Following behind, he ran and said to Fang Chin, I apologize for your kindness, but I'm in an urgent matter right now. Fang Chin saw this and was angry. Who is that guy? Why did my Mak Dung leave me and follow him? The bodyguard followed him and said, Boss, I'll go investigate right away, in front of the supervisor's office. The supervisor said in a serious voice, Ly Noyet Na, I thought you were an obedient student at this school but I didn't expect you to have such unreasonable parents. The security guard standing next to him said, Brother-in-law, what's the point in wasting it? Expel him immediately. It turned out that the security guard had come to tell the supervisor, his brother-in-law, what happened earlier. Noyet Na angrily pointed at the guard and shouted, clearly he did not follow the rules. Because he wanted to flatter that hot guy, he monopolized the parking lot that the school reserved for parents. You're the one who deserves to be kicked out, damn you brat, how dare you speak loudly. The guard got mad and raised his hand to hit Noyet Na. Noyet Na closed her eyes tightly in fear, when suddenly a voice spoke to her, little Noyet Na. When facing bad guys, don't show weakness and show courage. But when you encounter danger, you still have to scream for help. Noyet Na opened her eyes to look and realized that it was her brother-in-law Don Van who had arrived in time. The little girl happily called out her brother-in-law. Don Van twisted the guard's hand and smiled and said, that's right. Remember my name, I will appear next to you to protect you in the blink of an eye. When the security guard saw Don Van coming, he sat down on the ground in fear and told him not to come here. Don Van looked at him with dangerous eyes, don't be afraid, I'm not a devil. Which hand are you planning to use to hit Noyet Na now? Just make a cracking sound and I will forgive you, the supervisor immediately said. Stopping, he pointed at the nearby camera and said, an evil thing like you is indeed aggressive. Your violent actions just now have been recorded, now there is concrete evidence, I just need to report it to the police. The students standing around and witnessing were talking. It was obvious that the wretched security guard had moved first. Why did the supervisor say that? What do you understand? He criticized a video that kept the scene where Noyetna's parents beat someone. By that time, his parents had no choice but to deny it. But how could this trouble Don Van? He coldly asked him what he wanted. He said, if he had been reasonable, he would have bowed his head and apologized to us immediately and compensated us for medical expenses of several 100,000 yuan. Otherwise, with my relationship, I can make you go to jail for 30 years, Don Van also replied to him. So I also give you a way out, quickly bow your head and apologize to my family's Noyetna and compensate for the mental damage of 1 million yuan. Then I can consider forgiving you. The supervisor began to sweat profusely at the aura radiating from Don Van's body. He started to worry, who is this guy? Why do I feel like I can't fight him? Damn it, it definitely feels wrong. I have climbed to this position, so how can I be intimidated by a young boy? Suddenly the principal appeared and asked what was going on here. Seeing the principal coming, the old supervisor seemed to have found gold and ran to report. The principal heard what I said. He was secretly happy. That's great, the principal is from the Fang family. In my free time, I tried my best to think of ways to flatter Mr. Fang. More or less, the principal had a voice in front of him. His teacher was like that, the students hated him even more. It's so hateful, this old bastard confuses right and wrong, and even sued the principal. Why didn't Noyetna's parents say anything? If he continues like this, he will be falsely accused and face disaster. Don Van is too busy wringing his hands and won't be able to say anything. The old supervisor did not expect that the principal would point his finger at him and say it was completely his fault. He knelt down in fear and said, Principal, you can't help but distinguish right from wrong like that. It's clearly the parents' fault. The principal silently scolded him, this idiot still hasn't discovered that the parent and Mak Dung Tan know each other. Even if Huang Qin comes to handle this matter, this idiot will still have to admit his mistake. Mak Dung Tan stood next to Don Van and asked, if it weren't for me, you wouldn't have planned to give them a fight, right? Don Van replied, it's just because I didn't think about having you help me. If I don't help, I can still find another formidable girl to help. The principal turned to Don Van and said, the parent here hopes you won't mind this. I will definitely give them proper treatment. The supervisor also quickly nodded yes. The students who witnessed it were extremely surprised. No, the teacher was always so arrogant, but he bowed his head and apologized to that parent. A classmate happily told Noyetna, it's good that you're okay. In the end, who is your brother-in-law that he can make even the elders take his side? Noyetna was extremely proud and said, my brother-in-law is amazing. Saying his identity will only scare you, let alone. Mak Dung Tan asked Don Van, what do you think? Don Van replied calmly, please help me solve these things. I took Noyetna home after Don Van left when the chief turned to talk to Mak Dung Tan. Ms. Mak Dung, Mr. Huang Qin wants to invite you to eat together? I wonder if she's in the mood. Mak Dung Tan thought to himself. Okay, I just took this opportunity to clarify with that guy. At a table restaurant, Huang Qin asked Mak Dung Tan, did Mrs. Mak Dung like it? After finishing the meal, it was better than us. Before he could finish speaking, Mak Dung Tan interrupted him. Mr. Huang, this time I came mainly to make it clear to you that I don't have any feelings for you at all. Just being friends, Huang Qin still happily said it was okay. If Mrs. Mak Dung just wants to be friends, I certainly won't think too much of it. From now on, just call me Huang Qin. Mak Dung Tan used a handkerchief to wipe his mouth and said. If that's the case, then I have to meet a friend in the afternoon so I can't go with you. In her heart, she thought to herself, she thought this guy was the type who didn't know how to reason. It seemed like she was thinking too much. Then she said goodbye to Fang Chin and left, waiting for Mak Dung Tan to leave. The new bald bodyguard came to report to Fang Chin, the boss, that he had found him. The name of the person who previously accompanied Ms. Mak Dung was Don Van. When Fang Chin heard that, his face darkened. Maybe Next doesn't need my advice anymore, right? The bodyguard immediately replied. Please rest assured, Master, we will keep that guy forever separated from Ms. Mak Dung. It was already late afternoon. Don Van asked Din Thursday with a dumb face, even though she said she had something to do this afternoon and wanted to find me. I also guessed that you would invite me, but why did you choose Tuk's store to invite me? What do you want to do? Noyet Na sat next to her and said, brother-in-law, the dish I just learned is very delicious. Din Thursday also took advantage of this to speak up. What, are you hoping to chase Noyet Na away while you and I go to a private place with only the two of us? Noyet Na also warned Theo, her brother-in-law, that he must not do something wrong to her. Don Van just talks, don't make noise, say it directly if you have something, don't hide it anymore. Don Van also thought to himself, if she chose this place to talk, it probably wouldn't be such a big deal. At this time, Ly Tuk Tho poked his head behind the wall to watch the three of them. Seeing this, Kin Nin went over and said, Miss Tuk, if you're paying attention like that, you should just sit there and sit right away, right? But Ly Tuk blushed and refused. No, I said I trust Don Van, I'm not the type of woman who is jealous. Hearing that, Kin Nin was a bit speechless. Miss Tuk just said what she thought. Suddenly a voice rang out outside the door, who was Don Van? Noyet Na turned around a bit uncomfortable and said to Don Van. There's someone looking for you, brother-in-law. Don Van calmly drank water and said, even though he was very popular, he still didn't expect a man to come to his house to find him. Outside the shop there was a black car parked nearby. The bald bodyguard sitting inside thought to himself. Whatever the master tells you to do, you must try your best to do it. These kids are just appetizers, wait until a nameless pawn like you finishes being taught, then I'll let you taste the main course. Inside, the leader was spitting rain and shouting, hey! Whoever is Don Van, quickly stand up for him. Then he held Don Van's photo and pointed at his face and said, I found you, brat. You really know how to hide. Don Van was speechless with this idiot. I haven't moved anything yet, he asked coldly. Who are you? The leader said eloquently, you ask who we are? Since Uncle Jia finished quelling the rebellion, there is only one sect left in this city, which is Uncle Van Bang. Don Van still calmly asked them, can I make a phone call? Hearing him say that, everyone hugged their stomachs and laughed loudly, calling. Do you want to call someone over, kid? Are you scared or just not awake yet? This guy is from Lam Bang, this whole city only has our clan left. If you call, it's not like you're afraid, so you should find a friend to help pick up the body, right? Don Van still kept an expression on his face and asked, right, what is your name? The leader, a little impatient, replied, this man stands without changing his name and sits without changing his last name. Number 1 henchman of BACG Vong Dai Sun, so Don Van immediately told the person on the phone. Yes, that guy's name is Vong Dai Sun, you can handle the rest yourself. Vong Dai Sun still didn't know what was going on and told Don Van. The call is over, then get ready. Before he finished speaking, his phone rang. Sir, you have a phone call. Vong Dai Sun was a bit worried. I specially set this Chinese language for BACG's number. He immediately answered the phone, hello, does BACG have any leads? After a long beep, the junior asked him, Big brother, what's going on? Big brother, quickly go and teach this guy a lesson. Suddenly Vong Dai Sun knelt down in front of Don Van and respectfully said, Mr. Don, no, Don Jia, I have eyes but cannot see Tai Sun Mountain. Please forgive me for being humble like me. Don Van smiled and reached out to pat his head. I didn't expect that Vong Bac's name would be a little famous in recent times. Seeing the soldiers running out one after another, the bald bodyguard was a bit surprised. Why did the group I hired to teach Don Van run out like that? Looks like he hasn't fought yet, he thought. It seems this Don Van is not simple at all. Maybe he's hiding his identity. But if it's a warm guy, I've never seen him this warm before. I had already prepared helpers a long time ago. The police car drove quickly in front of the store, and 3 police officers suddenly rushed in and shouted loudly. "Don't move, just received a report saying there were people gathering to fight here. Tell me everything honestly." Looking at everyone still eating and drinking normally, the policeman was a bit surprised. Didn't Mr. Fang Chin send someone to teach a kid who didn't know what life or death was? Where are they all? One guy pointed at Don Van sitting nearby and said, "Sir, look, that person is our target." The policeman was even more surprised when he saw Don Van still leisurely drinking water. Why wasn't he beaten? Regardless of whether you have been beaten or not, if you have caused trouble, you must be arrested. Thinking so, he immediately came in front of Don Van and spoke seriously. "Here, please follow me for a trip." Noyet Na saw him coming and exclaimed, "Brother-in-law, just like what you said, someone from the security team is coming to look for you." Don Van turned to ask for the policeman's name. "Why," he said, raising the handcuffs, "destroying public order and causing unnecessary fights with others. If you already know your mistake, then obediently raise your hand and leave." Don Van held out his hand and made a cool face as he said, "Normally, I am an honest citizen who always obeys the law, so right now I should obediently cooperate, but I refuse." One of the things that Don Van likes to do the most is say no to those who think it's right. The police officer ignored what Don Van said. He put the handcuffs on Don Van's hand and said, "What a braggart. On the contrary, I want to see if you can still maintain this appearance after returning to the station." Don Van smiled and shrugged. Hi police officer, I told you I'm an honest citizen who always obeys the law. I have never done anything about violating the law that you mentioned." Seeing Don Van still open his arms, the policeman's eyes widened in surprise. He turned around and saw that he had handcuffed his colleague's right hand. This was, how could it be, obvious? Obviously the person I was going to handcuff was him. He pulled out his gun, pointed it at Don Van, and asked what trick he had used. Very quickly his gun was blown away. Noyet Na suddenly asked, "Brother-in-law, why is your nose bleeding?" Don Van turned his face and said, "It's better for children not to know about this." It turned out that Din Thursday had kicked the gun away. She shouted, there was still something left to do, so she pulled out the gun. "Which prison are you in?" A police officer exclaimed, "This woman is a bit formidable." With just one kick, the boss's gun was kicked away, and the policeman angrily shouted back, "What kind of person are you to dare to oppose someone on duty?" Din Thursday immediately grabbed his collar and held up his business card and said, "This lady is the leader of Tuhuin of the National Security Team, and what status are you?" Knowing Din Thursday's position, the police officer got a new surprise. "What? Team leader Tuhuin of the National Security Team." Don Van scratched his head and looked at Din Thursday, his older sister. "Even though I mean to let you handle this, you don't need to get mad like that." Din Thursday did not pay attention to Don Van's words but grabbed the policeman's neck and shook him hard, causing fire to come out of his mouth. "Do you know how long this lady had to prepare for this dinner meeting before heading out the door? How much is planned?" The policeman said in fear, "Sir, I know it's wrong. Please let me go, because in order to leave a good impression, this lady spent 3 hours doing her makeup. With that time used for other things, we could solve a few robberies." The policeman was shaken to the point of becoming delirious and scolded his subordinates, "Hey, don't help me quickly." The subordinate is scared, "Boss, he is indeed the leader of Tuhuin of the National Security Team. We didn't dare to get involved." Din Thursday was really angry. It was very difficult for this lady to make an appointment with someone to have a meal. Just before she was prepared to have the courage to open her mouth, a group of you appeared every 5 times or 7 times to interrupt her. Does this make sense? Don Van looked at Din Thursday angry and was bored. Even though this ferocious woman always looked like a man, she now seemed like a completely crazy woman. When the Russians heard that, they felt dissatisfied with Din Thursday. "Brother-in-law, why did you put a nickname behind Thursday's sister's back?" The police officer was so scared that he had to beg for his brother to spare his life. Only then did Don Van speak up. "Okay, I have a small question to ask you. As long as you answer honestly, she will forgive you. At this time, the bald bodyguard was still secretly happy. With just a person like Don Van, how can anyone support him? Just keep him locked up for a few days and then I'll have a dozen ways to make him run away from this city. Thinking so, he told the driver to drive, but before he could leave, a hand was placed on his shoulder. Don Van didn't know when he got in the car and smiled at his shoulder. Hi, I didn't expect that even a small bodyguard like you could sit in a classy car like this. Fang's family is truly rich. Kyung Win Group is an emerging private enterprise in Kim Ben City. Its chairman of the board of directors is Fang Tianha, who started his business with nothing. Overcoming all the difficulties along the way, he finally made his business become the economic pillar of Kim Ben City. But in comparison, the emerging Kyung Win Group is still just the young generation of the deeply rooted families here such as Duan T Group and Lam T Group. Even though their family was seriously ill and could hardly take care of everything, the Kyung Win Group was always one level lower than the Lam T Group, at the headquarters of the Kyung Win Group. Fang Qin said angrily, "What did you say? Already used the multi-person relationship in the security team and still failed?" The other end of the line replied, "Mr. Fang Qin. It's true that the current situation is not quite what you think, it's not the same. What could be different? That guy Don Van doesn't have 3 heads and 6 arms, so why did he still get away? I don't know what else to say, that name is very special. Master, that person said he would come find you right away, so run quickly, run. Are you crazy? Kyung Win Group's building security is a project that meets international standards. Furthermore, they recently recruited a few people who practiced ancient martial arts to act as guards. Without my permission, a bat cannot fly in." The other end of the phone still tried to dissuade him. The owner quickly ran away. Fang Qin did not know that Don Van had come to the door and even spoke. "I still have important business to discuss, I'll give you one last chance. If after I finish negotiating, you still haven't resolved Don Van, then don't come back." Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, Don Van kicked the glass window behind him. He sat down on the ground in fear. "What's going on?" Don Van smiled, "This building is really tall. But luckily the buildings around here aren't low. Just jump all the way and you'll get here. Much faster than taking the elevator." Then his face turned gloomy as he looked at the guy who tried to harm him on the ground laughing. "Oh, big boss here. Got some attention today, right?" Fang Qin yelled loudly. "Who are you anyway? Why did you get in here?" Don Van said. "Hey big boss, even though your mind is not good, your eyes are still not blind, right? Didn't I enter through that window?" He was afraid, pointing at Don Van and asking, "Are you a practitioner of ancient martial arts?" I didn't expect that ancient martial arts practitioners were heard to be able to do such a thing. Is it possible? Voices were still heard on the other end of the phone line. "Master, we're messing with someone we shouldn't be messing with." Don Van came closer and pointed at his face, "I am generous and kind. As long as you compensate me for tens of millions of yuan for mental damage, from now on I won't appear in front of you and I won't pursue the past anymore." Fang Qin still spoke strongly, "Don Van, I should have said that sentence, I pressed the button to call security just now. Those people will be here soon, even if you are more capable than others, so what? If you can't beat one, the mouse is lame. Moreover, the guards are martial arts practitioners, and there are 3 of them I've hired." Don Van confidently told him, "Okay, then I'll give you some dignity." After waiting a little longer, Fang Qin regained his composure and stood up to ask. "Don Van, don't take this opportunity to steal me as a fairy, your carelessness is the reason why you failed." The 3 security guards that Fang Qin hired were also present. "Mr. Fang, what happened?" Fang Qin pointed at Don Van and said, "That guy is also a martial arts practitioner who arbitrarily broke into my office." "Hurry up and deal with him," the black-haired man asked, "who would be so bold as to dare to hurt Mr. Fang?" Looking at him, he would beat him to a pulp, but when he looked closely, Don Van was smiling and waving his hands. "So clever, I didn't expect to meet you again." All 3 people knelt down at the same time to Fang Qin's surprise. He shouted, "What's wrong with you three? There's only one person on the other side and there's no need to deal with it quickly." The black-haired man clasped his hands and said, "Mr. Fang had offended you earlier, and I hope you will forgive me." Don Van said, "Don't worry, I told you, I am a very generous person. As long as your master obediently admits his mistake, I won't hurt him." Seeing this situation, Fang Qin thought, these three runaways have not yet fought but have already admitted defeat. Shouldn't we invite Grandpa to take action? At the same time, at Ly Tuk's shop, Din Thursday was grumbling while eating, disgusting, disgusting, disgusting. It was very difficult to invite Don Van to dinner to attract him, but he was interrupted. That Fang family of Kyung Win group is also so hateful. Suddenly she realized something was wrong. Wait, the Fang family of Kyung Win group. I remember that in the security team's secret documents, it was recorded that Chairman Fang Tianha was a second-class expert. No matter how formidable Don Van is, he is no match for a second-rate master. I have to go save him. Fang Qin's mother passed away early, so his grandfather Fang Tianha single-handedly took care of him. Fang Qin thinks he is an understanding child, even though he really wants his father by his side, he will not stubbornly make that request to his father. Fang Qin thinks he is an understanding child, even though he secretly likes the ancient martial artists in the stories, he will not stubbornly ask his grandfather to teach him martial arts. When he was a child, Fang Qin suppressed and blocked himself, so after growing up, Fang Qin always thought that because he had suppressed himself for so long, he now had the right to do bad things. Fang Qin shouted loudly, "Grandpa, do you hear that? Today I ask you to help teach this thing that doesn't know life or death a lesson." Don Van tilted his head to look at him. "There's nothing wrong with that guy's brain, right? Why are you suddenly shouting for Grandpa?" The black-haired guy said, "You don't know, Mr. Fang's grandfather is an ancient martial arts practitioner. At this company, he has a special skill that is calling in the wind." Hearing that, Don Van guessed that a person who knows this trick must be at least level 3. "I also wanted to learn this trick before, but unfortunately my master didn't let me." Saying you're afraid you'll use it to do bad things, at this point everything around you starts to melt. The black-haired guy said nervously, "He's here, what's going on with the remaining sub-chief? Who are you messing with, looking at the old man in front of you?" Don Van exclaimed, "Oh wow, this way of appearing matches what I just did." Fang Tianha arrogantly said, "It seems like everyone is a martial arts practitioner of level 3 or higher, right? I'm several decades older than you, so what's the point in calling myself senior?" Don Van asked him, "Why? You want to be the master of the ceremony, right? I have to make it clear that everything happened first because your nephew came to cause trouble with me." Fang Tianha did not just answer, "If my nephew did something wrong, I will definitely handle it. But how can an outsider like you teach him?" Don Van smiled slightly, "It seems I have to violate the social order a bit today." Fighting with a crazy old man, the other three were worried. This is not good, this situation is about to cause a fight. It is impossible to predict Fang Tianha's strength. Even if the three of us join forces, we would be nothing in front of him. Even if Don Van is formidable, he is not Fang Tianha's opponent. The black-haired guy quickly spoke up, "Please calm down. If Senior Fang said he would teach you Fang again, then I think you should stop here," he said to himself. "At first, Don Van forgave me once as a favor to me, this time helping him again." Don Van asked him again, "Is this uncle really terrible?" The guy said, "Don Van, when I was angry with you before, I could see that even though you had a strength above the 3rd grade, you were still only a 3rd grade. As for Senior Fang, he is already a 2nd level expert, so he probably doesn't know that the difference between 3rd level and 2nd level is heaven and earth. In modern times, 1st-rate masters have almost disappeared, and 2nd-grade masters have already suppressed one side to protect the peerless masters of one sect. A peerless master, I have met people who are better than him." Don Van without saying many words started Tien Koi quiet. The black-haired guy was surprised, this time his power was completely different from the previous time, maybe he was lenient with us that time. As for Fang Tianha, Tien Koi quiet was equally surprised. Don Van smiled dangerously at him. Uncle, don't say I'm bullying the elders, you go to the mat first. Fang Tianha was still surprised and asked, if it's Tian Koi quiet, then are you Don Van? Are you Don Van of the Silver Pavilion? Don Van said impatiently. Is there still Don Van of the second Silver Pavilion in this world? The uncle quickly took action and suddenly Fang Tianha clasped his hands and spoke respectfully. Consulting Uncle Don Van, Fang Qin saw his grandfather like that and asked in surprise. What the hell is a monk? Grandpa, why do you perform ceremonies with this name? Fang Tianha did not hesitate to give her nephew a slap on the ear and then shouted. This kid shut up right away, and didn't even hurry to apologize to Uncle Don Van. Then he took him down and said, Uncle, please forgive me. This nephew of mine didn't understand things, so he insulted his uncle. I hope my uncle will be generous and forgive me. Don Van coughed lightly. I have my own assessment. Then he thought, this uncle only called him uncle because of the reason. Don Van was invited to the office for a drink by Fang Tianha. A beautiful girl brought a cup of tea to invite him to have tea. Don Van picked up the cup of tea and said, Uncle, if you call me senior uncle, then unless you are a disciple of my second senior brother in the field. Fang Tianha immediately admitted that his uncle was right, my master was truly a genius. Don Van recalls that among the senior brothers, the second senior brother went down the mountain the most times. Sure enough, he accepted disciples when he came down the mountain. He told Fang Tianha, but looking at the true energy that he just released, it didn't seem to be the same as the techniques of the silver cac. In the end, what did the second senior brother teach him? Fang Tianha immediately told the story was very long. That was 10 years ago. Originally the walking route had been chased away by guards and all workers and unrelated people. Unexpectedly, at that time, the master was working in the field. While hiding in nature, Don Van suddenly interrupted. Stop, wait a minute, could it be that the brainless bodyguard jumped out to challenge next and then the niece took the initiative to challenge? The second senior brother's arbitrary display of strength caused the place to tremble, and that was the scene of his sincere admiration. Fang Tianha burst out laughing, his uncle was joking. Even though my sect has failed, good and bad things are not yet gone. 10 years ago I was a level 4 martial arts practitioner, with more or less some knowledge. Moreover, the situation at that time was like that. Before the bodyguard had time to ask who the master was, he was killed by someone using sword energy. Then, a group of mysterious people wearing masks appeared blocking the passage. Even though I wanted to protect that person and his daughter, facing such a formation I couldn't help but become cowardly. The leader told Lam Dong not to worry about the money. Lam Dong responded coldly, even though my master always taught me not to care about things under the mountain. But if you tell me to look at the weak people being killed in front of me and not be moved, wouldn't that mean I'm going against my teacher's teachings? Fang Tianha continued, Master Lam Dong fought back those mysterious people and was also seriously injured. After that, I always helped take care of people. And he also taught me some martial arts techniques, which helped me a lot. I was able to break through the third level realm before my old age thanks to Master Lam Dong's guidance. Even though it was only a few sentences, in my heart he was already my master. Don Van finally understood. It turned out to be such a teacher-student relationship. Fang Tianha now hesitantly asked, Uncle Don Van, what about Fang Qin's nephew? Don Van waved his hand, as long as from now on he knows how to live up to his fate and do business, I can forgive him this time. Fang Tianha immediately clasped her hands together happily. Thanking my uncle, he also mentioned Fang Qin and Qin Nhi. Why don't you quickly thank your uncle? Fang Qin also obeyed and immediately bowed his head. Thank you, Uncle Don Van. Don Van waved his hand, don't say thank you yet. I feel like your Kyung Wing group also has many relationships in Kim Ben City. I don't know how your side's ability to collect information is? Fang Tianha immediately said. Uncle, if you want to investigate anything, just say so. There's nothing in Kim Van City that I can't find. Don Van said seriously, I heard that Shadow Spear Blood appeared again recently. Can your intelligence network help me find the Shadow Blood Sect's faction? When Fang Tianha heard the Shadow Sect, he was extremely surprised. Suddenly there was a noise outside. "Please stop, this is a place where you cannot enter casually. Fang Tianha, please come here for me. If you have the courage to hide, you have the courage to open the door," Duan Van teased. What's going on? His bodyguards could not stop this person unless he was his uncle. Your stepdaughter comes to you asking for support money? Fang Tianha was speechless. "Master, please don't laugh at me." Din Thursday used her foot to kick hard, causing the door to burst open, her mouth still shouting. "Fang Tianha, I warn you. Duan Van is an important partner of the security team. If you dare touch a single hair of his, look at the scene before you." Din Thursday's guiding fire was also extinguished. "Duan Van, this name. Is it okay?" Fang Tianha smiled and said when she saw Din Thursday coming. "Isn't this Captain Thursday?" "Oh no, now we have to call her team leader Thursday." Din Thursday was surprised. "Do you know me?" Fang Tianha turned to talk to Duan Van. "Master, about the Shadow Blood sect, I think there is a better way to deal with the problems caused by ancient martial arts practitioners. The security team has established 4 special action groups, Tian Dia Huin Hong. The team in charge of Kim Van City is Huin, a newly established Huin. Its members, except for a few skilled ancient martial artists, are mostly selected young people. They are people who have the qualifications or have just become practitioners of ancient martial arts." Fang Tianha said, "The founder of Huin was my old friend, so at the beginning he invited me to take on the position of district person for his Huin. To teach more martial arts practitioners who had just joined the security team." Din Thursday was surprised to see that the director had invited him a long time ago. Fang Tianha said, "Even though I'm at level 3, I'm still old and weak, unlike back then. That position of district person is really an incompetent force, so I wanted to recommend my teacher, Duan Van, to take on the position of district person." Duan Van was stunned. "Why do I hear such strange names?" He whispered to Fang Tianha, "Uncle, if you don't want to help me collect information, then stop it. Why would you recommend me for a district? Are you setting me up?" Fang Tianha still keeps her trademark smile. "Monk Tuk. Tuk just doesn't know, if Tuk becomes Huin's district, wouldn't Tuk be able to freely read internal intelligence related to the case and the security team?" Duan Van thought to himself, he had never coached, so he didn't know how annoying that group of young people was. They were so annoying and clingy that they couldn't help but worry. In the end, Duan Van still had to accept. "Okay, I promise you it's okay." He thought, at best, the matter of the Shadow Blood sect could have been resolved long ago. With my ability, if I wanted to go, no one could keep me. Seeing Duan Van agree, Din Thursday was even happier than Fang Tianha. Looking at her expression, Duan Van asked suspiciously, could it be that today she was free to join in the fun while eating and kept talking back and forth not knowing what she wanted to say? "Actually, you were planning to invite me a long time ago." Din Thursday blushed. "There's no such thing. In short, next time I have to ask you to recommend me again, Team Leader Thursday of Team Huin." The next day, at Huin's special station, "Did you hear that our team leader found a new coach?" "Coaching, we are all good team players. Who has the qualifications to be our trainer?" "I heard he's an old friend of the director." "Is a third grade Hao Tian, I hear it as a third grade Hao Tian." The blonde guy immediately became arrogant. How could a third grade Hao Tian be worthy of being a trainer? Soon the whole team lined up in short order. Din Thursday stood on the podium and said loudly, "Very good, everyone is talented in our team." Before coming here, more or less everyone had come into contact with ancient martial arts practitioners, and some people had been ancient martial arts practitioners for a long time. But when it comes to confronting a real practitioner of ancient martial arts, everyone's abilities are still not enough. The whole team shouted loudly. Clearly, team leader Thursday and Fang Tianha looked at the whole team and said, "It seems that this group doesn't look like troublesome people. Could it be that my old friend tricked me into talking about it to make it more sensational?" Then Din Thursday immediately introduced Duan Van. "This is the district member I invited, coming from a famous sect, an expert in ancient martial arts with abilities beyond others, Duan Van, recently, a criminal. Those who practice ancient martial arts in disturbed Jinyun City are for him to deal with, and from now on, he will direct everyone. Cultivate everyone to become good people who can take charge of one task alone, is that clear? Unclear. Din Thursday looked surprised at the person who shouted unclearly. It was that blonde guy again. He still maintained his arrogant attitude and said, "I said it, team leader." Are you kidding? Inviting a stranger to coach, what expert did I think he was? Why is this a nameless and ageless person? Previously, I heard that there were very few people practicing ancient martial arts in Kimban City. The person with the highest strength is Fang Tianha of Kyongwing Group, a third-grade Hao Tian. Don Van turned to Fang Tianha and smiled. Uncle, I didn't expect you to be so famous. Fang Tianha is humble. At that time, there was no one prominent, so I was just a little known. That blonde guy continued. She said that young man was someone who trained in ancient martial arts. We also have no shortage of people who practice martial arts. They also have more talent than others. It is possible that in just a few years, he will be able to break through to the upper third level. Others will also follow him. That's right, what's so terrible about that guy? The blonde-haired guy continued to speak. As for the matter of martial arts practitioners committing crimes in Jinyun City before, the best people did not reach the 4th grade of Hao Tian. Even if it was me, I could easily solve it. Having said that, can't I also do coaching? Din Thursday was about to say something, but Don Van stopped him and said to him, "If that's the case, why not ask for advice?" He immediately clasped his hands together in respect. Kok Viet. People practice ancient martial arts freely, at the peak of the 4th grade of Hao Tian. Just one more step to reach the 3rd level realm. What about you? Don Van shrugged. Even if I say my realm is higher than yours, you probably won't believe it, right? If that's the case, the answer will be everything. Kok Viet still arrogantly pointed at Don Van and challenged him to a duel. This man only recognizes strong people who have the guts to fight him. Fang Tianha burst out laughing. What an enthusiastic young man, do you need me to help you? Don Van smiled his trademark and said, "It's okay." Such a straightforward student is also very cute, even though it's troublesome, like just beating him into submission will make it much easier to coax him later. Din Thursday, standing next to him, saw this and knew that Kok Viet was about to die and could only say, "Don Van, you have to be gentle with your actions." Below, the crowd kept cheering for Kok Viet. Mr. Viet taught that guy properly. He was the person with the highest ability among us. Don't embarrass us, Kok Viet confidently said. I'll show this guy clearly without you saying anything. The people below kept talking. Where does Don Van's name come from? I have never heard of such a person in the world in the past few years. The skydiving instructor at this time is afraid that he is a playboy mixed in. Don Van looked back and thought, after being locked up for 3 years, all the legends in the world have disappeared. Din Thursday curiously asked Fang Tianha, Uncle Fang. Don Van is so formidable, how do you know there aren't many of his people? Fang Tianha explained, Team Leader Thursday did not know. My uncle is from the non-pavilion. Most people use aliases when practicing under the mountains, so it's unlikely that anyone will know their real name in the newspaper. At this time, on the field, Kok Viet was explaining to Don Van that what determines the actual fighting ability of a martial artist is not the amount of true energy but the ability to control true energy. The difference between people in the 3rd level or higher and people in the 6th level can be said to be heaven and earth, a lengthy explanation. He just showed off that ability of his for Don Van and everyone to see. The people below couldn't help but admire him, but Don Van was different. He applauded, well said, indeed what determines actual combat ability is the ability to control true energy. If that's the case, then I won't force you into this martial arts match, I'll just use true energy at the 6th grade level and that's it. When Kok Viet heard him say that, he didn't believe it. He angrily said, give in, bluntly. When you lose, don't blame it on the rules being unfair. Din Thursday is worried outside. This guy Don Van, even though he's imposing, has created such a disadvantage for himself. What if it backfires? Fang Tianha Tran & Co., Captain Thursday, don't worry, I think you still have a plan for later. Don Van paused for a moment, unfairly, seemingly out of breath. Kok Viet immediately interrupted him. If that's the case, why don't you take back what you just said? Don Van raised 3 fingers and said confidently. If that's the case, then one more rule, I'll let you take 3 moves first, that's fair. Kok Viet was surprised. What did you say? After hearing this, Din Thursday also stood up and said, is Don Van on crazy? Even if it was him, if she gave in, she turned to Phuong Tien Ha. Uncle Phuong, why are you so calm? Phuong Tien Ha replied, Patriarch Thursday, didn't I already say that? Master still has a plan for later, so with his ability to deal with those boys, it won't be considered bullying. Don Van's words touched Kok Viet's limit. He was angry. If you have provoked me like that and I still hesitate to attack you, wouldn't it be a waste of learning martial arts? After finishing speaking, Kok Viet immediately used the KY Kin 8 sword move, the first sword attack Don Van. Looking at that attack, it seemed like it was a one-hit kill, but Don Van still leisurely blocked it easily in front of his opponent's surprised eyes. He even joked. The first move, if scored, would probably be 10 points, with a round score of 1,000 points. Kok Viet immediately made a second sword move, but the result was still the same as the first. It was just a little bit of water that Don Van condensed at will. The people below were surprised by Don Van's strength. After using 2 moves, Kok Viet still could not break Don Van's defense. Din Thursday also wondered. In the beginning, Don Van only used some kind of 6 rank level true energy that made me startled. How could the strength shown be like 6 rank? Phuong Tien Ha laughed again. Patriarch Thursday, it is true that the true energy that Master Uncle uses is the 6th grade realm, but the way he still uses true energy is of the upper 3rd grade. That's why the effect was evident in such a small situation. Kok Vu continued to put all his strength into this 3rd move, intending to finish off Don Van, but he was wrong. Don Van just dropped 2 fingers and could easily block his powerful Don sword and then gently break it in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Kok Viet did not believe that he had lost. Don Van stood looking at the students below and asked, okay. Who else wants to challenge? The group looked at each other and then clasped hands and shouted to see Coach Don Van. Is everything you said true? A guy came and told Mac Dung Tan everything that had just happened and then urged her to quickly stop Don Van. But he didn't expect that when he found out it was Don Van, Mac Dung Tan calmly said if it was Don Van then he didn't need to worry. He was surprised and asked why. Mac Dung Tan explained, because if it were him, everything would have been resolved by now. Kok Viet now knelt down, bowed his head and loudly said to Don Van, if I accepted you as a coach, I would accept no matter what kind of punishment. Don Van looked at him cunningly, was everything okay? Honestly? Kok Viet still spoke strongly, coaching Don, I only recognized that his strength was stronger than mine. He is a genius who practices martial arts, but he is not yet a genius to teach others. People also follow him. That's right, Coach Don, if your instructions don't work for us, we will all fight back. Don Van thought to himself, what's the point of this argument? I mean, I have to take care of these troublesome people again. Don Van immediately felt confident. Okay, teaching children with psychological problems is my forte, Coach Don. Why did you come here? Don Van turned his head to look in the direction of the voice and saw Mac Dung Tan walking towards him. Don Van was a bit bored, almost forgetting that this girl was also a member of To Huyen. Mac Dung Tan said with a smile. Kok Viet's personality is a bit straightforward, but he's not a bad person. Other than that, he's just temporarily angry, so don't take these things to heart. When the crowd saw Mac Dung Tan say that, they cheered again. Miss Tan, why did you come here? Miss Tan, we haven't caused any trouble yet. Don Van looked at Dung Tan. This group also respects you very much. Dung Tan told him that he did not need to be shy. Just follow the way we practiced before. When everyone heard that, they all started sweating. Saying that means Don Van is Dung Tan's previous coach. They immediately changed their attitude and praised Don Van as a god. Coach Don Van, please teach us the same way you taught Ms. Tan before. We are all people who sincerely want to practice ancient martial arts. You can train us any way you like. Kok Viet looked at this scene and was surprised. This group just barely submitted to Don Van's power, so now they have this attitude. Phuong Tianha explained to him, of course because it had been raining for a long time, they kept hearing the legendary story that Deng Tan told about his coach. Sooner or later, you will have to admire that coach. After they discover that the person they have always admired is Master Don Van, they will naturally become crazy fans. When Don Van saw everyone saying that, he said, if everyone said that, I wouldn't be polite. Just like that, Don Van easily became Do Huin's coach. This group of mentally challenged kids listened to him very well, except for Ko Viet and a few members. Basically, for those who do not have an ancient martial arts background, you have to teach them from the beginning. Fortunately, he is proficient in martial arts from many places, so he can easily teach them knowledge that suits his talents. Think of Kok Viet as the one with the most potential among the kids. Don Van arranged the strictest training for him so that he could break through to the basic part of the third-level realm. Kok Viet trembled and asked Don Van, Coach Don Van, today's training goal has been achieved, can I rest now? Don Van said while enjoying himself, don't you still have the energy to talk later, one more round? Obviously, because he was considered on staff, Don Van could view documents related to the Blood Shadow sect. Deng Tan brought a stack of documents and placed them on the table. Here are all the documents about this case. Don Van looked at the pile of documents piled like a mountain on the table in fear and asked Deng Tan, my little Tan Tan, do you want me to look at so many files until morning? Deng Tan replied carefreely, if you don't watch it all, you'll just stay up late. These documents are all confidential. Don't think about taking it out to someone else. Don Van had no choice but to take out his phone and say, let me tell my family that I won't come home to sleep for the next few days. At the same time, at Duong's house, Duong Tin asked Duong Vin Gon, how are you handling it? He replied, boss, all the henchmen have been dealt with. The combat state has stabilized at the 4th level of Hao Tian. If it breaks out, it can achieve the 3rd grade Hao Tian. Duong Tin is satisfied, very good. With the help of 4 henchmen with the fighting power of 3rd grade experts, no matter how strong Don Van is, there will eventually be a time when he cannot resist, Duong Vin Gon asked further. Boss, Cieso told us not to allow us to take revenge on Don Van. Duong Tin was immediately angry, how could I let you off the hook so easily? Even if I can't kill Don Van, I still have to let him experience the same suffering as me. I want him to know what it feels like to have someone you love die in front of you. At the secret sanctuary of the jury, I saw that my subordinates had returned. Cieso asked, do all the young people out there dress like that now? The blonde girl knelt down and reported, according to the news transmitted by the undercover person. The owner of the Duong family secretly created henchmen, apparently conspiring with Don Van. Cieso asked, does Duong Tin have the guts to break my promise to him? The other guy said, it seemed his target was not Don Van but his girlfriend. A girl named Ly Tuk. Hearing this, Cieso suddenly became angry, clutched the photo in her hand and rushed out the door like the wind. The guy saw Cieso like that and thought to himself, even though I already knew that Cieso's skills were on par with the boss, for a moment I had the illusion that he was even better than the boss. Cieso thought while going outside, this is interesting. I want to see what interesting things Duong Tin can do here. Don Van finally returned to the store. He exclaimed, as expected, the atmosphere here is still the most suitable. The feeling of coming home is great. If it weren't for my sister calling to remind me, I almost lost track of time looking up the documents. Seeing that Don Van had returned, Ly Tuk happily greeted him and ran out to hug him. Don Van has set out a training plan so he can temporarily let go of training altogether. The details of the case were memorized by An Huyet Jiao, so he no longer had to stay at To Huin's base. But, this is the coach's spousal store. Kok Viet carried his luggage and complimented him. Indeed, the elegant style and comfortable atmosphere are worthy of the arrangement of the Don coach. Don Van was working when Kien Nin came over and asked. I said, Don Van, where have you been running these past few days? Then he looked at Don Van with discriminatory eyes. Other men ran around outside and brought back some girls. And why did you bring back a boy? It turned out that Kok Viet was busy working as a messenger for Don Van. Don Van said to Kien Nin, "What do you understand? People call it the master of the path." Because of Don Van's attractive training, the boy Kok Viet broke through the difficult point and reached the third grade Hao Tien realm. So this kid's attitude towards him has completely turned to admiration. May I ask if Don Van is here? Don Van glanced out the door and saw a guy wearing a polite suit coming to look for him. Kok Viet ran up and pointed at him and asked, "Who are you?" "Coach Don's name is the name you can call him. If you have anything, say it quickly." "What's the matter with looking for Coach Don?" He did not beat around the bush and said that my boss Duan Tin sincerely wanted to invite Don Van to attend the charity party tonight, hoping that Don Van could attend. Don Van recalled that when the investigation panel and his sister were forced to visit his house, he insisted on clarifying his relationship with Duan Van. He also said that his son Duan Van is still living well and studying abroad, and that Duan Van, the ancient martial arts practitioner, is just someone who uses his name and power to destroy the Duan family's reputation. That Duan Tin suddenly proactively invited him to attend the charity party. Afraid there was another plot, Don Van immediately refused. It was too embarrassing. "I'm not close to Duan Tin, so I won't go to any so-called banquets." The other guy said again, "My boss said that if Don Van doesn't want to come, it's okay, it's just news related to the Shadow Blood sect, just let it sink to the bottom of the sea." Kok Viet didn't know what was going on, he just thought that Duan Tin was bullying Don Van, so he got angry. "Hey, what does your boss want to do? Don't think that our to win people are easy to bully." When Don Van heard the mention of the Shadow Blood sect, Kok Viet came over and said, "It seems I have to go on a trip," seeing that Don Van accepted the invitation. Kok Viet also wants to go. According to him, he said, "Without having to meet him, I can feel that the name Duan Tin is a name that makes people uncomfortable." "I will teach him a good lesson," Don Van said with a smile. "Don't be impatient, you still have other important tasks." Don Van leaned close to Kok Viet's ear and whispered something. After hearing this, Kok Viet was confused and asked, "Coach Don, you're not joking, are you?" At Duan Tin's mansion, Don Van followed the housekeeper into the party. At the same time, Duan Vingon was leading Theo's henchmen on a mission. The other end of the line asked, "How are you preparing?" Duan Vingon replied that he had finished entering the orders. As long as he gave the order, these minions would begin to act. Also installed were all cameras that broadcast live images, able to record the scene of Ly Tuk's murder without any dead angles. The other end of the line rang again. "Very good, then I have to continue with my important guest," but the transmission just ended. Duan Vingon thought to himself, "Old man, let's take advantage of this moment to be proud." At the party, Don Van was starting to lose patience. He asked the butler, "How long do I have to wander around the hall?" The butler replied, "Please be patient, our boss is almost ready, let me take you there." After a while, he led Don Van to a room containing many screens that were broadcasting that his boss was waiting for him here. Don Van walked in and immediately exclaimed, "This room is really spacious, and there are so many projectors." Duan Tin is the boss of the Duan family, unless he's bored, so he works as a security guard. Duan Tin was already waiting there to speak up. "The mouth is also terrible, I'm not hiding anything, I specially invited you here because I want to show you a good show." Then he pointed at the screen and said, "Don Van, look, this is the store your lover is running." Don Van calmly asked him, "Old man, do you want to use Tuk Jia to threaten me? I give you one advice, turn around and it's sure, stop. I can save your dignity." Duan Tin replied disdainfully, "Turning around is the shore, I only know that blood debt must be paid with blood. Now my henchmen have broken into the store and robbed your woman, but as a senior, I am very merciful. Tell me, how do you want your woman to be treated? Have all 4 limbs cut off and become disabled? Or tied to the cross and burned alive until death? Or is she thrown into a cave full of poisonous insects and will be bitten to death?" Don Van calmly said, "My choice is very simple, turn your henchmen into dead henchmen." Duan Tin immediately became angry when he heard Don Van say that. He thought Don Van was showing off. No matter how formidable he is still just an ordinary person, with no clone technique or instant teleportation technique. His biggest assistant is only his senior sister. Don Van looked at him proudly and asked in return, "Who said my assistant is only my sister?" Duan Tin immediately turned back to look at the screen. His henchman determined that there was a strong enemy ahead. In front of my eyes, a guy was blown up into many pieces. It turned out that Fang Tianha was waiting there. Next, Kok V had also appeared and punched the other henchman, still blabbering. Having just broken through the third-level realm, he was able to fight against such a master. This man will not spare the training of the Don coach, he really will not spare the effort. That henchman was dead. Outside there were two others rushing towards Vivi. She just coldly opened her eyes, both of them were blown up. Duan Tin witnessed his minions returning to heaven one after another and was surprised. How could that be? How can you command two third-grade experts? Don Van laughed. Old man, from the beginning I advised you to turn around and see the shore, right? If you dare to attack a Took, you will have to pay the price. But don't worry, I'm not a devil so I don't need your life. Don Van raised his hand to teach Duan Tin a little, but he quickly jumped aside. Don Van was surprised, he had a level 2 cultivation base. Duan Tin was really angry. He said, Don Van, if it wasn't because someone didn't want you to die, I would have killed you a long time ago. If you don't even have a third-grade cultivation level, then you won't have anything to do with me. Don Van replied that compared to your perverted son, you have more bravery. Duan Tin was furious. Today I will avenge my son, he thought to himself. So, I promise you not to deal with Don Van as if he made the first move, don't blame me. Looking at his strength, he felt like Don Van was doomed, but it was not unexpected. Your true energy easily blocked his attack. He was surprised, how could this happen? Don Van lifted his lips and smiled, there were so many things he didn't expect. Duan Tin is still stubborn, you don't even have a third-grade cultivation level, so how can you block my punch? Don Van said, don't you know that sometimes what your eyes see is not necessarily real? Suddenly, Duan Tin took out a bottle of some kind of medicine. He decided that tonight he would not let Don Van leave here easily. Just seeing him take a pill, his strength suddenly burst out. He shouted, Don Van, I want you to know what a truly strong person is. Don Van thought, if he had broken through the world's first-class cultivation level, then what kind of medicine would that be? In the end, it's just a frog sitting at the bottom of a well. Duan Tin's power at this time was extremely scary and formidable, but Don Van still calmly fought back. Don Van has long heard that there are practitioners of ancient martial arts who use medicine to improve their strength. Unexpectedly, Duan Tin also used this trick, after the two powers collided. Don Van was pushed back a bit. Duan Tin smiled triumphantly. Ha ha ha, I am invincible. Don Van was only now beginning to show his true strength. He told Duan Tin originally did not understand what a strong person was. Duan Tin still looks down on Don Van, a weak second-class guy who also wants to win against me. Without saying much, Don Van immediately jumped up and gave Duan Tin a heavy blow. The whole room became a pile of rubble. Don Van was intact from head to toe, but Duan Tin was the opposite, her clothes were in tatters. Even coughing up blood, he did not believe that Don Van was a first-class expert. Don Van told him, if you want to blame him for his actions and people who shouldn't have acted. Duan Tin said, if you win, you will be the king, if you lose, you will be the enemy, I have nothing more to say. But I want to know why you knew I wanted to attack Ly Took and prepared so carefully. Don Van recalls that at that time he received a text message from an unknown number reminding him that Duan Tin would attack Ly Took tonight. Although he didn't know who it was, he had no intention of telling him about this. He said, losers have no right to ask, now tell me the news related to the Shadow Blood sect. But Duan Tin said, I don't know about the Shadow Blood sect. Don Van angrily peeled his neck and said, I really don't like others playing with me. Duan Tin was afraid and confessed that she was not playing with him, but because Duan Vingon said she could take advantage of this to lure him over. At this time, Duan Vingon was extremely pleased to see Duan Tin's defeat at the hands of Don Van. He immediately called So to report the situation. So was extremely satisfied and ordered him to quickly investigate the whereabouts of the Shadow Blood sect. After hanging up the phone, So looked at the photo in her hand and wondered, "Do you still remember me?" Duong Vingon was secretly happy, as long as Don Van killed Duong Tin and then he would take over in the name of avenging him and everything would be just and right. Suddenly he discovered that Don Van was nowhere to be found. He was wondering where Don Van was when Don Van suddenly appeared in front of the screen like ghosts in movies often do. He threw the computer aside in fear, and Don Van triumphantly punched the camera so he could no longer monitor it. Through this, he also guessed that after this incident, there was someone else. Don Van turned to Duong Tin and said, "Next time you cause trouble with me again, I will guarantee that Mr. Don and his son will reunite." After speaking, he turned and left. At this time at the shop, Ly Tuk and Kien Nin were cleaning up the mess. Ly Tuk was worried. "I wonder if Don Van encountered an assassin." Kien Nin reassured her that Don Van was so terrible that even if 10 assassins came, he wouldn't be afraid. While cleaning, Kien Nin accidentally made So's wish, looking at his unfriendly expression. Kien Nin quickly apologized to him. "Oh sorry, we are cleaning this place." Kien Nin thought to himself, "Why do I hate this guy so much?" while So's face turned black. This guy doesn't even quickly take out the mop, but also says that I have to clean up. I'm a clean person. Suddenly So saw something familiar to Kien Nin, but unfortunately Kien Nin saw this guy looking at him with those eyes and thought that this guy wasn't gay. Ly Tuk saw this and reminded him, "What's wrong with Kien Nin?" "Quickly take the mop out." Kien Nin quickly apologized to So again. Ly Tuk also stepped forward and gently said to him, "I'm the boss here. He's a waiter at my place and is a bit close-minded." So was still thinking to himself. "The waiter, isn't he from the Tien Fang group? Maybe I got the wrong person." Ly Tuk continued to express his sincere apology to So. "To express his apology, please choose any dish, we will work overtime to cook for you." Kien Nin also said, "Theo, that's right, just count this meal for me." "I invite," So thought, "no matter what the people of the Tien Fang group want to do, just don't stop me from winning Tien Ching Win." After thinking about it, he smiled brightly and called Ly Tuk's sister, causing Ly Tuk and Kien Nin to freeze. Kien Nin wondered, "Who is this obnoxious name? Why do you call your boss sister?" "Brothers, don't misidentify your relatives. This is our boss." So ignored him and said to Ly Tuk, "It's me, it's Ly Sach. When I was little I always followed you as a tail." Finally, Ly Tuk also recognized that little brother. She suddenly asked So and Ly Sach, "Are they really you? Why did you come here?" So replied, "I just found out that I came to Kim Van City to work. I heard that you were here so I came." "Sister, you are so beautiful now." Kien Nin was a little dissatisfied and shouted at him that he was a flatterer, but Ly Tuk still happily told So. "It's been many years since I've seen someone and know how to flatter them. Come in quickly so I can make you some delicious food to eat and then we can talk." In another place, Red Hair looked at the white-haired girl standing above him and said, "Tien Face Ho Tun, do you think you can kill me?" Tien Face Ho Tun said, "He is the third blood soul elder sitting in a high place. As a messenger of the Shadow Blood sect, of course I can't kill you." He immediately gave a creepy smile. "You know that too, I just heard that you keep yourself like gold. Luckily, I can use your fresh blood to treat my wound." He then used his strength to rush towards the girl, but she quickly avoided it. He turned around and looked dangerous, possibly using eagle petal under my attack. It seemed that she had at least reached the peak of her second-grade cultivation. "But you still have to die tonight, Third Elder." "I'm just afraid I'll be disappointed tonight." The Third Elder asked, "Do you think you can go?" Tien Face Ho Tun told him. "With my peak level 2 cultivation level, I am of course not a match for a first level expert like you, but what if I am a first level expert plus I am a peak second level expert?" Just finished speaking. Countless flower petals appeared. Those petals looked very soft but extremely sharp. Each passing flower petal left a wound on the Third Elder's body. Because of this he was mad, he shouted, the fox looked at his face, the bloody rose, the goddess of the night, retribution under the moonlight. As Kot Huyet Mai K of the war general of the 4-grade blood chaos, he also wanted to sell out the organization. Seeing Kok Huyet Mai K step forward, the Third Elder angrily asked, why did she betray the organization? Say it, Caught Huyet my K calmly replied. The fox is right, as a human being you have to make your own choices, otherwise you are just like a body without a soul. Very tasteless, the third elder's eyes became more evil, blood plum K. If she betrayed the organization, wouldn't she be afraid of being hunted down by blood soul like venerable tiger? Kok Huyet my K said that being chased is better than working for blood-sucking monsters like you. Besides, have I ever been afraid of you? The third elder was extremely angry. So today I will become a guardian for blood soul. Tonight, you two girls have to die, Kok Huyet my K still calmly said. If you guys say I betrayed Huyet's soul, then killing you will count as betrayal. The third elder launched a quick attack towards Hoa K, but she only waved her hand once with the trick of looking at flowers in the mist. He lost his face under the thorns. He used the remaining strength to ask Hoa K, "You are a first-class late stage, but my body has stopped bleeding, how can you hurt me?" Hoa K explained that after people of the Shadow Blood sect practice the Blood Shadow technique, they will be able to stop bleeding and do not need to worry about getting injured. A broken leg or arm can still produce several times more fighting power, but I know that your life is Tim. After taking the third elder's heart, Hoa K turned to ask Holy, Holy, I'm in the same boat as you, what are your plans? Holy replied, we have to find an assistant. Hoa K asked who? Holy replied as she left, Don Van is currently going to the store to look for Ly Took. Seeing Kin Nin standing outside the door, he asked, Kin Nin, why are you still not home yet? Where is Ms. Took? Kin Nin replied not very happily, he was eating with that flatterer in there. Don Van did not understand and asked, who is the flatterer? Kin Nin pointed inside and said, go in and see for yourself, it seems like your relationship with your sister-in-law is very good. Don Van thought, very good, yes, the person who wanted to marry the woman was not born yet. Kin Nin saw Don Van coming in and tried to say Theo, I also heard my sister-in-law say that that guy likes to be clean. It's true that it's easy to understand the root cause. The doorbell rang. Ly Took saw Don Van coming back and happily greeted him, then pointed to Ca to introduce him. Don Van, this is my younger brother's Ly book, I have followed you since I was little. Looking at Ca's face, Don Van thought, is this the flattery that Kin Nin said? Why don't I like him at all? Ca officially has a new anti-fan, Kin Nin whispered to Don Van. Why do I hear my sister-in-law talk like she's close to ton my truck? Ca proactively stood up to get acquainted with Don Van, hello, I'm Ly Sach, Don Van also coldly replied, Don Van. Ca still kept her friendly smile, right now she kept talking about him, always praising him for being good. Ly Took said to Don Van, that's right, Don Van, Ly Sach just arrived here, tonight he will stay temporarily at our house, but the house has no room so Ly Sach will sleep with him. Don Van said no problem. But Kin Nin whispered something to him that shocked him to the core, Don Van, this guy is gay. Don Van couldn't believe that Ly Su was gay. He immediately refused. Took, his room is very messy but he likes to be clean. He doesn't like it, let him sleep with Kin Nin. Kin Nin was about to refuse but Ly Sach immediately agreed. So let me sleep with Kin Nin. Kin Nin was so scared that his hat flew off. What do you say? Ly Took begged Kin Nin. Kin Nin? Ly Sach didn't bring Theo's ID card, he only slept one night, tomorrow I will arrange another place for him. I will increase your bonus this month by 500 yuan. I refused, 1,000 yuan. I'm not that kind of person, 1,500 yuan. Okay, Don Van is disappointed in Kin Nin, so he is that type of person. At this time, at Duong Tin's mansion, he was being held tightly on the floor by bodyguards. Duong Vin Gon sat smoking on the chair and arrogantly asked him. Old man, I didn't expect you to be here today, huh? Duong Tin shouted loudly. Duong Vin Gon, you're such a shameless bastard. You can't die in peace. Duong Vin Gon immediately kicked Duong Tin in the face, then grabbed his head and pressed him close to his face. Old man, now I am the owner of the Duong family. Before you saw me as a dog, now I will let you taste being a dog. Before leaving, he ordered his bodyguards to break Duong Tin's arms and legs and throw him out. It suddenly rained heavily outside. The two girls were standing in the rain when suddenly they heard a call. Duan Yun, why are you two here? The two turned around and realized it was their teacher Lu. He asked, why are you still out there at night? Duan Yun replied, we were celebrating your birthday and now we wanted to go home but we didn't expect it to rain. Seeing that, he immediately suggested, so get in the car and I'll take you two home. The two girls happily got into his car without warning. As he drove the car, he smiled a devilish smile. Surely this time, the bloody lord will be satisfied. When they got there, the two girls discovered something unusual. Duan Yun said, Teacher Lu. It's not like he said he'd take us home later, he's just now showing his true colors. This is the house of those two girls. The two girls were scared and ran away, but it was too late. The guy called Master Lu quickly blocked the door to let the two escape and then respectfully knelt down. Hello Lord MANHUA Bat, very quickly those two girls lost their lives. Lord MANHUA Bat said after eating, you did a great job. I will impart the blood shadow technique to you. From now on, every 7 days I will need the purine blood of two 16-year-old girls. Remember, even when that guy died, he remained loyal to his master. His master immediately slit his wrist to take blood and gave it to him to drink. After drinking, his cultivation became stronger, he was secretly happy. Don Van, now I'm also a practitioner of ancient martial arts, just wait, I will definitely kill you in Ly Took. I want you to beg for your life at my feet. On the way home, Kin Nin passed a brothel where two girls stood and invited Kin Nin and Ly Sach. Ly Sach asked Kin Nin, do you know them? Kin Nin replied, they are calling you, very enthusiastic, I see you are very tired. Do you need to relax? Actually, in Kin Nin's mind, in order for a guy like you to sleep with me, I have to let you play some exciting games. Ly Sach did not understand what Kin Nin meant. Kin Nin said he would know soon. Seconds later he shouted loudly towards the other girls, these are my brothers, another boss is coming. Please help me entertain him. So the girls quickly ran to Ly Sach to invite him. Boss, choose me, it's only 100 yuan, I'm 80, I'm 50, So shouted angrily, let me go. Kin Nin smiled, Mr. Ly have fun, I'll go home first, I'll come pick you up tomorrow morning. In my heart, I was secretly happy, thinking that he was not a good person, I wanted to see how long he would pretend. But before Kin Nin could leave, he saw the girls being thrown away mercilessly. When he turned around, he saw the aura radiating from So's body. Kin Nin asked in fear, you are a practitioner of ancient martial arts. So coldly told him that this joke was not funny at all. Kin Nin worriedly said, I said, Mr. Ly, people just do things, even if you don't like it, there's no need to beat them. Soon, a large number of people arrived, some even called the police. Kin Nin ran away while shouting So, don't stand there anymore, just run quickly. If not, the police would be there, but he didn't know that So was quietly texting Duong Vin Gon in the back, sending someone to check to see if he was part of the vanguard group. So chased Kin Nin and asked, why are you running so fast? Kin Nin replied, talkative. If it weren't for you hitting someone, would I have to run away? The police came and they were arrested. Suddenly, 3 masked men appeared and jumped from the air to block the two of them. They were people sent by Duong Vin Gon. One said, this is a robbery. Kin Nin was still unaware and stood with her hands on her hips like a sneering ant. Wearing a sock on your head, are you still asking people to be robbers? If you jump from such a high place, why don't you fall to your death? Then he raised his hands towards So to introduce himself, I'll tell you. My friend is a practitioner of ancient martial arts, be careful or he will beat you all miserably. The leader calmly said, I will beat you all first. After finishing speaking, the two men immediately rushed towards So to attack. So now put his hands out to stop them and then spoke to Kin Nin. Kin Nin, I can only beat 2 people. When Kin Nin heard that, he was scared. What do you say? The other guy also told him. I won't bully you, 1 fight 1, Kin Nin immediately ran away. Shouted, I don't know martial arts, but that guy quickly chased and gave him a kick that made him unconscious. After seeing Kin Nin faint, one guy scratched his head and said, "Master Sieso, it seems he doesn't know real martial arts." Sieso told them, "Go back and tell Duan Yun gone, in addition to investigating the whereabouts of the Shadow Blood sect, also check to see if a member of the Tian Fang group is also here." The other three quickly carried out their mission while Sieso stayed behind to take Kin Nin home. He thought, "It seems I got the wrong person." But as long as the people of the Tian Fang group can't prevent the Tian Qing Win from being stolen, at this moment in the Blood Soul branch, a guy is kneeling down to report. "Great Elder, Kok Huyet Mai K killed 3rd Elder and fled to Kimvan City in Hoaha with Tian Dain Hotan. Do we need to send someone to chase and kill him?" The Great Elder said, "There is no need." The other guy wondered, "But Great Elder, if we go to Hoaha, there will be a jury there, and we will have very little chance to act." The Great Elder calmly said, "What is the jury? Our Blood Soul is just a small branch of the Shadow Blood sect. In Kimvan City, there is one of the 4 great blood gods of the Shadow Blood sect, Lord Huyet Bat. I just need to report it to the top and Lord Huyet Bat will deal with them very gently." The next afternoon at Suntrang Kimvan in the southern suburbs, there was a sudden light shining straight from the sky onto Suntrang. At this time in the office, the girl nervously told the mayor. Strange movements appeared in Suntrang Kimvan. The 3 elders shook their hands. Tian Qingwen was beaten back and injured. He could no longer suppress the Tian Mon formation, the mayor said. The security team increased their weapons. "Without my permission, no one is allowed to enter Suntrang. I went to Tian once." On this side, Sieso was standing next to a tent looking towards Suntrang and thinking, "Tian Qingwen, you finally appeared." Then he called, "Duan Yun gone, gathered all the ancient martial arts practitioners for me. Quickly go to the southern suburbs to see the situation." Everyone in the city was surprised to see that strange movement in Suntrang. Donvan was no exception. He gently held his chest and wondered what it was that could sense his Tian Koi quiet. At the secret base of the Duong family, Duong Vin Nguyen is gathering a group of people practicing ancient martial arts to pass on orders from Lord Sieso. Everyone went to Sun Trang Kim Van in the southern suburbs to clearly investigate the situation. Outside, Kok Huyet Mai K and Tien Dien Hotan were watching from afar. Tien Dien Hotan said, "Those are all people from the Duong family. The Duong family is the dog of the jury and will naturally be Don Van's enemy. Have you thought carefully that you want to attack the jury?" Kok Huyet Mai K hesitantly replied, "If we want to cooperate with him, we have to prepare a little to meet." After finishing speaking, she kicked Duong Vin Gon straight into the wall, causing the martial artists there to be extremely surprised. The blonde man pointed at Kok Huyet Mai K and shouted, "Who are you? Why did you beat and injure a member of the jury?" Kok Huyet Mai K coldly said, "I hate it most when others point their fingers at me." As soon as she finished speaking, she disappeared. The blonde man had just exclaimed so quickly that she kicked him flat on the ground. The airflow was so gentle that it knocked all the remaining men away. Only then did that blonde man realize that the Bloody Rose was one of the 4 great generals of Blood Soul, Kok Huyet Mai K. Waiting for him to finish speaking, Kok Huyet Mai K left. Before leaving, she also told him, "If you recognize me, remember, from now on, if you meet someone from the jury, kill one person. My Blood Soul is at odds with the jury." That blonde guy is calculating with his hands. 12 people, 1 was 2nd grade, 4 were 3rd grade, plus 7 were 4th grade, killed in just one move. He quickly shouted, "Duong Vin gone. Quickly inform Lord CA so that Blood Soul killed the jury's murderer." After finishing the matter, Kok Huyet Mai K left with Tien Dien Hotan. Tien Dien Hotan praised him. Used the trick to kill 2 people. On this side, Duong Tin dragged his body to find Lord Huyet Bat. He lay on the ground and said, "Lordine Shwebat, as long as you let me take revenge, I will tell you all the secrets about the jury including Tian Qingwen." That Lordine Shwebat laughed coldly. "What is that?" Duong Tin explained, "I heard that if you have Tian Qingwen, you can break through from the first rank of Hao Tian to the first rank of Tian Tian. Furthermore, Tian Qingwen can only make a certain number of people break through to the first level of innate. If the jury has this, it will become a true hegemon." He also added that Tian Qingwen, managed by the mayor of Kim Van City, is in Sun Trang Kim Van. There are masters of Tian's ancestors watching. It is said that Ancestor Tian's experts are all people of first grade or higher. Sun Trang Kim Van's first-class master has at least 3 people. Lordine Bloodbat thought to himself, first grade Hao Tian is already very rare. Above the first rank of Hao Tian is the first rank of Tian Tian, that is the strong person standing at the pinnacle in the ancient martial arts world. Truly breaking through the first level of the innate world, the Shadow Blood sect can claim to dominate martial arts like in the past. If I have Tian Chi Yuan, everyone in the Shadow Blood sect will have a breakthrough. He immediately passed his power to Duan Tin. Now I am transferring the hemostasis body to you so that you can take revenge and win Tian Qing win. The man was kneeling down on one knee, the surrounding flames were covering the other man, accompanied by a face with an expression filled with anger. It seems that this man is not hostile, but instead shows his loyalty. He said, "Thank you for recreating the Yin blood painting master, Duan Tin." Swearing to die loyal to the Lord, as soon as he finished speaking, another middle-aged man respectfully and solemnly spoke up. "Sir, an hour ago Kat Huyet Mai K appeared at a base of the Duong family and killed a group of ancient martial arts experts from the jury." The other man listened but was not surprised, just a little surprised. After listening, he was not in a hurry but sternly ordered the 2 of them to take back Duong and Duong Tin's family first. "I will handle the blood plum cinnamon myself," he continued. "Your mission is to get Tian Qing win." After listening, both of them obeyed and accepted the mission at Sun Trang Kim Van. This place is covered with clouds and majestic mountains. Here, there is a golden light heading upward, surrounded by 5 people performing spells. They didn't dare to be negligent even for a moment. A moment later, that light also disappeared. On the ground, there is only a sparkling golden light left along with the mysterious smoke that is gradually disappearing. A young man, after watching the process of everything, could only take a deep breath. It seemed he was very tired when completing this task. 5 of his aunts and uncles stood in front of the man. The young man spoke solemnly. "Mayor Thursday, the 4 of us can only temporarily suppress the center of the battle. We have to go back and discuss the other things with the team leader." He continued, "During this time absolutely no outsiders are allowed to come in contact, especially people from the jury." Having finished speaking, he handed the man over and left with his teammates, just as the other 5 people had just left. Another girl appeared and seriously asked the man, "The mayor, is this the legendary Elder Nguhan of the Tiangi group?" He didn't seem surprised, but instead calmly responded to her question. "But if you shouldn't ask, don't ask. You should personally take care of Kim Van Mountain site. Right now," he coldly ordered her that those who arbitrarily barged in would be killed without mercy. In a suburban area, this place seems desolate and remote, and there is also a dead body on this land. There was a young man and a middle-aged girl investigating a case. In addition, he also determined the killer's method of killing. He continued to say that he had to find them. Otherwise, many other innocent people would have to die. As soon as he finished speaking, another young man ran over in panic. It seemed like he had found some information. The team leader and coach had looked up some information. Not too fast or too slow to report. Before these 2 girls went missing, they had been in contact with a person who was their class's homeroom teacher, named Lu Van Hock. He felt a little embarrassed and repeated, "Lu Van Hock." That middle-aged girl already had no patience and continued to endure. Said aggressively, being an example for his students to do such beastly things, "Now go find that bastard right away." On the other side, at the Duong family's house, a man had just slammed the table with an angry expression on his face. At the same time, his face had some minor injuries. But his life was not affected. He seemed to be upset that everything was not going the way he wanted. Besides, another young man can be said to be not much better. He currently had a broken arm and was still in a cast. He didn't care much, so he asked in dissatisfaction. "No matter what Lord Cieso said," he responded without hesitation. "Don't worry, the landman Cieso will send someone to help us." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud noise from the door. Bang! The wings just burst and flew out. The man did not know how the situation was going, but his face could not hide his fear when he saw Duong Tin. He was not surprised but even asked him back. Duan Yun, I didn't expect you to come back, right? He seemed surprised but still couldn't hide some of his fear. He was sweating, it wasn't like he was being bullied. Without letting him finish, he laughed coldly and added, that's right, my leg was broken by you. But luckily I have to thank you for not killing me, so I'm back. I have to take back everything that belongs to me, don't let him say more. He couldn't hold back his anger and burst out, you dog and Sieso, you all go to hell. The young man couldn't bear it when he insulted his master and hurriedly rushed up, gathered strength into his fist, jumped into the air and brought it down. Is Lord Sieso's name for you to call him? He didn't avoid or resist but just stood there dumbfounded. Before he could attack, he raised his hand and gathered some strength into his palm. A large black hand grabbed his neck and spoke coldly. Judicial trash, your hell is here. As soon as he finished speaking, he crushed his neck with blood spraying everywhere. Before he could react, he suddenly looked at him. It is impossible to believe how he has such a large flow of energy. He hesitated and then hesitantly spoke. You have regained your strength. He was not surprised but replied, everyone thanks you. Don't worry, if you like being Sieso's dog so much, I'll bring him down there to meet you soon. After listening, he knew that his current outcome was difficult to avoid. Try to keep yourself a little alert. He quickly took out the gun from under the table. While loading the gun, he observed the situation, not giving him a chance to attack. The black shadow rushed forward from behind and then showed its true form and raised its fists at him. Before he could attack, he died under his crazy punches. After finishing, the middle-aged guy appeared again and spoke solemnly. The people the jury left here are trash, I killed them all. He continued, what should we do next? He did not hesitate to reply, tonight I will personally go to Sun Trang Kim Van. Then he found Sieso to settle the account. He continued. That's right, and Don Van, you also want to kill him, right? He did not hesitate, but instead responded angrily. Yes, not only do I want to kill him, but I also want to take away his woman. Rape them in front of him in another place, on a farm where a young man was sleeping. He didn't care what was happening and continued to rob his sleeping trash. Outside, there was a girl and a young man standing under a tree exchanging something. She said, I've looked, indeed our group of experts at the Duong family's base has caught Huyet my cinnamon and half an hour ago Duong Tin returned to the Duong family's house. Duong Vingon's body is no longer there, the ancient martial arts practitioner we arranged has completely lost contact. Probably some good, some bad, some bad. After listening, he couldn't control his anger and vented his anger on a nearby tree. She replied coldly, quickly find out what happened to the Duong family, and also, tell your team leader. I want to see him tonight, I don't want to hear anything, as for Kok Huyet my K. I will issue the supreme command to the blood soul. After listening, his face could not help but be surprised. On the contrary, it made her shiver unavoidably. The blonde girl was surprised. That's the supreme command. At the beginning of the trial council's establishment, sects all over the world were dissatisfied. Among them, a sect named Tai Sun killed more than 20 people from the jury. Therefore, the jury decided to issue a first-degree arrest warrant. As soon as the supreme order was given, 1,500 people of the Tai Sun sect were killed, not even a single chicken was left. The supreme command was only used that one time, but it shocked the entire martial arts world. Sir Sieso, this matter is important, please let me tell you. Sieso immediately used force to push her 8 meters away, hit a tree and said, I am the manager of the jury judging these things. It's not your turn to remind me, you just need to repeat exactly what I said. Tonight I will wait for him at Sun Trang Kim Van at 12 p.m., Duong Tin will be there. He secretly thought to himself, if he only helps Lord and Huyet Bat get Tien Ching win, then at that time he will also be able to destroy first-rank Tien, Don Van, and Sieso. You guys wait until you all go to hell, Sieso will also appear in Sun Trang at this time. He thought Sun Trang Kim Van was this quiet, but he smelled murder and death. But no one could stop him from taking Tien Ching win, and then he also entered Sun Trang. At this time, in the monitoring and control room of Sun Trang Kim Van, the girl was able to monitor the situation and immediately reported it. Mobilize all good fighters to form a fighting team. But suddenly, Elder Hoa stopped him. Wait a minute. Those fighters are useless to us, and I also want to see how many people have the intention to win Tianqing win. Outside, the lake made a very loud noise. Duan Tin looked at the lake and thought. Could it be that Tianqing win is under this lake? It seems like we have to go down there to see what's going on. Suddenly Ca So appeared and kicked him. I still didn't expect that he could come back, but he only came to find a way to die. Duan Tin is a different person now, he calmly told Ca So, there are still many things you didn't expect. Not only do I want to see Tianqing win tonight, but I also have to send you off to meet the dog Duong Vin Gon. Ca So immediately raised his hand and signaled to him, a grasshopper that wants to kick the cart. Come, let me see what kind of skills you have. Duong Tin clenched his fists and said, before you trampled me under your feet, today I have to show you what it means to be strong. Ca So asked him, his body stopped bleeding, have you joined the Shadow Blood sect? The old man replied, if you had realized that your body could stop bleeding, you would have been wise enough to die. After saying that, he immediately rushed forward to attack. His body's ability to stop the bleeding helped me break through the first level of the middle stage. Tonight you have to die, but Ca So is still calm. How strong is the first grade middle stage? Then he split into many other Ca So and used black ropes to take Duong Tin. Then he grabbed the old man's neck and threw it hard into the lake. The old man was surprised. Are you a first-class post-production? Ca So stepped on him and said, I haven't seen the 4 great blood gods of the Shadow Blood sect yet, so what the hell are you? As for that bleeding body that you think is terrible, I just need to crush your heart and you will be just a corpse. Duong Tin heard that and was angry. Even if I can't kill you, I will make Tianqing win no longer a secret. As he finished speaking, his whole body glowed and exploded. Ca So quickly jumped to the side to avoid the explosion. On the other hand, in the pouring rain, Don Van was running on the street when he suddenly felt pain in his chest. He looked towards Sun Trang and thought, this pillar of light could actually cause Tian Kai Quiet to show signs of a breakthrough. We'll definitely have to go check it out. Tian Face Ho Tan and Kuk Huyet Mai K are also standing on a nearby building watching Don Van. Everywhere Huyet Mai K said, if Don Van is going too, then let's go see what it is. At this time in Lu Van Hock's villa, Lu Van Hock was kneeling down to report. Sir, half an hour ago I discovered the whereabouts of all Blood Rose and Tian Face Ho Venerable. The two of them followed Don Van towards Kim Van Sun Trang. As soon as he finished speaking, Lord Yin Shuebao walked away. He said, I will go to Kim Van Sun Trang on my own, on Ca So's side, after the explosion ended. Duong Tin stood up and arrogantly asked Ca So, what is the power of this blood fury edict? Ca So became alert, the blood pressure body was at the blood rage level. Before he could do anything, Duong Tin rushed forward, hold quiet, today I have to take your fresh blood to water my blood pressure body. Very quickly Ca So was injured, bleeding profusely. Duong Tin was proud, Ca So this is my blood fury chamberman blood origin. In blood fury, people will die because their blood is drained, and the more they resist, the faster they will bleed. But Ca So was not panicking. He immediately pulled out the sword at his side and swung it. Duong Tin also recognized that it was Zich Han. Without delay, Ca So rushed to attack Duong Tin. Duong Tin was surprised. How can you destroy all of my Lo Qing Win? Ca So explained, this red soul sword is like the burning sun burning flame, even if the 4 great blood gods come, I can burn it clean. How can this kind of trash person understand? Having finished speaking, he gently stabbed the sword through Duong Tin's heart and then he returned to heaven with his son. After dealing with Duong Tin, Ca So came closer to examine, is this Tianqing Win? With it, I will become truly invincible in the world. Don Van stood aside and observed. In the end, Don Van felt more and more uncomfortable with that white light. His Tian Kai Quiet completely exploded like his body was about to explode? Suddenly Tian Qingwen split into many rays of light flying in the same direction. Ca So was also surprised and wondered, Tian Qingwen was flying towards that direction. he suddenly recognized Don Van. As for Don Van, he was surprised. Tien Kai Quiet actually absorbed this thing. His true yuan was also constantly increasing. This was what he wanted. Cieso saw this and was angry. It was Don Van. He was actually absorbing Tien Xingwen. It was no good. Tien Xingwen must be mine. He quickly rushed forward and shouted, "Please stop for me." Suddenly a rose rushed towards him accompanied by a voice. No one was allowed to kill him. Kat Huyet Maike suddenly appeared and kicked him to stop him from intending to kill Don Van. Cieso stood back to one side and said, "Kat Huyet Rose, are you really not afraid of death? Do you dare to confront me?" Kat Huyet Rose calmly replied, "I was never afraid of you guys, not to mention you and I are both first grade late stage. How are you planning to kill me?" Cieso told her. "As expected of Kat Huyet Maike, then I will kill you first and then execute Don Van." As soon as he finished speaking, Tien Face Ho Tan also appeared, including me. Cieso cannot be underestimated. You guys are really thoughtful. Even if you die, you still want to have friends, so all of you will die. Don Van is still in the process of absorbing Tien Xingwen. A ball of light appeared between his two hands. After pushing that ball of light toward the lake, a yellow lump appeared in his hand. Don Van looked at it wondering. What exactly is this thing that can make my Tien Kai Quiet break through to the third level? Cieso saw this and shouted loudly, "Don Van, bring the meteorite here." Don Van also recognizes the Cieso sect's president, Tai Quiet. He asked him, "The destruction of my sect was ordered by you." Cieso replied, "Since you recognize me, then bring me the meteorite, maybe I will spare your life." Kak Huyet Rose immediately spoke up. "Don Van, if you save Holy's life, it's better than me returning your love and joining forces to kill this Tai Quiet sect leader." Don Van told her, "I feel that such a proposal is really not bad, but this is a private matter between me and him. His life is mine." Cieso did not hesitate to continue. "Okay, then I'll take you to see the master and get the meteorite later." As for Don Van, he told him that today will be the day you pay the price. Tai Quiet will kill 421 people of my sect. Today you must die. Cieso looks down on Don Van, "Just like you." Kak Huyet Rose stood aside and said, "After Don Van absorbed Tien Shi Yuan, he actually gained this kind of divine power, so we don't need to act at all." After the two powerful forces touched each other, a huge explosion occurred, as the smoke and dust cleared. Cieso said, "You are indeed a good opponent, but today I came because of the meteorite, and don't have time to play with you." After finishing speaking, he jumped up and used the Tien Cam move to throw the sword onto the ground. Immediately after that, countless hands reached up and grabbed Don Van's leg. This is the Taoist for language arts. Don Van also felt that his true energy could not move up. Cieso spoke up, "Within the range of Tien Cam, your true energy is useless. The Earth Ko Chi technique will make it difficult for you to take even one step. I want to see how you can destroy my most impressive skill." Then he used Huin and Hong Sat to attack Don Van. Tien Face Ho Tan was surprised as it was Huin and Hong Sat in the legend. Dripping blood Rose exclaimed, "With this sword strike his strength had reached the peak of first grade." Don Van was thinking to himself at this time. The Taoist for language technique is like a barrier. Within the barrier, true essence is useless. If it were the first stage of Tien Kai Quiet, I would not be able to block this sword at all. Fortunately, he immediately reached out and used Tien Kai Quiet Van Van Thuan, quickly breaking Cieso's four language arts to his surprise. But he thought that his brother who broke the four language techniques was just struggling before dying. He picked up the sword and stabbed it straight at Don Van. The bloody Rose turned to look at Tien Face Ho Tan and said, "Being able to break the four language arts of Taoism can also be compared to the top first grade Cieso, Holy. The person who can find this person to help me is truly very satisfied," Tien Face Ho Tan said, crossing his arms. "The strongest purchasing meets the strongest shield. Whoever's true essence can withstand it to the end will win." Here at Lu Van Hock's villa, Din Thursday has led to Huin Emperor in front of the door. The purple-haired guy said, "Team leader, Lu Van Hock is in there." Din Thursday immediately ordered the arrest, then she used one foot to kick the door open. Everyone was stunned by the scene before their eyes. Lu Van Hock was sucking the blood of a little girl. When he saw Din Thursday, he turned around and looked back. Din Thursday shouted angrily, "Grab the animal, let go of that girl." She used her foot to kick him, but unfortunately he grabbed her foot with one hand. He also asked if this was not the woman next to Don Van. When the others saw that, they shouted loudly and let go of the patriarch. Unexpectedly, with just one blow, Din Thursday's entire group of people were killed by him. Lu Van Hock showed a disgusted face and approached, saying, "I feel very interested in Don Van's woman." At this time in Kim Van Sun Trang, the battle between Don Van and So was still going on when suddenly a voice rang out. "Tian Qing Win is mine." The next second a source of power rushed forward and separated the two people. When they looked closely, everyone realized that it was the four great shadow blood sects, Blood God in Blood Force. He smiled faintly and said, "Good things should only belong to the strong. You answer also worthy of competing with my shadow blood sect." So slowly stood up and answered him, "Ai Man Ta Dao actually took advantage of the time we were focusing on fighting the true essence to sneak attack." Yin Shuebat said, "Even if you don't escape the fire and become a demon, you too also have the ability. Speaking of evil Mon, you guys are no good. Wait until I get Tian Qing Win and destroy your Tai Quiet Association first." So was angry, a group of parasites that only knew how to hide in the dark, truly a foolish person dreaming about death. As he finished speaking, he picked up his sword and rushed forward to attack him Huyet Bat, but unfortunately he was knocked back and even spit out blood. In Huyet Bat said calmly, "Zich Soul Sword Star, as the head of the So Sect's Tai Quiet Guild, he doesn't even have the strength to fight back, but you guys from the Tai Quiet Guild still dare to open your mouth. Today, a bunch of trash, I will kill the leader of the Tai Quiet Society as a warning, so that everyone in the world can see that the Tai Quiet Society in front of the Shadow Blood Sect is trash." Suddenly an unexpected voice rang out, a group of people who had to rely on sucking human blood to survive, "You alone are worthy of speaking to my Tai Quiet Association." Everyone turned to look and saw a god appear. When Don Van saw that god appear, he immediately knelt down and said, "Giant spirit illusionary elephant, spirit tich chi thuit." Yin Shuebat was unreasonable, even angrily said, "Pretending to be a ghost to give me." Then he rushed straight to attack. At this time a black shadow jumped out from the mouth of the god statue, used his foot to kick him Huyet Bat's face and then punched him again on the other side. That person continuously punched and kicked Yin Zuet Bat, making him unable to react in time. Tian Face Ho Tun observed and saw that this person was very strong. Kok Huyet Rose also wondered. In Shuebioi is one of the four great blood gods, his strength is at least the top rank, and now he has no chance to fight back. So who is the other person? Don Van stood next to explain that the Spirit Tich Chi technique is a type of mental force control technique. Strong people's strength will decrease by 3 levels, weak people will even be controlled mentally. There is only one person who can practice this technique in the rivers and lakes, the pioneer leader of the Nin Vang Tai Quiet Association. After a final round of punching and kicking, Nin Vang finished dealing with the amulet of the blood. Then he turned around and gave So a punch and said, "Although you are the leader, only I can teach the people of the pioneering ancestors. Should be a little warning for you." Only then did Don Van ask him, "My master was killed by the Spirit Tich Chi technique." He replied that his master was actually a very strong opponent, but unfortunately he was too stubborn. How? The person wanted revenge for him. Don Van angrily clenched his fists and said, So gave the order. You pioneer groups obeyed. If you all came I would end everything today, but Nin Vong shrugged his shoulders. Your current strength is less than 5 levels, even if you take into account the 2 women next to you, you guys think you can kill me?